We're delighted that you are here with us in person. Maiden Hurdle 13. 2 miles and 4 furlongs and 50 yards, so it's just over 2.5 miles. This was won last year by Ivan for Arby Cody.
Hi, buddy, how are you? Hi there.
Gordon Elliott is 6 times winner.
Yep, I'll go in now, buddy. I'll go in now. Top man.
To start this meeting off with a winner. He's got number 7. He's ultimate. So with 12 runners going to post, and the jockeys are just arriving into the parade ring for our first race, which is the INH Stallion Owners.
Well, what we normally do, Dennis, what we normally do here is I never go into the paddock. They just do it because the pres position is up on a height. I do it off the screen, yeah. I do it off the screen, buddy. Yeah, you can cue me in now, Dennis, and I'll get going. Hi, Dennis. Sorry, buddy. Sorry, I might be having it.
This is number 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
It'd be fine, yeah. Like this. Perfect stop, yeah. So it's basically
on the furlong, 1:23. A beginner's chase over 2.5 miles, 1:58. The Met Collect Handicap Chase over 2.5 miles, 2:33. A Hunter Chase over 3 miles, and the final race at Down Royal today is a bumper, and that's over 2 miles on the furlong. Soft, yielding to soft in places at Down Royal. Non-runners in the 11:40, number 12, Georgia Selena doesn't go, along with number 14, Speranza Wild. And the 12:48, number 4, Bula, and 16, La Comet of Saints. And in the 3:08, number 7, Step Out, and 9, Torquay Road. All non-runners today at Down Royal. A jockey change as well in the 12:48. At number 21, Flash the Lights, now ridden by James Duggan, who will claim 4. Delighted to have for us at Down Royal today Bernard Condren, and we can hear his thoughts on the day now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome along to Down Royal. Season's greetings from Ulster. The first of 7 races on the card here. Indeed, the first of the live racing on the channel coming up at 11:40 a.m., just a few minutes from now. And it's a very interesting maiden hurdle. It's the first of 2 maiden hurdles, indeed, on the card here this morning. 7 races in total, 91 declared runners across the card as well. The official going is soft soft or yielding to soft in places. They've had 5 millimetres of rain here at the track since declarations a few days ago. And this first race coming up at 11:40, it's got quite a good pedigree as well over the years. The likes of Jerry Colomb and the Storyteller have won it in recent seasons, and indeed Gordon Elliott is represented again. But the top of the betting is Mossy Fen Park, representing Henry de Bromhead, and Dara O'Keefe takes the mount on Mossy Fen Park, who's an expensive recruit from the Irish point-to-point scene, a son of Walk in the Park, who ran a race full of promise at Punchestown on his rules debut a few weeks ago. Also mentioned in the first race as well for Great Universe, who was a wide margin winner of his bumper when formerly owned and ridden by John Reddington. He was a 25-length winner of a bumper at Clonmel, and he was most recently seen at Clonmel in an amateur riders hurdle as well in atrocious conditions at the 7th of December, and there's a good word for Great Universe on the card as well. So that is the first of 7 races coming up here in just under 2.5 minutes time. The first of 7 here from Down Royal. Back to you, Rishi, in the studio.
Bernard, thank you very much. Now you are all up to date with the 8 meetings we're bringing you live today on Racing TV. If you would like to use the Racing TV Extra option to focus on one particular meeting, these are your options. 1 for Down Royal, due to start in just a moment. 2 for Wetherby. 3 for Aintree. 4 for Leopardstown. 5 for Market Raisin. 6 for Wincanton. 7 for Limerick. And 8 for Kempton Park. Racing TV Extra is your option for today if you want to ensure that you see the races that you choose, that you wish to watch. We're going to head now to Down Royal for the first race today on Boxing Day on Racing TV. And this is the Maiden Hurdle that Bernard referred to just a few moments ago. Now, Mossy Fen Park is just favourite at 5-4, but there's been plenty of money for Great Universe. Certainly on the exchanges, the horse came in challenged for favouritism a few moments ago. 11-8, has just eased back out to about 9-4 on the exchanges. He's Ultimate 9-2, 11-2 Annabeg, Joya Del Mar 33-1. And 50-1 bar those. Let's head back to Bernard.
Rishi, thank you very much indeed. Yes, it's great to be back racing here at Down Royal. The first race is upon us in just over 30 seconds time, and there is Mossy Fen Park, who was formerly trained in County Wexford by Sean Doyle from Monbeg Stables, and this horse was an impressive winner of his second starting point at Nina back in February of this year. Went to the Cheltenham sales, realised 200,000, and is sporting the colours of Clipper Logistics. And just looking at these in the paddocks a few minutes ago as well, he is in a different breed of cat to most of his rivals as well. He seems to be a few inches bigger, has a massive ground-devouring stride as well. He ran a big race on his rules debut behind Predator's Gold at Punchestown exactly a month and a day ago, and he should strip a lot fitter for that effort as well. And for all that he does over hurdles, you suspect for the likes of Mossy Fen Park that it will be what he achieves over fences will be the long-term aim for this exciting 4-year-old. Great Universe is also well found in the market for Martin Brazel and Ricky Doyle, sporting the colours of Sean and Bernardine Mulrine. This fellow has had a few starts over hurdles. He's lightly raced 7-year-old, but there's plenty of ability there as well. He's Ultimate is also worth mentioning for Gordon Elliott, who's got such a good record in this opening contest. But Brunner is just coming into line. Our commentator here on Boxing Day at Down Royal is James Griffin.
Down Royal on Boxing Day. Being called in. Off and running for the opener, the INH Stallion Owners EBF Maiden Hurdle here at Down Royal's traditional Boxing Day meeting at Annabeg. One of 3 Crawford representatives has the lead. 2 in second place is Mossy Fen Park, and then in third he's Ultimate, who disputes third with Joya Del Mar and Feast. And then on the outside is Al Khalila. Then in behind Great Universe, Citizen Dan, Renard de Noir, and then One and Only, and Ballycairn, and the back marker is Mr. Vic. Swinging into the home straight where they'll meet their first flight in this 2.5 miler. Annabeg on the inside to Mossy Fen Park. In third is Great Universe in company with He's Ultimate and Joya Del Mar and Feast, and Al Khalila, Ballycairn, Renard de Noir, Mr. Vic, One and Only, and then comes our back marker Citizen Dan. Downhill they race towards the road crossing where they meet flights 2 and 3. And bowing his head low on the inside with the cheek pieces is Anna Beg. 2 in second, Mossy Fen Park. Then comes He's Ultimate, Joya Del Mar, Feast and Al Khalila. And then in behind on the inside is Great Universe. On Ballycairn, Renard du Noir, pecking on landing Mr. Vic, One and Only, and Citizen Dan. Quickly on to what will be the last in the circuit's time. And on the inside, Anna Beg and Stephen Connor. 2 in second place, Mossy Fen Park and Dara O'Keefe. In third, races He's Ultimate with Baptiste Leclerc, and then comes Joya Del Mar and Dara McGill, and sits on the inside of Al Khalila and Ben Bromley, and then comes Great Universe Ricky Doyle to Feast in the red, and Liam McKenna, then Ballycairn Oakley Brown on a comeback ride, and then Renoir de Noir and Connor Maxwell. One and Only sits on the outside in the hands of James Duggan, of Mr. Vic on the inside, Gavin Bruder, and our back markers Thomas Riley and Citizen Dan. One of 2 hurdles away from the stands in Anna Beg. To Mossy Fen Park 1 and 2 since the drop of the flag. To He's Ultimate and Joya Del Mar. And then comes Great Universe. And on the outside is Al Khalila, Renoir de Noir. And outside of Renoir de Noir is Feast and Ballycairn, One and Only, Mr. Vic and Citizen Dan. Inside the final mile and a half, and going on now is Mossy Fen Park in the Clipper Logistics Silks. 2 in second place is He's Ultimate. And then on the inside is Anna Beg in third. Joy Del Mar on the outside of Great Universe, Al Khalila, the 2-tone green, Ballycairn, and then comes Feast in the break of a couple to Renoir de Noir on the inside of Mr. Vic and One and Only. And then comes the predominantly white of Citizen Dan. Down the back straight inside the final 10 furlongs, Mossy Fen Park to He's Ultimate, whose ranges up on the outside. Anna Beg third. There's multiple point-to-point winner. Then Joya Del Mar, placed in a couple of bumpers on hurdle debut today. Then comes Great Universe in the faster slow silks, Feast in the red. And then comes the Munir Suede silks in behind of Al Khalila, a couple of lengths to the good over One and Only and Ballycairn. And then comes Mr. Vic, Citizen Dan, Renoir de Noir. Our 12 runners covered by about 15 or 18 lengths, and He's Ultimate to Mossy Fen Park, 3/4 of a length of a difference. To Anna Beg in the orange sleeves. The royal blue cap the far side is Joya Del Mar. Then in behind is Great Universe, in company with Feast, and then Al Khalila, who's now on the inside. Ballycairn, One and Only, Mr. Vic, Citizen Dan, and Renoir de Noir. Heading towards their starting point, and He's Ultimate and has opened up by a length and a half to Mossy Fen Park, Anna Beg, Joya Del Mar, and then comes a strong travelling Hudded Great Universe in company with Feast and Al Khalila, 7 furlongs to run, and then Ballycairn, Mr. Vic, Citizen Dan, Renoir de Noir, and One and Only. And it's our leader in the black and red, He's Ultimate, who was placed on hurdle debut in Navan. 2 in second place, Mossy Fen Park, a point-to-point score, and then Anna Biog and Joya Del Mar, Great Universe, Al Khalila and Feast. They're now going on from One and Only, and it's He's Ultimate. He's Ultimate to Mossy Fen Park, Anna Bug, and then comes on the outside of Anna Biog is Joya Del Mar. And then Great Universe, who continues to catch the eye and travel very strongly in the hands of Ricky Doyle. Then comes Al Khalila and Feast. They're really bunching up the leading 7, and it's He's Ultimate to Mossy Fen Park, Joya Del Mar. On the inside, Anna Biog, Great Universe, and then Al Khalila, Feast, Ballycairn, One and Only, Mr. Vic, Renoir de Noir, and Citizen Dan as they swing for home. He's Ultimate by a half to Mossy Fen Park, Joya Del Mar. Great Universe is nearly on heels, is travelling that strong. Anna Biog and Al Khalila is being weighted with as they jump to third last, and it's He's Ultimate to Mossy Fen Park. Joya Del Mar looks a danger. Great Universe shaking up Al Khalila, Anna Biog, Feast. Downhill they race Mossy Fen Park and Dara O'Keefe on the inside. Baptiste Leclerc and He's Ultimate. Joya Del Mar, Dara McGill. Great Universe back on the bridle. Ricky Doyle, Al Khalila, Ben Bromley, Anna Biog, Stephen Connor over the road crossing. About 2 furlongs to race and 2 hurdles to jump, and Mossy Fen Park. 2 in second place, Joya Del Mar. And then on the inside is Great Universe and He's Ultimate inside the final furlong and a half. Joya Del Mar stands side, laying down the gauntlet to Mossy Fen Park. Great Universe at the last. Mossy Fen Park and Joya Del Mar. Mossy Fen Park, Joya Del Mar getting the mare's allowance and the weight off it. Mossy Fen Park, Joya Del Mar inside the final 100. Mossy Fen Park, Joya Del Mar continued to gain. Mossy Fen Park by a length to Joya Del Mar. Great Universe and the Biog, Al Khalila, He's Ultimate, and then comes One and Only, Mr. Vic.
So the first winner of the day here at Down Royal is Mossy Fen Park for Henry de Bromhead and Dara O'Keefe, who has run a big race on just his second start over hurdles. We picked him up 3 flights from home, and at this stage Mossy Fen Park was in the middle of a bunch that included He's Ultimate and Baptiste Leclerc on the left of the picture, getting a ground-saving ride on the inside of the track. Also getting well attended to as well by Joya Del Mar, who has run a huge race, as James Griffin said in commentary. She was benefiting from the mare's allowance as well, and also was making a real eye-catching hurdling debut here as well. Great Universe was also in the mix. He has eventually finished 3rd under Ricky Doyle. But I think it's fair to say with Mossy Fen Park, we might be dealing with a horse who's a slightly above average performer here. He looks like one of the walk in the parks.
So the horse is in the parade ring for the curtain raiser at the 2023 Leopardstown Christmas Festival. It's the TRI Equestrian Maiden Hurdle over 2 miles. Lisa O'Neill alongside me here as we have a look, Lisa, first of all at Ascending, an experienced sort, rated 133. Hard to believe he's still a maiden. Is that about to change, do you think?
Yeah, well, he had a good opportunity the last day, but he ran into some decent times. He was back in 3rd behind It's For Me and Caldwell Potter. The form has been franked since. He brings some rock solid form to the table here after being 5th in last season's Triumph as well, and also being 4th behind Gala de Massot in a Grade 1 at Leopardstown Dublin Racing Festival. I think he's entitled to improve for his last run. Let's, if we can, drop back to number 3, who's just coming past us here now. A new recruit for Willie Mullins called Another Way. We'll be carrying the colours of Simon Muneer and Isaac Swade, and Daryl Jacob is here at Leopardstown today to ride this fella. Difficult horse to get a handle on. He obviously had some decent form on the flat in France. Lisa, how do you think he looks here? Yeah, he looks quite well, Gary. He's got a bit of size about him as well, and he's got a good long step on him. He's obviously a very interesting type, making his debut for Willie Mullins after being a maiden winner in France for Freddie Head over 1.5 miles. He's actually a half brother to the black type performer Concertista, who was 2nd in the Grade 1 Mares Hurl, and I'm interested to see what he can do on his debut over obstacles. Okay, let's see who else we can find for you. If we come back to this side, a lot of horses in the 20s here coming past us. Number 20 just going through 9. Let's see if we can find 21 here, might be worth a mention. Another for the Muneer and Swade combination, JJ Slevin riding Supreme Authority. 130 grand. 3-year-old store, this guy, by authorised. I think the owners love that sire, don't they? Yeah, they do. They really back that sire. They've had good success with him as well, but this guy's got a first-time tongue strap on as well today, and it's a watching brief for me for the Stuart Crawford team, who are in good form at the moment too.
10 just at the top of the parade here is Dream Escape. Not a bad sort on the flat. Did win on the level at Killarney earlier on this year, having shown a bit of promise before that, but in pretty deep here, you'd imagine. Best watch, you think, Lisa? Yeah, definitely. Interesting to see what he can do, but for me, he's another one who's a watching brief. He's got the hood on. Jack Foley's on board for Tom Mullins as well. He's a previous winner on the flat as well, but he encounters drier conditions today, so maybe that'll be against him. The next one along is definitely worth a mention. Number 19, no flies on him. Edward O'Grady trains, and owned by JP McManus. Mark Walsh rides. Won a point under Derek O'Connor, who I think was training the horse at that stage at Knockanard earlier on this year. He's what you'd almost call a typical Westerner to look at him, Lisa, isn't he? He's just a compact individual, but well bred. He's obviously got ability. Do you think he comes into it?
Yeah, he has to come into it on all-known form. As he even walks around the parade ring, he actually walks with he's got a bit of presence about him as well, but he was an impressive enough winner in Knockanard, and as we've noticed, the form seems to be working out really, really well so far. Obviously, he was an £82,000 store. The Dam actually has won plenty of times, 5 times, including on the flat as well as over jumps, but with the connections he has to come into the reckoning.
If we can just pan back, please, Matt, to number 8. That's one we want to show you. That's DB Cooper. Jack Kennedy riding for Gordon Elliott in the Coldwell Construction colours. Another point-to-point winner. Was beaten at odds on in a bumper at Fairyhouse on the 24th of November, but might well turn out to be a smart horse that took his measure that day, Jeroboam Mashan. How do you see him getting on here, Lisa?
Yeah, I think he's actually going to improve with the switch over hurls. I actually sat on him last week. He's a really nice type. He gives you a nice feel as well. He has to be respected. He's a previous point-to-point winner also as well. That was on soft to heavy ground. He's actually encountering drier conditions for the first time today, considering the ground's dried up a bit. But for the connections he has, they're doing nothing wrong this season. Jack Kennedy on board.
We'll just check out one more. Number 14, straight across from us here, is Gavin Cromwell's I Am Lorenzo. I think this will be the first horse Gavin has had for Tim O'Driscoll, who of course has got a real connection with Leopardstown, loves to have winners here, and this fella was a 6-figure purchase as well. I Am Lorenzo, well-bred sort by Milan. I guess you'd have to respect him given top connections, Lisa.
Yeah, you definitely would. It's his debut today. He's stepping into deep competition at Christmas in Leopardstown Maiden Hurdle, but obviously that has to be respected considering connections decide to start off here. But he's walking around very professional, very laid back as well, and Keith Donoghue takes them out.
Horses then will be leaving the parade very shortly indeed for the first of our 7 races. A few of the runners then heading down to post for the first race here at Leopardstown, and understandably, given his high-class hurdle form, Ascending is the market leader here at 6-4. He's rated 133, and certainly what he's done over obstacles does make him bit of a standout. But the worry, I suppose, for his connections, Lisa, is, and we're going to see this a few times, obviously, not just today, but over the 4 days here at Leopardstown, is there something in there that we don't know much about that's going to come forward here and reveal itself today? Would you be in any rush to take a short price about him if you're a punter?
With Ascending? Yes, I think I would. Not that I want to oppose him, but would you question the fact that he hasn't got his head in front just yet? I know he's been campaigned in very top quality opposition, and he was second to Takeo at this meeting actually last year as well. That was a really good run on his debut effort over hurls, and I suppose he's been pitched in at the deep end ever since then. Maybe he just needed the comeback run last time, but the question does remain, is there something in here that maybe just has top quality form as well to put on show, really, Gary? The other thing is, I suppose he's a flat type. He's won over a mile up against a couple of horses that are previous point winners, so he's the horse that's got a bit of speed and got a bit of boot. Yes,
by Autad, of course, Ascending, and was trained in the flat by Clive Cox, rated 82 in that discipline. We've got a few flat recruits in against him here today, but as Lisa said, the second favourite is a point-to-point graduate. No flies on him, with Mark Walsh in the plate, and we'll see him riding the very well touted Mirazur West, the full brother to Fernie Hollow, in our next race, Maiden Hurdle. To be honest, looks like it's got a bit more depth to it potentially than this one. Again, big field though in both of them. Anything that we might have overlooked, Lisa, that you could perhaps see running well here, if not necessarily winning today?
Not really, out of what we've mentioned, to be honest, Gary. I think it does really frame, the race is framed around the top ones that are in the market. It'll be interesting to see. Obviously there's a couple of debutants in this that maybe could shape out well, but we'll have to we'll watch and see. I think I'd be happy to sit on some of the ones that are in the top of the market, obviously Ascending as we mentioned, but a couple of the ones maybe that have a little bit of experience. Master Otis, I know he's a big price for Tom Mullins, Danny Mullins on board. He's got a bit of bumper form, but he really needs to step forward. And Philip Dempsey's horse as well, with James O'Sullivan on board, was second to Fun last time we seen her at Thurles, and she's going to have to step forward from that run, but should improve for the run under her belt and the experience. But I think it definitely is framed around the top ones in the market.
It does look that way, doesn't it? Lord Vader, number 17, the mount of Conor Clark here, is another one who has winning form in the flat, won off a mark of 70 at Cork in Maiden actually last time, got put up £6 on the back of that, had run well at the Galway Festival previously, and also ran well in one of the big ladies handicaps at the Curragh when placed there, but doesn't look to be particularly well fancied here in his hurdles debut today. So here they come, making their way out onto the track. You can see the brown posts on the inside there. That's where they'll be moving into, presumably for tomorrow. And they'll have a lot of ground to work with here at Leopardstown, obviously, and you heard from Jane Headley before racing that they're really pleased with the conditions at the start of the week here. So there is a good bit of rain due tonight, so just keep an eye on things on that front. Jerry Hannon going to be calling them home for us here at Leopardstown as per usual. Let's say season's greetings to him ahead of the opening contest, the TRI Equestrian Maiden Hurdle.
White flag is raised. And that off. In the opener, the TRI Equestrian 4-year-old Maiden Hurdle, a full complement of 28 runners. They're already at the first. Sans Risk landed in company with no flies in him, losing at the first flight, the one Aggie. Vying for the lead, no flies in him. One out from the rail is Sans Risk, close up Ascending, being followed by Valo. DB Cooper is next, and then another way. Master Otis on the inside of fellow grey Kings Hill. Then Ann Could, who's followed to flight number 2 by Fascinating Story on the inside of Breaking the Clouds, and then I Am Lorenzo and Dream Escape and Lord Vader. Couple of lengths to Jolly Jewel and Missy Moo next with Hawkeye on the inside, then Lieber Nick, a break of 3 lengths to Supreme Authority in the white cap, and then Aurea Fortuna. Earl of Brackenstown next, then Ragman's Corner, being followed on to flight number 3 by Chatterbox, and Del Girl next towards the inside. as they continue their progress to flight number 3, over which the leader is No Flies in Him, followed by Sans Risk and Ascending. These 3 are covered by less than 2 lengths as they make the turn to head into the back straight. Okay, after his first flight spilled Cornerstone Walsh. Behind the leading 3 is Avalo, and on the inside is King's Hill, being followed around this turn by DB Cooper. No Flies in Him by 3 pars to Sans Risk, disputing second with Ascending. Racing together to Valo, King's Hill, tracked by DB Cooper, then Master Rotas. Another way on the outside of Ann Could, then Fascinating Story and Lord Vader next with Dream Escape and I'm Lorenzo and Breaking the Clouds. Further down the field is Jolly Jewel, and then Hawkeye and Lieber Nick and Missy Moo. 4 lengths to Aurea Fortuna, Edel of Brackenstown, Supreme Authority. Ragman's Corner next with Del Girl and Chatterbox as they cross the first of the flights in the back straight. Chatterbox has stragglers behind, going away from that first flight in the back straight. Hurry Up Flower is towards the rear, with also at the back is Aaron Star, and Out of Touch is Do the Math. They've passed the halfway stage, going to the next on the far side, and it is No Flies in Him, the leader, followed by Ascending on the outside of Sans Risk. A slight mistake by Sans Risk, worst mistake by King's Hill, who's in amongst the placed horses, then DB Cooper. Avalo next, followed by Another Way. Last flight in the back straight, 3 from the finish, over which it's No Flies in Him, followed closely by Ascending. Next, Sans Risk on the inside of the nose bandit of Avalo, and then DB Cooper and Another Way. After them is King's Hill with Fascinating Story and Master Rotas together, followed off the back straight by Lord Vader, and then Ann Could and I'm Lorenzo and Dream Escape next, with Jolly Jewel pushed along as Lieber Nick. After Lieber Nick is Breaking the Clouds, and then Missy Moo and Hawkeye, they're turning towards the second last. Inside the final half mile, in the TRI Equestrian Maiden Hurdle for 4-year-olds, little has changed in the order up front. The fraction leader is No Flies in Him from Ascending. DB Cooper up into 3rd, followed by Sans Risk, and then Avalo and Another Way. 2 lengths to King's Hill, then Master Rotas and Lord Vader next. Driven hard on the inside as Ann Could, and then Jolly Jewel and I Am Lorenzo. Turning in with 1 flight left to jump in the Christmas opener here at Leopardstown, and it's No Flies in Him, the leader, and is starting now to apply the pressure, racing down to the final flight. It's No Flies in Him opening up from Ascending, then DB Cooper, Sans Risk, and a scrap for the 3rd, followed then by Another Way, and down to the final flight. It is No Flies in Him and Mark Walsh into the last, and over well from Ascending. DB Cooper is next on the outside, and then comes Sans Risk and King's Hill, but well inside the final furlong. It is No Flies in Him. The dogs were barking about this one, as it is No Flies in Him making virtually all, with DB Cooper pinching the second close home from Ascending, and then King's Hill, Sans Risk, and I'm Lorenzo.
Well, time will tell how good a race this turns out to be, but I think the winner is a nice prospect. You'd have to say No Flies on Him, point-to-point winner earlier on this year, produced in good shape by Edward O'Grady to win on his rules debut today. This Westerner gelding, well-related sort, returns at 3-1, and all told, Lisa, in what could be a very big week, obviously, for the green and gold hoops here at Leopardstown. Connections will be thrilled with that, surely, won't they?
Oh, I'm sure they'll be very happy with that, Gary. Look, we've seen him win a point-to-point, obviously, in Knockanard. The form's worked out really well, but Mark Walsh asked him plenty of questions. He jumped off and made the running, and he was very, very professional for a horse that's making his racecourse debut. I thought he jumped very well all the way around and met the last on a good stride. And like, there was some good quality sort in this race, Gary, so it'll be interesting to see how it does fare out, but I really like what he's done. I think it's a good performance and something that Connections can I think they have a nice prospect on their hands, to be honest. I wouldn't be surprised if he'd handle a little softer conditions as well, actually.
Looked a strong point-to-point that he won. Django Bay, who finished second, of course, now with Nicky Henderson, is one of the big fancies for the Grade 1 Novice Hurdle over at Aintree this afternoon. No excuses for Ascending, I don't think, Lisa, where they're always close enough to strike. In the end, has lost second to DB Cooper, and a few of them have shown promising behind, but there were a few in there that you might have thought maybe have have run above themselves. Would that be fair? It's a bit of a bunch finish.
It is a little bit. They went not even a steady, they went a sensible gallop early on, and Mark Walsh was always in the right position. Rachel Blackmore on ascending as well, who made a little mistake at the first. It was a little bit keen at times as well, but that's him really, and I don't think there's any real excuses for him at all today. Sans Risk actually has run quite well and stepped up on the form of what we've seen of her at third.
Horses who cost €45,000 or less at public auction, so I guess it just gives some of these slightly cheaper priced horses, not that €45,000 is cheap, it's pretty much the average industrial wage, but in the context of bloodstock auctions and the prices that some of these horses can fetch, 45,000 is a more modest price. And there is Shoot Champagne for Charles Burns. It's quite well found in the market. Gavin Bruder will take the ride here. Shoot Champagne is towards the top of the market, daughter of Mahler, who so far, it would be fair to say, has shown only modest levels of ability over hurdles. She was a smart second in the maiden hurdle at Thurles 2 starts ago over 8 furlongs, but on the 11th of November was beaten 47 lengths at Gorn Park, again over 2 miles on heavy ground. I'm just catching some of the others who are leaving the paddock as well. It looks like that is number 9, Leopardstown Diva. On her way. So actually, I beg your pardon, it is Time for Tea. Number 6, Time for Tea. God bless my eyesight, looking to give Henry de Bromhead and Dara O'Keefe a quick double on the car. So there's Shoot Champagne on her way to the start. Her form figures so far have been a little bit in and out, but there was definitely encouragement to be taken from her runner-up position behind Brighter Days Ahead. She was beaten 10 lengths on that occasion on the 19th of October. But particularly when it comes to Charles Burns trained runners, the market rarely lies. In behind her is number 4, One Way Traffic for Oliver McKiernan and James Duggan, sporting the colours of the Keep the Faith Bloodstock group. And she's had plenty of starts in bumpers, 3 starts in bumpers, 3 starts so far as well in maiden hurdles, and she's been modest in her bumpers and pretty well held in all 3 starts over hurdles as well. There is number 2, Blue Denfer for Stuart Crawford and Ben Bromley, sporting the silks of Simon Munir and Isaac Swed. It could be quite a big day, in fact, for Munir and Swed. They've got a very fancied runner in the bumper, our final race of the day as well. And Ben's father, Anthony Bromley, who is racing manager to the owners, is also on track as well. Flew in from the United Kingdom this morning. Blue Denfer is, he's got a pretty unusual profile. He has had 2 starts over fences, but 3 starts ago he ran a big race when just beaten a short head at Perth, the back end of last season, just beaten a short head by Know It. Also just another look at Time for Tea as well. Daughter of Yumzain. Plenty of mares actually taking their chance in this field. Roughly half the field made up of distaffers. Great opportunities for mares these days in Ireland under both codes. And Time for Tea, daughter of Yumzain, having just her 3rd career start. She's run in maiden hurdles so far. The de Bromhead yard in good form at the moment, and they unleashed a smart one in the shape of Mossy Fen Park in our first race.
That Shoot Champagne has been supported on the exchanges quite well, quite significantly. Blue Donfer is out to 11-4 from 9-4, 4-1 purse price. The other Mozzie is 6-1, 13-2 time for tea. Now 11-2 the other Mozzie, 18-1 bar the top 5 for this next at Down Royal. Over we go to Bernard Condren.
Rishi, thank you very much indeed. Yes, a second maiden hurdle on the card here. And a race that's thrown up a smart horse or two over the last number of years. O'Toole was a very good winner of this a couple of years ago for Stuart Crawford and has developed into quite a smart handicap chaser, sporting the silks of Munir and Swed. And they are represented, same owners are represented here again with Blue Denfer, Stuart Crawford. Ben Bromley takes the mount, and Ben's father, Anthony, who is racing manager and sources the horses for Munir and Swed, he is also on track as well. It could be quite a good day for Simon Munir and Isaac Swed here at Down Royal. They've got a mare that's quite fancied in the concluding bumper race as well. And Blue Denfer has got an unusual profile for a race of this kind. His previous 2 races have come over fences, and he's acquitted himself quite well over fences at Punchestown last time. Beaten just 4 lengths behind, as luck would have it. He's also got some smart hurdling form as well. The last time we saw him over hurdles was at Perth at the end of April, when he was beaten just a short head with Daryl Jacob in the saddle. So Blue Denfer reverting to hurdles, the son of Turgeon, still only a 5-year-old. The market leader is Shoot Champagne for Charles Burns. Gavin Bruder takes the mount. He's very well found in the market, Shoot Champagne. His form over hurdles so far has been pretty modest, but when one from the yard is being supported in the betting as to the extent that he is, it's always important to place close attention. Shoot Champagne is one of about 4 mares in this field. Also worth mentioning purse price as well for Gordon Elliott. Here's James Griffin with the call.
Mount Frisco the first to show, to in second place as they race down towards the first of 2 hurdles to bring them up towards the judge. Mount Frisco has the lead to Blue Dawn Fair in company with purse price, and then comes Time for Tea at the first. Mount Frisco, Blue Dawn Fair. Slight mistake there by Shoot Champagne. Rider losses Iron briefly. Purse price on the inside of Mount Frisco, Blue Dawn Fair. And then in 4th place is My Mate Mozzie in company with Time for Tea, Shoot Champagne, Tankerstown Diva, and then comes Parlour of Dreams in company with One Way Traffic. So up in front of the judge with a circuit to race, and it's Mount Frisco in the colours of trainer John Ryan. To in second place, Pioneer Racing's Purse Price. To in third, Munir Swade's Blue Dawn Fair, and then comes One for Luck Racing Syndicate's Time for Tea to the other Mozzie in the colours of the Peak Syndicate, just ahead of Tankerstown Diva for Matthew Rogers, and then comes Shoot Champagne for the Dubai Cowboy Syndicate at the third. Mount Frisco, Purse Price, Blue Dawn Fair. The leading 3 clear by about 4 lengths to Time for Tea, My Mate Mozzie, Shoot Champagne, Tankerstown Diva. Then Parlour of Dreams for the Falls Partnership, and our back marker is One Way Traffic in the Keep the Faith Bloodstock Limited Silks. Mount Frisco down towards the necks. That'll bring them down towards the back straight. Mount Frisco to Purse Price and Blue Dawn Fair. Time for Tea and the other Mozzie. And then Tankerstown Diva, Shoot Champagne. Parlour of Dreams just overtaken by One Way Traffic as they swing down the back straight. Mount Frisco and Mark McDonough by a couple. To Purse Price in second, Baptiste Leclerc to in third, Ben Bromley riding Blue Dawn Fair, and they're clear by 5. To our first race winning jockey Darragh O'Keefe riding Time for Tea as they swing over the next at the 5th, and Tankerstown Diva had a nibble of grass there, and the other Mozzie and Shoot Champagne, then One Way Traffic and Under Pressure Parlour of Dreams. Striding on, it's stable companion of Parlour of Dreams. Mount Frisco has the lead. 2 in second place is Purse Price. A close third is Blue Dawn Fair. And then Time for Tea and the other Mozzie. Shoot Champagne mid-division to Tankerstown Diva, the only grey in the field. And then in behind is One Way Traffic and Parlour of Dreams. But Mount Frisco and Mark McDonough 2 in second. Purse Price on the inside. 2 wide is Blue Dawn Fair. And then a break of about 5 lengths to Time for Tea, and the Arkle winning Silks have put the kettle on. And then comes the other Mozzie, and then Shoot Champagne. Tankerstown Diva, One Way Traffic, and Parlour of Dreams is dropping further behind, but Mount Frisco continues the long run to the next. Inside the final mile to Blue Dawn Fair in second place. And then in behind, races in third, Purse Price. Closing up now the chasing pack, headed by Time for Tea. And then the white face, the other Mozzie. The green and white and the red silk, so Shoot Champagne at the next. Mount Frisco, Purse Price and Blue Dawn Fair. Time for Tea, the other Mozzie under pressure. Shoot Champagne there, striding clear of Tankerstown Diva. And then the one-way traffic in our back marker, Parlour of Dreams. Mount Frisco continues to show the way. Looking to big danger in the left-hand wing mirror is Blue Dawn Fair. Purse Price with the cheek pieces on the inside. Time for Tea tracks Blue Dawn Fair. Then Shoot Champagne under pressure. And then the other Mozzie, Tankerstown Diva. And then one-way traffic and Parlour of Dreams, who's hanging right but is tailed off. Mount Frisco yet to be headed. Blue Dawn Fair looks a big danger. 3 to jump as they head for home. And it's Mount Frisco. 2 in second, Blue Dawn Fair. In third is Purse Price. Then comes Time for Tea. And the other Mozzie and Shoot Champagne. The winner could come from any of them. But travelling the best is Blue Dawn Fair. Ranges up on the outside of Mount Frisco, who wasn't great. Neither of the leading pair were great through the air. In third, the other Mozzie, Time for Tea. Downhill they race inside the final 2.5 furlongs. And it's Blue Dawn Fair. Now noses to the front. 2 in second, Mount Frisco. Purse Price looking to come between the pair. And then comes Time for Tea. And in behind the other Mozzie and Shoot Champagne. And running on a long way back is one-way traffic. Blue Dawn Fair, a length to the good, is in the lead. 2 in second. And gone there, Shoot Champagne slipped up in the flat over the second last. And it's our leader, Blue Dawn Fair, Time for Tea. And then comes Purse Price and Mount Frisco inside the final furlong and a half in the wings of the last. And it's Blue Dawn Fair to the other Mozzie stand side. And it's Blue Dawn Fair to the other Mozzie, who's quickening up. Blue Dawn Fair, the other Mozzie, Time for Tea and Purse Price inside the final 100. The other Mozzie, Blue Dawn Fair, and the other Mozzie, red cap, the green colours, the far side, Blue Dawn Fair. The other Mozzie scores. Second is Blue Dawn Fair, Purse Price, Time for Tea, Mount Frisco, and then comes one-way traffic.
So a grandstand finish here in front of a big Boxing Day crowd at Down Royal. The second race in the card, the second of our maiden hurdles, goes the way of the other Mozzie for Gavin Cromwell and Kieran Buckley, just getting the better of Blue Dawn Fair and Ben Bromley in a titanic finish to our second race on the card. Big efforts as well from Time for Tea and also Purse Price as well, who've given game chase in third and fourth respectively. But as we picked them up here, it was Blue Dawn Fair, who was running a lovely race, reverting to hurdles for the first time since April of last season, who's travelled kindly throughout under Ben Bromley and was just run out of it by the other Mozzie, who's a half-brother to the stable's very smart performer, My Mate Mozzie. And well, there's nothing shy of talent about the other Mozzie, son of Vadamos. He's only a 4-year-old and has travelled really well throughout under the race and has come through under a well-timed run from Kieran Buckley to win this in very nice style on his hurdling debut as well. He's had plenty of starts in bumpers, had a few starts in point-to-points as well. And the other Mozzie has taken the spoils here in very good fashion for Gavin Cromwell. The Arder going great guns at the moment. They have been for quite some time, pretty much all autumn, October, November and well into December. The Gavin Cromwell yard have been really pumping out the winner, and it's fair to say we probably have seen two smart horses here, but Blue Dawn Fair finishing a close second under Ben Bromley.
Leading by to
You're all very welcome to Limerick Racecourse, day one of the 4-day festival, of course, and we get underway with a 3-year-old Juvenile Hurdle, of course. Kick off proceedings here with a very well backed and strong in the market debutant for Willie Mullins, Bunting, who makes his debut here today following a really impressive success on debut at Fontainebleau last March. Started the flat season with quite testing ground there on that occasion, but this horse revelled in it. He was held up initially, made good ground down towards the inside, and once getting to the front on a track where it's quite a stiff finish, he extended to win well inside the final furlong. He drew clear to win by 7 lengths. The eventual third home on that occasion, Silwawi, went on to be placed in Group 3 company. The form of the race looks good. Connections obviously picked him up in the meantime, and he's a very interesting recruit to the hurling game here today by Batron. He's been gelded since that win in France, makes his debut here today with Sean O'Keefe taking the ride in Tony Bloom colours, of course. Timeless Peace is the next up in the market, trained by Gordon Elliott. This one formerly a dual winner in the flat for Jessica Harrington. She won in contrasting grounds at Gorham Park early in the year on decent ground, and stayed on strongly to win on heavy ground at Killarney in early October, producing a gritty performance, beat Amelia Star on that occasion. The form of that race has taken a few knocks, but Timeless Peace has shown herself to be versatile, and she's had 2 runs over hurdles since, performing much better on her second start over hurdles at Punchestown after bombing out completely at Fairyhouse. Number 9, Voice of Reason, also makes his debut for Gordon Elliott, a winner for Ger Lyons, where he battled on well on the rail to just prevail at Killarney at the July meeting. Good performance on that occasion. He bombed out on 2 occasions since then. I think he needs better ground to be at his best. He didn't get that on the flat on his last 2 runs, but back on the level on a decent surface he could be a different proposition. He's going to, I think, possibly struggle on the ground here today, but he did look a type that would make into a juvenile hurdler physically, and he does tend to stay well if on one of his better days here today. Interesting by Churchill to see how he shapes on stable and hurling debut here today. Number 3, Bright Legend, he definitely held his ground. He was a good winner at the Curragh despite showing signs of quirkiness, which he did in most of his run. He balked badly to his left late on and almost surrendered lead to Young Ireland before rallying inside the final half of furlong to record a good success there at the Curragh back in April over 10 furlongs. He went on to run okay at Navan afterwards, and again showed signs of being a bit quirky when he ran around under pressure at the same track where he gained his main success at the Curragh in mid-October. Not a bad run in a competitive race at that occasion. He's got a rating in the mid-80s, and he will definitely handle conditions here today. Again, he looks a type that could transfer and maybe even be better over hurdles than his flat form, but he will be adept at handling conditions here today. Number 6, Mr. Lincoln, was a good winner of a Cork Maiden early on in the flat season. He kept on strongly in a race where the pace may well have fallen apart on that occasion. He since then has been a little bit disappointing on occasions. He ran a cracker at Killarney in July, went third to a decent filly in Bella Blue Eyes, but he bombed out, went far too keen over mile 5 at Leopardstown later that month. He's been off the track since then. He's been gelded and makes his hurling debut for the same connections in Joe Murphy. Sean Flanagan, of course, picks up to ride. Wouldn't be at all sure he'd get the trip. May well do next summer, next spring on better ground, but heavy ground here, Limerick, I think, will expose Mr. Lincoln, and he would probably struggle to get the trip, in my opinion. We just see number 2, Blind Man, there causing a lot of problems going start. Last out of the ring, trained by Brian McMahon, getting led down now by Michael Philip Enright to get to the start. Refused last time and may not look the most enthusiastic horse on show here today. Former clerk of the course, Fallow Colin, of course, has been drafted in here to help out over the 4 days at the track where he used to be the clerk of the track, of course. Paul Maloney, the current incumbent, and he's been getting a bit of a little blowout for Val trying to get this horse going, but Blind Man has been withdrawn. They are off. Bunting, very popular mark in the blue and white colours, number 4.
Rest of the field head off towards the first flight, and on the inside the in crowd, and Mike O'Connor the first to show in front with Bunting upsides that one, and all safely over the first, Voice of Reason in the pink jacket. Races on the outside as they head towards flight number 2. which a long run towards until they get there, the first of the two in the straight. But keen up front is Voice of Reason and Sam Ewing on the outside of the in crowd and Mike O'Connor. Half a length then to Bunting, who races in third, and turn a length in front of Base Money, who's 4 on the inside for Dunamila, with on the outside of these the grey Mr. Lincoln, who's in company with Can't Catch Camacho and Bright Legend. And they're in front of the back two as they continue the run downhill towards a straight Timeless Piece, and the back marker is Tasmanian Girl. So heading into the straight towards flights 2 and 3 of the 9 in all that they'll be jumping in this race, and it's Voice of Reason, possibly settling maybe a little bit better in front, leads by about a length to Bunting, who races in second. Third on the inside is the in crowd. They're followed by Can't Catch Camacho in the striped sleeves towards the centre of the track, in company with the blue and yellow of Bright Legend. The grey Mr. Lincoln is on the outside of these, with Base Money jumps it next on the inner, ahead of Timeless Piece, and the back marker continues to be Tasmanian Girl. As they come to flight number 3, the last in another circuit, and Voice of Reason lands in the lead by about a length or so. Bunting races in second. Third on the inside is the in crowd. They're followed in 4 by Bright Legend. Can't Catch Camacho and Base Money next, followed half a length back by the grey Mr. Lincoln, who's in front of Timeless Piece, and the back marker is Tasmanian Girl. So as they begin to make the right-handed swing to bring them towards the entrance to the back straight, with just a little less than a circuit to race. Voice of Reason and Sam Ewing takes them along by a length to Bunting and Sean O'Keefe in second. Length and a half then to the in crowd and Mike O'Connor, who's third on the inside of in 4 Bright Legend under Daniel King. Therefore a length and a half back by Base Money and Dunamila on the inside of Can't Catch Camacho and Richie Condon, with on the outside of these races Mr. Lincoln and Sean Flanagan, who's just in front of Timeless Piece and Carl Miller, and the back marker Tasmanian Girl and Shane O'Callaghan. So as they make the run towards the flight, which is 6 in the finish, the first of 4 in the back straight, and it's Voice of Reason still taking them along by a length and a half to Bunting. Travels nicely in second. Good jump in front there by Voice of Reason. Good jump by Bunting in second as well. The in crowd races third on the inside of Bright Legend, followed then by Base Money. Can't Catch Camacho on the outside of these, followed then by Timeless Piece, who's made his place on the inside of Mr. Lincoln, and a few lengths then to Tasmanian Girl. Mistake there by Base Money, but jumping back up to take much closer orders. It jumped the 4th last flight, and the pace just beginning to slacken a little bit in front. Voice of Reason still dictating by half a length to Bunting in second. Base Money, the in crowd, and Bright Legend dispute third, fourth and fifth as they pass the 5 furlong point and jump the 3rd last flight. Can't Catch Camacho made a mistake there and has dropped back through the field. Mr. Lincoln travels nicely for Sean Flanagan on the outside of this group, followed then by Timeless Piece and Tasmanian Girl, who look like getting detached, but has tacked onto the heels of the leading group and only has Catch Camacho behind it. As they head across the top and on the downhill run towards the turn into the straight, inside the final half mile of this opening Aqua Process Solutions 3-year-old maiden hurdle. Voice of Reason on the inside. Bunting travels strongly, moves alongside. They're followed by Bright Legend, with on the outside of these Mr. Lincoln travelling as well as anything. They're followed by the in crowd and Base Money's being ridden along. Tasmanian Girl and Can't Catch Camacho. Swinging in, open race. Bunting takes the lead, 1 off the rail. Bright Legend in the centre. Mr. Lincoln travels well on the outside, and this 3 will go on by a couple of lengths to Voice of Reason, the in crowd, and Base Money, who tries to stay on. Down to the second last, and as Bunting opens up and goes on by a length and a half as they come to the second last. Bunting lands a length and a half in front of Bright Legend. Slight mistake in second. Mr. Lincoln now being coming on the outside for Sean Flanagan, but Bunting has about a 3-length advantage down to the final flight. Bunting jumps it well in front. Mr. Lincoln a slight mistake in second. Bright Legend and Base Money 3rd and 4. But racing up towards the line is Bunting, who's going to open the Limerick Christmas Festival with a winner for Willie Mullins and Sean O'Keefe. Bunting by about half a dozen lengths in the end. From Mr. Lincoln second, Base Money 3rd, Bright Legend 4. 5th was Timeless Piece, ahead of the in crowd.
Strong in the market, a good impression created on the hurling debut by Bunting, who was very impressive in winning at Fontainebleau last March. And the race has worked out well on the flat, and he's also won really well, being strong to death here on his hurling debut, and is struggling. Well, he's given Sean O'Keefe to pilot. Time to pull up, and he looks a nice prospect. Jump into off the debutant Voice of Reason, but once he began to wilt, turning out a back straight, Sean O'Keefe just rolled on down towards the rail. At that point, 2.5 furlongs out, it looked like Bright Legend, who finished 4th, Mr. Lincoln in Shot Gray, who ran a very good race in a hurling debut and got to trip a lot better than I expected him to do, and jumped well down towards the near side was Mr. Lincoln. The winner too strong to death. Bright Legend begins to cry off at this point in time. He faded to finish third. And keep an eye on Base Money, who's kept on to be third, stepping up on 3 lacklustre runs in the flat, but it could be a horse to watch back in 11 next season. Having kept to grab the minor orders late on. The winner runs down the last somewhat, going into, but once getting to the rail, hands and heels, gets a backhander, he extends to win well, looking like a nice type for connections going forward. He wins by 6 to 8 lengths. Mr. Lincoln
of ability. He was third to Facile Vega in the champion bumper a couple of years ago. That's standout for him to bring to the table here today, and if he can transfer that over hurls, he has to have a big say. He's one I'm interested to see how he can fare out.
Yes, that is St James's Gate then, who is the mount here today of JJ Slevin, and he's been a bit of a market mover. He was a much bigger price earlier on St James's Gate, but around about an 8 to 1 shot here now on track. Another of the Mullins contingent there, the grey horse, that's Danny Mullins' mount, who was a big disappointment in a maiden hurdle at Nace, won by Slade Steele, Icar des Bois. He'd won the George Mernon Memorial bumper at Ferryhouse back at Easter. Would you be inclined to give him another chance, Lisa, to prove that form wrong at least?
I think you'll have to draw a line through the form in Nace. He completely bombed out that day. He was reported to have made a noise and was coughing post-race as well. So look, maybe things weren't right that day, but I think I wouldn't be overly confident. I wouldn't be siding with him today. I'd like to see how he can acquit himself today. I thought he jumped a bit novice-y in the early part of the race too, so there's a bit more negatives than positives for him for me. But look, he obviously has ability, but I'd be a watching brief for today. The most interesting horse for me in this race, I think, is actually James de Burley. You can see him, he's just on his toes a little bit down the start as well. JJ Slevin is on board, but yeah, I think he's a horse with bags of ability, and he's a long time off, but hopefully he retains all that ability.
Okay, so good shout for St James's Gate there, James's Gate I should say, for Lisa's one to keep a close eye on here, and he does have his supporters in the market.
Dr. Glide,
just going to mention him, Lisa. Yeah, owner would have been disappointed with the horse in the first, I'm sure, Chris Jones ascending, but this fella made a really eye-catching debut at Ferryhouse.
Yeah, I definitely agree. He finished a couple of lengths ahead of Helvic Dream on the day, and I think he was probably ridden to come home well, and he definitely done that. I think he's entitled to improve with that experience under his belt. And look, he could be a top quality novice for the Jim Draper team, but he's not overly big. Looking at him in the parade ring, he's a liver chestnut kind of colour, and with the Chris Jones for colours on board for Keith Donoghue as well, I think he could shape well. I definitely think he can fall into the money here today.
22 to 1 shot currently. Looks as though he's going to be ridden a bit handier today with that experience behind him. Dr. Glide in the maroon and white striped jacket, favourite, who has just proved easy to back near the off. Mirazur West right in the centre there in the McManus hoops. King of Kingsfield, the maroon and white of Jigginstown, you can see is going to be held up today. Not the way they're normally winning.
No, but
this is a bit of a different case, isn't it?
Yeah, it's no surprise either, because look, he was dropped in the Royal Bond, and he was ridden to come home, and he did that, and I'd imagine they'll apply the same tactics today and probably leave it as late as they can to hit the front. For me, he's the horse when he hits the front. I'm just not so sure if he wants to go through with it, but I'd say Jack Kennedy will be trying to time things to perfection today.
Yes, there he is, just right in the middle of the pack, one off the rail, King of Kingsfield. And he'll be able to keep a close eye on Mirazur West from that position, you would imagine.
Mirazur West is actually, when he did win his bumper, I thought he travelled really, really well. Derek O'Connor made all the running that day. I thought he was impressive, but he was always in control, and there was loads to like about that. He's very athletic looking, even though he's got a bit of size and scope about him, he's quite athletic looking beforehand too, and Connections will be bidding to have 2 on the board here at the early start of the Christmas festival.
Absolutely, and he is a full brother to Fernie Hollow, but by all accounts a much easier horse to deal with.
A bit more tractable.
Which is
he
just
certainly
as well.
looked that way. Yeah, absolutely, because Fernie Hollow was one that was certainly had loads of ability, but it was very hard on himself as well.
So they are edging in towards the tape for a very interesting contest here, and now 11 to 10 on about Mirazur West. Let's see if he can preserve that unbeaten record under rules.
Flags raised. Off and running in the second maiden hurdle. This one generously sponsored by Thornton's Recycling. Over 2 miles and 9 flights, and is Midazur West the favourite, who takes them out over the first, followed by Dr. Glide, who jumped across in front of the nose-banded Bonavena, losing Old Port. A handful of strides after the first flight. Jockey okay. Raymond Baden is up. Midazur West, followed by Icad de Bois, Dr. Glide, Bonavena, King of Kingsfield tracking the leaders on the inside. Then What's It About and Helvig Dream next with Monsant and Oulon Bator Deshe. Then comes the long absent James's Gate with Scorsese next, followed to flight number 2 by O'Reilly, and then Isenay and Caracol, and towards the inside is Agent Tequila. Midazur West opens up a lead, but is keenly racing from Dr. Glide, Icard de Bois, then Bonavena. Mistake there by Icard de Bois, hit that flight hard. As they make this turn into the back straight, the leader is Midazur West from Icard de Bois, Dr. Glide, Bonavena is next, and then Helvig Dream on the inside, King of Kingsfield. Another grey up with the leaders is What's It About, and then Monsant and Oulon Bator Deshe and James's Gate and Scorsese next with O'Reilly, and then Caracol. Racing together Isenay and Agent Tequila. Being followed then to the next flight on the far side of the track by Divil a Bother, and then Sunair and Brogue Man River, and Manhattan Brook next, being followed down the far side by Ask Killian, and then on the Kerr, Bally Eden Close. Soon at the halfway stage, well spaced out Midazur West, over the first of 4 in the back straight, maintaining a lead of at least 3 lengths from Icard de Bois, then Dr. Glide, Bonavena, King of Kingsfield on the inside of Helvig Dream, and then Oulon Bator Deshe. What's It About next with Monsant, jumping up in between horses. Going to the next flight on the far side of the track, James's Gate. They've passed the halfway stage. Midazur West continues to go along in the lead. As of yet hasn't been headed, followed by Icard de Bois, Bonavena, Dr. Glide, King of Kingsfield on the inside. As they jump the next, Midazur West off to the right, but stays at the head, followed by Icard de Bois, Dr. Glide, Bonavena, King of Kingsfield, Helvig Dream next, then Oulon Bator Deshe and James's Gate, the red cap. 3 lengths then of What's It About, and then Monsant. Scorsese being followed by O'Reilly and Agent Tequila and on the core. Brogue Man River pushed along on the inside of Caracol. Heading for the second last flight into Thornton's Recycling Maiden Hurdle. It's Midazur West with a reduced advantage of 1.5 lengths. It's been cut back by Dr. Glide, who's picked up the chase, and then Icard de Bois. Helvig Dream makes headway with James's Gate. King of Kingsfield is next, followed then by O'Reilly. Gone there, Bonavena. Running the home turn, 1 flight left, and it is Midazur West, followed now by Icard de Bois, who's just wrestled back the second from Dr. Glide. Round the outside, James's Gate, and snapping at the leader's heels is King of Kingsfield, and then Helvig Dream and Oulon Bator Deshe. Coming down to the final flight, Midazur West, with spying a gap in between the 2 leaders is King of Kingsfield, who's coming there strongly, 1 off the rail, then Icard de Bois and James's Gate, and landing together, King of Kingsfield on the outside, fractional leader, and is now going on from Midazur West, and then Icard de Bois, and racing inside the final 75 yards. King of Kingsfield gets a deserved turn in maiden company, and didn't he do it well? From Midazur West, Icard de Bois, James's Gate, Helvig Dream, Oulon Bator Deshe.
King of Kingsfield has put an end to that string of placed efforts by winning really impressively here under a confident ride from Jack Kennedy. It was delivered and beautifully at the final flight of hurdles. The favourite, though, you'd have to say, has proved his own worst enemy here, Midazur West. As we built him up, Lisa, as a nice straightforward horse compared to his full brother. He was anything but today, wasn't he? He took a right grip, jumped out to his right at a lot of hurdles, giving away ground. still in there pitching coming down to the last, but do you think maybe those exertions took their toll ultimately?
Yeah, obviously we lost one at the first in Old Port. Ray Barron came off, good to see him on his feet, but I think that really lit up the favourite Mirror West, which done him no good by any means, and he had little in reserve when it came down to the business end of things, whereas in contrast King of Kingsfield, who we often question at the business end of things, had loads to put on show today, and he's really got it. Oh look, maybe he's just built and built and built on what we've seen of him so far this season, but we were concerned about the twos that were behind his name, but he's got his head in front today and he's done it in an impressive fashion too.
And the best ground he's had a chance to run on for a while, King of Kingsfield also today, which seemed to really showcase his talents well. And here he is arriving up alongside Mirror West at the final flight of hurdles, which he jumps really well. Just see that blunder there from James's Gate. He was just getting a bit tired at the time, but a lot of promise in his effort. I think he's made up some real good ground. He
did, and even in the early part of the race, I thought he was making lengths every time he jumped as well, but I thought he ran with loads of
So the third race of the afternoon here at Down Royal, due off at 12:48, is the Adair Manor Opportunity Handicap Hurdle, run over 2 miles and 1 furlong. Part of an excellent initiative supported and sponsored by JP McManus to give conditional riders extra opportunities. A whole series of these hurdle races run throughout Ireland throughout the season. And there is number 9, Malbaz, who is top of the market at the moment for John McConnell. Tom Harney takes the ride, sporting the silks of the Rockview Racing Syndicate. Malbaz still without a win over hurdles from 8 starts over hurdles, in fact. But the son of Muckadram potentially quite well handicapped here off a mark of 93, and this will be his first start on a race course for just over 3 months as well. Connections have reached for the tongue strap once again back aboard Malbaz, so he'll be looking for his first win. In behind him then, the horse closest to his on the pictures is a Gamagan for Noel Kelly. Gavin Bruder takes the ride aboard the son of Dark Angel, sports the colours of Shauna Kelly, the trainer's wife. Gamagan has got the cheek pieces and the tongue tie back on, and the interesting thing with him is that all 3 of Gamagan's career successes, 2 of them coming on the flat and 1 over hurdles, all 3 of his career wins have come with the combination of tongue strap and cheek pieces attached. And Noel Kelly, another very shrewd operator based in Derry, doesn't have a huge yard, but normally when he does take aim at a race, his runners are not too far away. Glen Malure Flyer goes here for Henry de Bromhead and Dara McConville. Horse number 2, daughter of elusive Pimpernel. And this will be her second start in handicap company. She was 6th of 15 on her handicap hurdle debut at Thurles just over a month ago. She's a 5-year-old, and for all that she's a maiden, she's lightly raced and no doubt is open to improvement, hailing from the in-form Henry de Bromhead yard. So about 2 minutes or so to go to post time. A couple more to pick out here. Number 11, St. Denis as well, has been enjoying a fine season for Ian Patrick Donahue. Cara Monaghan on board St. Denis as well. This partnership were quite smart winners of a handicap hurdle at Navan on the 19th of November. 22 runner affair. And there was no fluke about it as well. St. Denis as well was 4 3/4 of a length clear of the rest of his field. A tongue tie was fitted on that occasion for the first time. The tongue tie, unsurprisingly, is back again on St. Denis as well. He's a horse that should be well able to cope with this distance. and he is up another 9 pounds in the weights, but he's a fine big frame of a horse, and I don't think the extra weight is going to cause him too much difficulty. St. Denis as well, and Cara Monaghan. Sporting the silks of Simon Munir and Isaac Swed is Joker du Chenet for Stuart Crawford and Ben Bromley. They were just out of luck in our previous race when Blue Dunfer ran a fine race under Ben Bromley, just run out of it by the other Mozzie about 40 yards from the line. Joker du Chenet is another lightly raced maiden in this field, and another horse who's wearing a tongue strap for the first time, and last seen when finishing 13.5 lengths behind Gamagan at Ayr. Gamagan, of course, who reopposes here for Noel Kelly. Cuevas Pet carries top weight and has got the assistance of Tom Kelly in the yard. A winner at Kilbeggan 3 starts ago at the 1st of October. So without any further ado, horses coming into line for this, our third race on the card, the Adair Manor Opportunity Hurdle. Our commentator this afternoon is James Griffin.
Running for the third, and Simply Shabra the first to show. 2 in second is Money in a Ban, and then Bolton Glass Hill with Glenmalure Flyer, Cuevas Pet, as there's a cavalry charge down to the first. Our leader on the inside, working inside out, Cuevas Pet, Glenmalure Flyer, Money in a Ban and Simply Shabra. The 4 take off and land together. Mistake mid-division and unseated rider Moonlone West. Down quickly onto the second, and looking back, Alan King getting to his feet. So over the second they jump. And our leader on the inside is Cuevas Pet to Glenmalure Flyer, Money in a Band. Simply Shabra on the inside is Gamagin with Gold Haven, Leilani. Then Be My Hero, St. Denis as well. Bolton Glass Hill mid-division will Malbass. And then the Grey Stockdale will Go Watson, Lariat, Falvio, Joker du Chenet, and then Jack Henry. And the reserve Flash the Lights. Away from the stands they race. And Cuevas Pet, bit of bump in the boring on the bend with Glenmalure Flyer. And then comes Money in a Ban and Simply Shabra racing wide. On the inside is Gamagin, a recent winner across the water to Gold Haven, Leilani. Bolton Glass Hill, Malbass, St. Denis as well, and Be My Hero over the third they jump. And then in behind, Be My Hero, is Lariat with Joker du Chenet, Will Go Watts racing wide, Jack Henry ridden away from that, Falvio, and Flash the Lights, the reserve, the mount of James Duggan. Into the back straight, this hurdle will bring them, and it's Cuevas Pet. Cuevas Pet has the lead by a length to Glenmalure Flyer. Taking off in third is Gold Haven in company with Gamagin and Leilani. Then comes Money in a Bond. And behind that, races on the inside in the yellow and purple is Be My Hero. And then the recent Navan winner, St. Denis as well. Simply Shabra, Bolton Glass Hill, Malbass, Lariat, with then Will Go Watson, Joker du Chenet, Falvio, Stockdale, Jack Henry, and Flash the Lights off the pace. Down the back straight and quickly on to the next. Cuevas Pet in company with Gold Haven, the mount of Kieran Buckley, who rode out his claim in our previous race. Then Glenmalure Flyer in third, Gamagin 4, 5 Leilani in company with on the outside of Leilani. Races Simply Shabra and Money in a Ban, and then St. Denis as well, the chestnut with the white face who gave Cara Monaghan a day to remember in Navan. But our leaders Cuevas Pet and Tom Kelly, 2 in second, Gold Haven, Kieran Buckley to Glenmalure Flyer and Dara McConville. Then racing wide, Conor Brazel, Simply Shabra, Money in a Ban is in behind with Ethan O'Sullivan, and then Gamagin in the Sean and Kelly Silks in the hands of Gavin Bruder. And then in behind that is Bolton Glass Hill and Paul Cawley in company with Leilani and Keane Walsh. And then Cara Monaghan, St. Denis as well, and Lee McKenna, Will Go Watts, will Malbass, also there Tom Harney. And as they swing down the side of the track, and then Stockdale the Grey in the white and blue in the hands of Shane Fenlon. Joker du Chenet and Ben Bromley, Be My Heroes, lost a couple of places in the hands of Jake Cohen. But Cuevas Pet to Glenmalure Flyer, Simply Shabra. Gold Haven on the inside to Malbass, Gamagin, Money to Bond, St. Denis as well, Bolton Glass Hill, Will Go Watts, Stockdale, Joker du Chenet and Leilani. Plenty holding chances, and then Lariat and in behind Be My Hero, and plenty under pressure out the back as well. Cuevas Pet, Glenmalure Flyer, Gold Haven down the paint. And in behind Malbass 4, 5 Simply Shabra, 6 is Gamagin, 7 Leilani, St. Denis as well, Bolton Glass Hill, Will Go Watts swooping the field, Joker du Chenet behind a wall of horses, the Grey, then Stockdale, Jack Henry, Lariat trying to attach herself onto the main body of the field, Falvio, and in behind Falvio comes an off the bridle, Flash the Lights. Swinging for home inside the final 5. Cuevas, Pet to Glenmalure, Flyer, little or no change in the running order to Simply Shabra. Malbass tanking through the field. Then comes Goldhaven, Gamagen, Leilani, Monilabon, St. Dennis as well as they jump to third last. Landing with the lead, Cuevas, Pet to the very strong travelling Malbass. Glenmalure, Flyer in third place as they go down the hill with 2 to jump in the Adair Manor opportunity. Handicap Hurdle the third in the card. Cuevas, Pet to Malbass. Your eye is drawn to Gamagen. Then the cheek piece runner on the outside, Simply Shabra. Stockdale coming widest and also travelling well down along the road to St. Dennis as well. Plenty in with chances, and it's Cuevas, Pet to Goldhaven, nipping up the inside. Malbass, Gamagen, Simply Shabra over the second last. Long was Goldhaven, hitting the front was Malbass, and they're going to be the last off the bridle will be Gamagen, and then in fourth is Cuevas, Pet at the last. Malbass crashes through it, likewise Gamagen, and then Goldhaven, Cuevas, Pet, St. Dennis as well. Be My Hero running on all too late, but Gamagen, the recent winner across the water. It wouldn't be a Boxing Day meeting at Down Royal without a winner for Noel Kelly. Gamagen is quickening clear and scores nicely to Malbass, Goldhaven, St. Dennis as well. Be My Hero, Jack Henry the one for the notebook, Joker de Chenet.
So victory goes to the well-found in the market Gamagen for Noel Kelly and Gavin Bruder. Gamagen making it back-to-back successes following from a facile win at Ayr just a few weeks ago for trainer Noel Kelly. And Gamagen now makes it 4 wins all told when sporting the tongue tie and the cheek pieces as well. And you could just pick him out in the cheek pieces, travelling with consummate ease, travelling like the wrath of God, really, under Gavin Bruder. A very confident Gavin Bruder. Nice pop at the last as well. At this stage, it was Cuevas Pet who was just beginning to check out of proceedings, having carried them along under top weight up to the second last, and Cuevas Pet has run a big race. Interestingly, both Malbass, who's eventually finished in second for John McConnell and Tom Harney, and the winner Gamagen, they both fluffed the final flight of hurdles, with Goldhaven keeping on into third for Paul Flynn and Kieran Buckley, who lost his claim in our previous race on the card. But Gamagen is a horse in form, winning here off a mark of 90. He's a son of Dark Angel with a predominantly flat pedigree, albeit I think if you go further back, there's some stout influences in there, the likes of Order of St. George. But there was no doubting his success here. And this is a 4th career success for Gamagen. 2 now over hurdles and 2 on the flat. And no doubt there will be more opportunities in future.
Is gone from a shade of odds on to a shade of odds against here today, making our second start over hurdles following disappointing defeat at Tramore, following a decent and well-touted debut in the Aintree Mare's Bumper, of course. She was keen on that occasion at Aintree, travelled well down towards the inside and travelled best. One of the last horses to come off the bridle before fading inside the final furlong. She was off the track then when she made her hurling debut at Tramore in late November. And to be fair to her, she was fresh, she was keen, and without the benefit of the last 2 hurdles, which were omitted due to the low-lying sun, she never really got a chance to get her stride broken. Over racing for much of the race, she got caught late on. Rider Mark Walsh looked like he was travelling well, but in fact she was running on fumes, and she was picked up late on by Soldante, who has gone on to not to run okay at Cheltenham only in a greater race since then. That said, Jolie Curallen, she should be a lot more relaxed today with the benefit of that recent run and the experience of running over hurdles, and she will need to be around Limerick here today. It takes quite a bit of getting this time of the year. That stiff uphill finish down the back, and they tend to get racing early in the straight, and the last furlong can be punishing if you don't relax and do things right. Jody McGarvey, really good record, of course, for Willie Mullins when he rides for JP McManus for that stable, has picked up a good ride in his filly. I presume he'd like to get her relaxed and get a lead early on, and if she were to do things right, she sets a good standard on her potential, at least at the top of the market. The one with the best form though in the book is trained by Henry Bromhead. It's Picture You, who has progressed very well on both starts over hurdles today. It held up on debut. She finished off the race well with a hood on for the first time at Cork, and later that month, in late November, ran a cracker, just getting going a shade late when just going down by head, a short head to tactical affair. A lot to like though about that performance. She's beginning to relax, she switches off, she handles the ground, and she's hitting the line strong last time. All the attributes that you want here, Limerick, I'd feel today. And she will keep the favourite, Jolie Curral, honest, I'd feel. And on the back of that run at Cork, it's probably open to more improvement. And whatever she is, she will be, I think, near her peak today. Looked well in the ring. And like the favourite wears a hood here today by authorised ground. Based on all her form today, it should not be an issue. Number 1, Spasiba, there's in shot. Philip Enright rides this one for Sam Curling. Promising horse for 1 point for trainer Paddy Toomey back in 2022. He was a really good winner at Roscommon in a maiden, taking on Hallowed Star course, who was a decent handicap hurler at that point of his career, and he ran a good race behind Shark Bay. For all that he was beaten favourite on that occasion, next time at Killarney. Obviously things did not go to plan afterwards. He was off the track for a year when he pitched up, 10 months when he pitched up at Killarney in a winner's race, and he looked like it improved for the run on that occasion. He was duly ran at the Galway Festival in a very competitive 1.5 mile handicap, the Guinness handicap, and not beaten all that far on that occasion, mid-division, 9 lengths. He's an interesting recruit to the Sam Curling team, an interesting recruit to hurls here today. I just wonder, will deep ground really suit him? He can be a foregoing sort on the level at least, and it will be interesting to see how he performs here on debut today. For a team that are having a decent run of things in recent weeks, Sam Curling on the track, at least one of the leading point-to-point trainers on the circuit as well also. Number 5, Joy de Tay, trained by Paul Nolan, is one that should improve a good bit also from her hurling debut, and he shaped a decent promise on debut at Gorham Park, and it looks like he will be very prominent along with the favourite, who's going to be the first one out of tapes for Jody McGarvey, the white cap of JP McManus.
And they're off. Slightly awkward start by the favourite Jolie Curalen, but makes up the ground on the inside as the race towards the first of 9 flights in company with Nathan Wells, and on the outside of this duo races Joyo de Tay, and a good jump on the outside by Joyo de Tay. Sees it land in front as they all jump it safely, but a few of them not too fluent, but it's Joyo de Tay who takes up and goes on by a few lengths for Sean Flanagan. Leads by about 3. 2 in second place is the favourite Jolie Curalen, followed length and a half back by Nathan Wells racing in third. 4 behind those is Diamond Dollar with Picture of You. Races next on the inside, and as they continue the downhill run towards the straight, upside's Picture of You is Spasiba, who's showing up prominently in the chasing group, a few lengths in front of Rinasir King and Tell Me Your Troubles, who in turn is 3 to 4 in front of Whole Lot of Business, who's in front of Tropical Speed and Big Ira. So as they swing in towards the 2 flights in the straight for the first time. And the lead is with Joy de Tay, who leads by about a length and a half from Jolie Curalen and Jody McGarvey, racing keenly in second as she has been known to do. Racing in third then is Nathan Wells and Sam Ewing as a jump flight number 2. 4 on the inside is Picture of You and Mike O'Connor, who's in company with Spasiba and Philip Enright, who in turn is a couple of lengths in front of Diamond Dollar and Kevin Murphy, who jumps that in 6th spot. A few lengths in front of Tell Me Your Troubles and Rinasir King, getting a reminder or 2 on that one's inside. To turn a few lengths in front of Whole Lot of Business, who's in front of Big Ira, with on one's inside races Manor Royale. A length or so in front then of Tropical Speed, and they're a couple of lengths in front of the group at the back of the field, who are headed by Princess Preskina, with on that one's inside is Spavango, and with Spavango races the Ferryman, Fernhill Fling, with that one's inside is Hatfield Hammer, and the back marker is Relax Annie. So the field not quite as strung out as they were as they passed the halfway point and shortly to enter the back straight. 6 flights left to jump, and the lead continues to be held by Joyo de Tay, a length and a half in front of in second place races Jolie Curalen. Half a length to Nathan Wells, who races third on the outside of that one. Picture of You and Spasiba are next in the field, followed length then by Diamond Dollar, who in turn is a couple of lengths in front of the chasing group headed by Tell Me Your Troubles and Rinasir King, a gap of 4 to 5 lengths as they jump the 5th last flight to find Whole Lot of Business, who is in front as they head towards, as they jump the flight four from the finish. And Joyeux de Thay continues to take them along. A length and a half in front of. In second place is Jolie Coraline. Picture of You taking closer order third on the inside. Spasiba is 4 on the outer. Between those two races, Nathan Wells, and they're a couple of lengths in front as they jump the third last over Diamond Dollar, and a break opening up behind those to the chasing group who are headed by Tell Me Your Troubles. But inside the final 5 furlongs of this Science Plus Maiden Hurdle, and Jolie Coraline moves up on the outside now to join issue, in fact take over from in second place Joyeux de Thay. A length into Spasiba, who's making ground third on the outside. Picture of You being pushed along for a strider 2 and 4. Nathan Wells being pushed along in 5, but the race is between this quintet as they've drawn clear of Diamond Dollar, who's being chased by Tell Me Your Troubles. Towards the swing into the straight, inside the final 3 furlongs, and a Jolie Coraline travelling out in front, a length and a half with the advantage over Spasiba in second, Joyeux de Thay. Picture of You now tries to come with a run on the outside, and they're being chased by Nathan Wells as they come down towards the second last. Jolie Coraline on the inside with the advantage over Joyeux de Thay, coming back for more. Spasiba, Picture of You on the outside of these as they jump the second last. Jolie Coraline almost joined again now by Joyeux de Thay, and Joyeux de Thay is putting out plenty of stops. Leads from Jolie Coraline on the inside. At the final flight, Joyeux de Thay jumps it well. Jolie Coraline a mistake, and racing inside the final 150, it's Joyeux de Thay and Sean Flanagan out in front. Spasiba staying on well in second, but Joyeux de Thay by length and a half to Spasiba in second. Jolie Coraline was third, clear of Picture of You and Nathan Wells 4 and 5, and a gap then back to Whole Lot of Business, who took 6th ahead of Diamond Dollar.
Joyeux de Thay has improved a lot from a promising debut at Gorham Park, and having cut out the early running, was taken on again by the free running Jolie Coraline, who went to the front, turning out a back straight. That filly, as she had a Tremor over race in Jodie McGarvey's hands, had a tendency at times to jump.
First of the Elliott runners here, winner at Galway 2 starts back, but again beaten a long way behind Nürburgring at Fairyhouse last time. 7 is the favourite though. This is Mighty Bandit, the big hope for Gordon Elliott here. Just he's a handy little horse, isn't he? But created a really good impression, Lisa, on his racecourse debut at Punchestown, a horse who didn't have any flat experience. How much improvement do you think there could be in there?
I think there's plenty of improvement in there, but there's going to have to be if he's going to shape up today, Gary. Obviously, he's at the top of the market. You know, he's only won a maiden so far. He's not that big looking in the parade ring, but he certainly has got a nice little bit of a walk about him. Matthew Sheridan leads him up, but he's by order of St. George. He was very impressive the last day, but needs to step up.
So that is our market leader, Mighty Bandits. And the next one along is number 3, Cossack Chach. We'll just pick him up when he re-emerges from behind the podium. Joseph O'Brien, though, with a couple of live hopes in this one. Both of them have form that ties in with Wadu, another smart Elliott juvenile who won a big race over at Newbury last time. This one pushed her all the way at Down Royal, Lisa, didn't he? Yeah, and I think lost very little in defeat as well. Was a nice winner of a maiden at Clarny prior to that, and Conor Stone Walsh is on board, takes... can't claim obviously because it's a graded race, but I think Cossack's Chach is entitled to improve for that run that we've seen of him down Royal, but there's definitely more needed today. First time tongue strap is on as well, so interesting type, but could run a big race at a big price. 12, the next one, Miss Manzor, Rachel Blackmore riding for Willie Mullins, one of 2 in it for owner Kenny Alexander, and again another one who I suppose we're punching in the dark a bit about, aren't we?
Yeah, hard to get a grasp on what she's done so far, but Rachel Blackmore carries the yellow hat, yellow cap for the Kenny Alexander colours, was a winner on the flat and a solo winner over Hurl so far, made all actually to win and jumped really well that day at Dieppe, but a couple of mistakes late on, but she's certainly in at the deep end today, so interesting to see how she does fare out. Just
a touch on edge there. The other Joseph O'Brien runner's already gone out there, the green and white, that's Nürburgring, who does have to concede a penalty for his win in that grade 3 last time, but obviously is a big player on form. And 9 is one we want to have a look at, just going out of the ring now. That's Cargese, Danny Mullins, who of course rode Lossiemouth in the plate here, wearing a hood and does look a bit of a flighty individual, Lisa, but 1, 2 of her 3 starts in France. Could be anything really, couldn't she?
Yeah, she could be anything, very much an unknown quantity. She's getting a little bit warm as she leaves the parade ring and on her toes a little bit as well, but makes her debut for a new yard in the Willie Mullins, joining top connections first start on Irish soil and a previous Grade 3 winner, so you have to take into account that she's been able to do that in France at graded level, and she definitely merits plenty of respect here as well.
Just coming across in front of us is number 11, Carrier de Blaise. Brian Hayes will get the leg up on another Willie Mullins French import, Lisa.
Yeah, it's a common theme in this race for sure. Carrier de Blaise was actually very keen when I watched it run in Milano previously with Emmanuel Clay. Apologies, was quite keen early, but jumped quite well and picked up well from the back of the last, but needs to pick up on all known form so far. But another French recruit, Willie Mullins, and Brian Hayes is on board.
And you can see in the distance, just going out round the corner there, Batman Chirac, who actually went off favourite for the Grade 3, that Fairy House race won by Nürburgring. Didn't give himself much chance that day, Lisa, did he? Pulled extremely hard. The hood is on again today. Would he be one you'd just be watching maybe this time?
Yes, definitely. Pulled very hard, hung badly left as well, done very little right. So he needs, look, going left-handed, he'll be much better today as well.
So, gathering down at the start ahead of our first graded race here at Leopardstown. 5-4 about our market leader. We're just talking about this a little bit earlier on. While he was very good at Punchestown, and there could be any amount of improvement, Mighty Bandit, Lisa, I think you'd be a brave man, wouldn't you, to back him at that price when there's so many horses you know nothing about, essentially. Take him on, and most of them trained by the champion trainer.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's probably favoured because visually what he done was very impressive. But what he beat on the day, I think, is very questionable as well. Look, he quickened from the back at the last and he put a lot of distance between him and his rivals. He jumped pretty well. I think there's a little bit of room for improvement there too. And I thought even he did prick his ears maybe coming to the last. I think there's a little bit of greenness there. So there is plenty of improvement to come from that run. But I think there has to be as well, because he's up against some very hot opposition, which we know very little about, some of them as well. And there could be anything in this field. We've seen Lossiemouth in this last year. And the known route for a lot of horses to go in the previous few years is from the Fairy House Grade 3 race to this. And Nürburgring is one who's done that.
He has indeed. And you have to, I suppose, give him maximum respect, Nürburgring. It was a big day for Richie Deegan when he won at Fairy House as well. He'd gone a long time without a winner. In fairness to him, he'd been off the track with injury for much of that period at Richie. And big day for him again, I suppose, Lisa, to have a chance here at the Christmas Festival at Leopardstown. A horse potentially to keep her name up in lights. He probably could have ridden at Limerick today and had a few more rides, but I doubt he was ever going to get off this guy, was he?
Oh, absolutely not. When you're getting those opportunities, you have to take them with both hands, and Richie Deegan has definitely done that so far on Nürburgring, and it's great that he's getting support from Joseph O'Brien's. I think when you're a jockey, when you're a trainer, when you're an owner, all you need is one horse to fly the flag for you, and hopefully Nürburgring can continue to do that for Richie Deegan. But I think he deserves all the respect in this race. I thought he actually won, albeit he didn't beat Caliconti by that far. I think he won kind of snugly on the day, actually. She's another one that you have to respect too. I think she done all the donkey work in Fairy House the last day. Maybe she'll sit in and get a bit of a lead, but I think she's very genuine, she's very game. She's not overly big, but she's loads of heart, and I wouldn't be surprised if she actually finished in the placings.
Yeah, that's a fair shout. It was a big step up, wasn't it, from that egg and spin race that she won at Navan before that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think she's got the mare's allowance like a few of them have in this race as well, and Nürburgring is penalised for that win the last day as well, so on weights maybe she's a little bit more favourable with the previous race.
It could be pretty informative, this, with Mighty Bandit taking on a clutch of horses who have the potential to be a fair bit better than we've seen from them so far. But you'd have to say he falls into that category too. No flat experience. Order St George, the sire, only really starting to get going now, and an early flag bearer for him here. Didn't seem to be particularly well fancied in the Punchestown race, but ran out a decisive winner. And I did actually speak to Jack Henry. I don't know if you've been talking to him lately, Lisa. somewhere in the last 10 days or so, and he just had a bit of a glint in his eye when this horse's name was mentioned. He seems to think he's come forward an awful lot, which you'd expect, I guess, wouldn't you?
I think so. I think he will. I agree. I think Jack really likes this horse, and I think he's got his sights set on higher targets in the season ahead, and hopefully he can fulfil those. But you can see him; he's just a little bit on his toes down at the start as well, with his ears pricked. But I think there's cases you can make for a lot in this, and as you said, Gary, I think you hit the nail on the head. It's going to be very informative for the season ahead.
Fingers crossed. Then Jerry Hannon will describe the action for us here in this Grade 2.
White flag raised. Net off. 12 runners over 2 miles in the Mercedes-Benz South Dublin Juvenile Hurdle. It's a Grade 2, 9 flights to jump. It's New Berkring, the first to show in front, followed by Cossack Check. Handy is Carla Coney on the outside of stable companion Mighty Bandit in the red and white. Yellow cap of Miss Manzor. With the rail position is Catafon, followed by Callio's Son. And then Cargés, and towards the inside is Eagle Fang, followed by Carrier de Blaise. Red hat of Batman Girac, and held up is Ozzy Partir. Heading away to flight number 2, first of a couple past the stands, and the leader is Cossack Check by 3 parts to Carla Conti, knocked back 2 positions to third, having led them out over the first New Berkring. And Mighty Bandit, followed by Miss Manzor. And Callio's Son next. They're tracked by Catafon on the inside of Cargés as they go towards the third. The leader is Cossack Check, followed by Carla Conti, landing in a disputing third, Mighty Bandit and New Berkring, followed to the turn by Callio's Son and Miss Manzor next, followed then by Catafon and Cargés, who's yet to settle, and then Carrier de Blaise. Batman Girac on the inside of Eagle Fang and the Nosy Partir. Reaching the final mile and a quarter as they swing a left to head into the back straight to the first of 4. Cossack Check and Connorstone Walsh by a length and a half. In second place, Carla Conti and Danny Gilligan. A couple of lengths back to New Berkring. Richie Deegan sharing third with Mighty Bandit and Jack Kennedy, and then Miss Manzor. Callio's Son on the outside of Cargés. On the inside is Catafon, followed by Carrier de Blaise. And then Eagle Fang and Batman Girac, and under 3 lengths to the trailing Ozzy Partir. Over the first of 4 in the back straight, almost at the halfway stage, in the Mercedes-Benz South Dublin Juvenile Hurdle. Pretty well stacked up. It's Cossack Check in front from Callio Conti, and on the inside is New Berkring, then Mighty Bandit. After them is Miss Manzor and Callio's Son on the outside, and then Catafon and Cargés. Directly across from the stands, they're jumping the next flight in the back straight, which is 4 from the finish. Little changes up ahead. It's Cossack Check, followed by Carla Conti and then New Berkring Mighty Bandit. Miss Manzor, Callio's Son on the outside, and then Catafon and Cargés. They jump 3 flights from the finish, about to make their exit from the back straight. Cossack Check still with the edge from Carla Conti and then New Berkring Mighty Bandit. Callio's Son the outside of Miss Manzor and then Catafon, followed by Cargés, pushed along as Eagle Fang, and then Carrier de Blaise and Batman Girac and Ozzy Partir. From first to last, 6 to 7 lengths. Cossack Check by a half to Carla Conti. New Berkring continues to mix the third with Mighty Bandit, and then Miss Manzor and Callio's Son next with Cargés. Then Catafon and Eagle Fang. Ozzy Partir has picked off 2 at the rear. Batman Girac and Carrier de Blaise. As they leave behind them the second last flight, and it's Cossack Check joined on the turn by Carla Conti. After them in third is Mighty Bandit and then New Berkring. Miss Manzer, Cargés with an input round the outside. As they straighten up for the final flight, Cossack check, Carla Conti. Cargés is making ground on the outside of Mighty Bandit, who's now been stoked up. New Berkring is next with Catafon. Down to the final flight in the Mercedes-Benz South Dublin Juvenile Hurdle. Carla Conti the leader from Cargés. Carla Conti really had to stretch for the last, but landed a couple of lengths to the good from Cargés, and then New Berkring being followed in by Catafon. Carla Conti's all out as they run up to the finish. Carla Conti's back on track just for the second and third. New Berkring and Cargés pulling well clear of Batman Girac and Catafon next. Mighty Bandit dropped out very tamely indeed.
Yes, Mighty Bandit has been well beaten off, but his trainer Gordon Elliott still wins the prize. Carla Conti, Danny Gilligan, who has had an incredible breakout year in the saddle here in the Rob Core colours. And Lisa, I actually wondered to you off air a little bit earlier on why Danny mightn't have gone to Limerick or Down Royal today, where he probably could have had a load of fancy rides.
Yeah.
Well, I'd say he's pretty glad he came here now.
I'd say he is. I'd say he certainly is. There's no doubt about that. He's been always in a nice position on Carla Conti. He followed the leader away the whole way around and landed a bit flat at the back of the last, but lost a small bit of momentum, but she was able to gather herself together and pick up again, even though Cagrease, the Willie Mullins new French recruit, laid down a massive challenge on the outside here. You can see Jack Hendy, Mighty Bandit. He's under the pump a good long way out, and he doesn't find a whole lot for pressure, Gary. Probably a little bit disappointing off the back of that.
Yes, he seemed to be ideally placed throughout the race. Mighty Bandit jumped pretty well in the main, a bit clumsy there at the last, but it was game over at that stage. And in the end, it's Cargese who gives Carla Conti most of it. Cargese's run a huge race here, hasn't she, Lisa? The way
she has.
Pulled, never
so
settled.
keen, so keen in the early part of the race. You could see even from after they jumped the first flight of hurls that she locked on with Danny Mullins. He was eager to get her all covered up, and in fairness to him, he had to wrestle her most of the way around, and she loomed up on the outside coming down the home straight to even lay down a massive challenge to Carla Conti, who's very game. She's loads of heart, and she's pulled out loads from the back of the last. You can see how awkward she is at the last. She just lets fly under Danny Gilligan, but in fairness to her, she digs really deep to battle off Cargese at the end of the day.
And Nürburgring has run a huge race under his penalty again. He looked like he just got tapped for a toe a little bit and then stayed on very powerfully. He might have even nicked second on the line. We're just waiting for the judge to clarify that, but a huge run from him nonetheless. Here we are from the overhead camera in the closing stages, and I don't know whether they necessarily went that strong at gallop, even though Cossack Chach made the running. I mean, the front two absolutely flew through the line. Took a fair bit of time to pull up, didn't they?
Yeah, and I think Nürburgring is one that maybe would have preferred it to be a little bit more of a stronger gallop. You could see he's staying on really well in the dying strides, but the line just comes much too soon for him. I feel he's a horse. He hit a bit of a flat spot in Fairy House between the second last and the last, but he's doing his best work late on, and he's doing the same here today, Gary, but it's just all too late.
See how tight it is on those shots for second. I think the judge has called it, but didn't hear the announcement. Either way, I think both those horses have emerged with a lot of credit, but full marks to the winner as well, who's turned around that deficit with Nürburgring on slightly more favourable terms today. Little bit.
Two and a half mile start. Marenstown for David Christie. He's got the services of Barry O'Neill in the saddle. We'll be hearing plenty more about the David Christie Barry O'Neill partnership in 2 races time for the Hunter Chase, which looks a cracking renewal this year. Marenstown, a son of Frozen Fire, is one of 3 horses in this field making a chasing debut, and he'll have a hood on for the first time as well, with the services of Ireland's top point-to-point rider Barry O'Neill in the plate. Also worth mentioning at a canter for Ross O'Sullivan. Darrow O'Keefe. Darrow has already been among the winners today. Rode our first winner of the afternoon with Mossy Fen Park for Henry de Bromhead. And At a Canter is another who'll be making a chasing debut as well. They've also got cheek pieces on for the second time. He's been tried in handicap hurdles and maiden hurdles before that as well. Connections sending this son of well-chosen over fences. Darragh O'Keefe in the saddle for trainer Ross O'Sullivan. The grey horse towards the back of the picture is One of Us Is Lying. Neil McCluskey and Tom Harney teaming up here. And this horse is having his second start over fences. He pulled up after making quite a bad mistake, 5 fences from home. The lady in red goes for Barry Connell, Finian Maguire in the saddle. For the lady in red, daughter of Jetaway. She'll be having her 3rd career start over fences. She's been quite a smart hurdler. A winner over hurdles, but having her 2nd start over the larger obstacles for trainer Barry Connell, who will be unleashing 1 or 2 very smart horses over this festive period. Trainer, of course, of Marine National, winner of the Supreme Novices last season at the Cheltenham Festival. So all 13 run, and this are the first of 3 races in a row over fences here at Down Royal. And just a quick market check, it is still Ask Anything who is the market leader, 15-8 favourite at the moment, looking to continue a great autumnal period for Gavin Cromwell and Kieran Buckley. This partnership looking for a double on the card. Kieran Buckley now having lost his claim after his success aboard the other Mozzie. Jumping Jet is second favourite here for Gordon Elliott and Baptiste Leclerc. Jumping Jet, a daughter of Getaway. And she ran a nice enough race on her debut over fences last month at Cork. She was beaten 25 lengths into 3rd, but she put in a decent round of jumping on that occasion. And Baptiste Leclerc takes the ride here for the first time. So they're coming into line for this, our 4th race in the card, our first race over fences, this beginner's chase. Ask Anything remains the favourite for Gavin Cromwell and Kieran Buckley. Jumping Jet looking to continue Gordon Elliott's fine recent record in this race. Noel Meade sends out the most experienced runner in the field, Joshua Webb, who's having his 10th start over fences. The son of Flemonsworth, who will not be found wanting for experience. McDermott is in there as well, lining up under Pavel Slozil. Willie Mullins is only runner of the day here at Down Royal. It's bigger prices about some of the rest, and the gradual slope is 11-1 for Sean O'Brien and Mark McDonough. Looks like this is a goer. Here's James Griffin with the call.
Irish Stallion Farms EBF Beginners Chase, and first to show is At a Canter, with on its inside is Judicialism in company with Joshua Webb, and then McDermott and Marinstown. Then in behind is Soldaro with the lady in red. The gradual slope just been nudged along there. May just be finding this pace a little bit hot as they're going a good gallop down towards the first, and our leader on the inside is McDermott in company with Joshua Webb. Then Marinstown, Soldaro, Judicialism, the lady in red, At a Canter. Then Ask Anything at the first. And in this beginner's chase, they're all up and over. In rear at the moment is Carrick Rock in company with One of Us Is Lying. Downhill they race. On the inside, McDermott, Joshua Webb, Marinstown, the lady in red, Soldaro. And then comes At a Canter, Ask Anything. And then switch to the inside and still be nudged along is the gradual slope. And then Judicialism on the outside with Jumping Jet. And then Let the Old Man In and One of Us Is Lying. Fence number 2, the middle of 3 up the home straight. And with the lead on the inside is McDermott, disputing it with Joshua Webb. And then comes Marinstown, Ask Anything, Soldaro, and then the lady in red and the gradual slope. And One of Us Is Lying, just interfering with Let the Old Man In. And then At a Canter mid-division with Jumping Jet. Up in front of the judge with a circuit to race, and taking over is Marinstown in the hands of Barry O'Neill. 2 in second place is Liam McKenna, Joshua Webb. In third, McDermott and Pavel Slozil, the Slovakian champion jockey. Pardubice winner 2 years ago on Talent. is based with Willie Mullins this season. Then comes Soldaro, Conor Maxwell, Ask Anything, Kieran Buckley, who is £3 well in and technically in this race, having ridden out his claim today. Soldaro, and then The Lady in Red, The Gradual Slope, and Mark McDonough. The Lady in Red, Finney Maguire, One of Us is Line, and Tom Harney at the first of the regulations. And Joshua Webb gone there, One of Us is Line. Horse and rider quickly to their feet. Joshua Webb and Marenstown, McDermott and Ask Anything, then The Lady in Red, Soldaro, and then Carrick Rock on the outside, and Brian Lawless with Ada Cantor and Darrow O'Keefe also looking for a double. And then in the pink and navy is Jumping Jet and Baptiste Leclerc, a Grade 1 winning jockey in France. And then comes The Gradual Slopes, who's just on top of his head since the flag has dropped. The Gradual Slope and Mark McDonough. Very strong gallop being set as they go down the back straight inside the final mile and a quarter. Joshua Webb to Marenstown, The Lady in Red, McDermott. And then comes in behind that, trying to get a little bit closer, is Ask Anything. But it's Marenstown and Joshua Webb. Marenstown took off fractionally in front to in second place on the inside, Joshua Webb. And then comes making ground on the outside is Carrick Rock. The Lady in Red, Ask Anything. Ada Cantor, Jumping Jet, McDermott, Soldaro. Then comes Let the Old Man In company with The Gradual Slope and Judicialism as they go down the back straight. And there's nothing behind Judicialism. And our leader, Joshua Webb in the maroon and white. To the far side, the royal blue and emerald green white sleeves of Marenstown. And then comes the yellow with the dark blue seams of The Lady in Red. On the inside, the green and white with the orange cap is McDermott. And then the royal blue and pink, travelling strongly, Ask Anything. Yellow with the green chevron is 3 wide is Carrick Rock. And then comes the pink and dark blue Jumping Jet. Then Ada Cantor, who was slow through the air, out jump by Soldaro. Let the Old Man In, The Gradual Slope and Judicialism as they swing down the back straight. And Joshua Webb still has the lead by a half. The blinker Joshua Webb to Marenstown with the hood. And then The Lady in Red, Carrick Rock, is covering plenty of ground. Jumping Jet, McDermott, Ask Anything. And then Ada Cantor, Soldaro. And then Judicialism and The Gradual Slope and Let the Old Man In quickly on to the next. And it's Joshua Webb to Marenstown. Joshua Webb takes off with a head to the good. Over in second place is Marenstown. The Lady in Red, McDermott under a push and shove. And then Carrick Rock, Ask Anything. Ada Cantor back on the snaff. And then Soldaro, Jumping Jet, Judicialism, and Let the Old Man In, and The Gradual Slope as they go through their starting point. And it's Joshua Webb. Joshua Webb with the lead. 2 in second place, Marenstown, who's just been asked for an extra effort. The Lady in Red catches the eye in the hands of Finney Maguire. Carrick Rock continues to race wide. On the inside, McDermott, Ada Cantor, Ask Anything, Soldaro, Jumping Jet, Judicialism. Rule out Let the Old Man In and rule out The Gradual Slope. 3 to jump in the Irish Stallion Farms EBF Beginners Chase. And Joshua Webb 2 in second, McDermott, Marenstown, The Lady in Red. Then comes Ask Anything, Ada Cantor, Carrick Rock. Straightening up over the third last. Joshua Webb in a little bit tight to The Lady in Red. Ask Anything. He's now hard on the bridle and down through the centre of the field. He takes over to Joshua Webb on the inside. The Lady in Red. Carrick Rock. Ada Cantor. Then comes McDermott and Soldaro. Jumping Jet, Judicialism. Marenstown and Let the Old Man In. And then The Gradual Slope down over the road crossing. Inside the final 2.5. 2 to jump. And it's Joshua Webb. The far side, the yellow breast skirt. The near side, the road is Ask Anything. Both in tight. Then The Lady in Red. Ada Cantor. Jumping Jet. And then comes Carrick Rock inside the final furlong and a half. Joshua Webb to Ask Anything. The Gradual Slope pulled up. Ask Anything stand side. The far side, Joshua Webb. The Lady in Red, Jumping Jet, Ada Cantor. But Ask Anything by a half to in second. Joshua Webb, Jumping Jet is rolling home. The Lady in Red, Ask Anything not home yet to Joshua Webb. The far side, Jumping Jet, Ask Anything. Double on the day for Kieran Buckley. Ask Anything scores. Then Joshua Webb and the Jumping Jet, The Lady in Red, Ada Cantor and Soldaro.
A very smart performance posted here by Ask Anything, who wins over fences at the second time of asking and provides Gavin Cromwell and Kieran Buckley with a double.
Joint favourites for upcoming feature race of the day here at Limerick. Gigginstown House Stud, of course, has won this race in the last 4 years. They've got a really strong hand here again. Both horses that they run, trained by Gordon Elliott, of course. Search for Glory is joint favourite along with the Willie Mullins trained Loch Lane, and Stellar Story as well has turned into a likeable horse for Connections. No match for a smart horse last time at Navan, but he too could be a player here in this race. But there in shot are the two market leaders making their way to start. Sam Ewing, sure to have a couple of really good rides over the Christmas for Gordon Elliott at various meetings. He picks up a really good ride here on Search for Glory, who was highly campaigned by Connections last year. He ran the Albert Bartlett at Cheltenham. He ran the Grade 1 Novice at Aintree also. Came up short on each of them occasions, but back into calmer waters after his summer break. He was a good winner at Galway, and he ran a good race behind Crow Park at Navan, behind his stable companion on that occasion, before getting off the mark in great company in really good style, winning by 3 lengths, beating Solitary Man in good style. With the cheap piece on, he has the experience, of course, Search for Glory, in comparison to Loughlin, who's only had one on a run over hurdle. Search for Glory has the benefit of 7 runs. He's down in trip here today, but he does tend to travel well. I'd expect Sam Ewing to try and make it a test here, taking on his less experienced rival. And that is, of course, number 6, Loughlin, of course, who's gone into just a shade of favouritism here, of course, and this horse produced a really good, tough, staying performance when beating Firefox, who's gone on to be a very promising horse over hurdles this season. And Loughlin, having been headed on the outside, rallied really well against the rail to win on that occasion at Naas. No real show in the Cheltenham Bumper, ran a perfectly respectable race, beaten 12 lengths by A Dream to Share in what turned out to be a messy race on that occasion. He finished in mid-division and was not as good, or wasn't seen, excuse me, until making his hurling debut at Punchestown in November, where despite being quite green and raw in front, he was quite hesitant at his early hurls. Once the race began to develop, the quicker he went, the better his jumping got, and he was a ready winner, winning by 10 lengths, and he looks a nice type to keep progressing this season. One question mark, I suppose, is all of his runs came on decent winter ground, soft being the worst going that he's raced on to date, but looking at his action, the way he gallops, heavy ground should be within his compass. And of course the Cheltenham Bumper was quite testing last year by the final race of the day. There he is, Sean O'Keefe, of course, with a winner already for Willie Mullins. He's another good ride here. He won the opening race on Bunting, a 3-year-old hurler to keep an eye on. Loughlin, another nice ride for the rider here. Number 7, Stellar Story there in shot. Donna Myler picks up the ride, of course. He produced 2 really good performances, and that form, beating Atlantique at Naas, has been well franked since Atlantique. Looking like a promising horse. He was a good winner then, Stellar Story, of his maiden hurl, and behind what could prove to be a very smart horse, Slade Steele, he ran a good race to be 3rd at Navan last time. Did not have the gears to go with the front 2 going to last. He did keep on, just looking like he was not quite up to their class on that occasion. Number 2, Answer to KF, is the fascinating one for me. I think he probably, with hindsight, did too much in front early on last time at Ferryhouse, following his win at this track, which was well advertised by What's Up Darling. The eventual second going on to win in Grade 3 company afterwards. And Answer to KF was on the pace at Ferryhouse, never really dropped a bit, and was vulnerable going to last hurl. Did keep on to be beaten 1.5 lengths by Waterford Whispers. Fascinating to see how he goes here today at this trip on testing ground. He will need to relax. It's going to be a gritty, tough run-in inside the final couple of furlongs here. It looks like Loughlin will be prominent towards the inside. We get up to Justin O'Hanlon for the call.
As they race into the straight for the first of 14 flights to be jumped in this Lions of Limerick Jaguar Land Rover Novice Hurdle, just over 2 circuits to race. And it's Search for Glory, and Sam Ewing the first to show in front as they come on the run towards the first from Loughlin, taking a keen tug on the inside, but very, very steady pace on early on. Dripsy Moon races 3rd on the outside of Stellar Story, and they're in front of Answer to KF, Bon Puncha, and the back marker. As they come to flight number 2 is Dreaming's Free, but only about less than half a dozen lengths separating first to last as they jump flight number 2 and headed past the winning post with 2 complete circuits to race. In this day 1 feature, the Lions of Limerick Jaguar Land Rover Novice Hurdle, and taking them along in front is Search for Glory and Sam Ewing. 1.5 lengths in front of Loughlin and Sean O'Keefe racing 2nd on the inside of Stellar Story and Donna Myler, with Dripsy Moon racing 4 under Jody McGarvey, followed then by Answer to KF and John Shinnick, and the back 2, Bon Puncha and Mike O'Connor, with that one inside is Dreaming's Free under Paul O'Neill. So making the right-handed swing to bring them to the entrance to the back straight for the first time. And little enough change in the order front, no change in the order front, and no real change in the tempo either as Search for Glory continues to take them along. Winner of a Grade 3 contest at Cork a couple of weeks ago for Gordon Elliott. Sam Ewing on board today. Moving up on the outside is stable companion Stellar Story under Donna Myler. They race first and second as they head to flight number 4. Loch Lynn is within a length of those in third, a length and a half then to find Dripsy Moon, who's followed in 5 over that flight by Answer to Cafe, and the back 2 Dreaming's Free, and the back marker is Bon Puncher. Continuing the uphill run towards the second of the flights in the back straight, and Search for Glory was asked for a bigger jump than he delivered there, but still lands a half a length or so in front of Stellar Story, who races second on the outside of Loch Lynn, slightly awkward in third. And you just think that the first 3 in that order just would prefer the pace to be a little bit more frantic than it is, as they continue towards the top of the hill and towards the 4th of the flights in the back straight. Flight number 6 this time. Stellar Story on the outside of Search for Glory. Search for Glory still remains with the advantage. Loch Lynn is a close third, followed in 4 by Dripsy Moon. Bon Puncher has made a place on the outside of Answer to Cafe, and Dreaming's Free continues to bring up the rear as they begin the downhill run to take them towards the turn into the straight for the second time. And they're past the halfway point and approaching the point of departure, with on the inside Search for Glory and Sam Young. Stellar Story and Donna Myler on his outer, a length and a half in front of Loch Lynn, and Sean O'Keefe in third. He and trainer Willie Mullins bidding for an early double on the card. They're followed in 4 by Dripsy Moon with Answer to Cafe, the light blue jacket of Bon Puncher, and the back marker, the pink jacket of Dreaming's Free. So towards the first of the 2 flights in the straight for the penultimate time. On the inside, Search for Glory, one of the confirmed stayers amongst this field, but taken in the air there by Stellar Story. Not a lot to choose between the 2. A length and a half then to the third running Loch Lynn, who's followed by Dripsy Moon, who races 4 on the outside of both Answer to Cafe and Bon Puncher, and the back marker continues to be Dreaming's Free. And quite a roar from the crowd as they come up to pass the winning post with a complete circuit left to race. And I think some of the crowd think it's all over. It's not quite. Still a circuit to race. Stellar Story on the outside of Search for Glory. They race first and second. A length then to Loch Lynn, and the striped jacket is in third. 4 on the outside is the black and pink of Dripsy Moon. Bon Punch in the light blue jacket. And Dreaming's Free remains the back marker of the 7, as the tempo has not really altered from the drop of the flag, as they continue to make the right-handed swing to bring them towards the entrance to the straight, the entrance to the back straight, with 6 furlongs left to race and less than a mile to go. The lead continues to be disputed by the 2 Elliott and Gigginstown runners. Search for Glory on the inside of Stellar Story, a length to Loch Lynn in third. Answer to Cafe is moving up to take closer order in 4, keen to do so, followed on the outside by both Dripsy Moon and Bon Puncher. The back marker continues to be Dreaming's Free. They've negotiated the first of the 4 flights in the back straight and heading to the second of them, the flight which is 5 from the finish. And the pace really yet to get going at all here. Search for Glory on the inside of Stellar Story. Loch Lynn between them in third. They're followed in 4 by Answer to Cafe, with Dreaming's Free, and Bon Puncher looks to have gone wrong at the back of the field and has been pulled up, leaving just 6 in it as they head towards the top of the hill. Search for Glory still with the advantage. Stellar Story on its outside. Between the 2 races, Loch Lynn, they've been first, second and third more or less throughout as they come to the flight, which is 3 from the finish. Being tracked by both Answer to Cafe and Dripsy Moon, and that was outside, and Dreaming's Free, having briefly made ground to take closer order on the inside, is now dropped back once again to be the back marker of the 6 that are left. As they head inside the final half mile and begin the downhill run to take them towards the turn into the straight. On the inside, Search for Glory, just being pushed along for a stride or 2. Both Loch Lynn and Stellar Story on its outside. They're tracked a length and a half back by Dripsy Moon and Answer to Cafe, and they've gone on from Dreaming's Free. Swinging in, 2 flights left to jump in this Lions of Jaguar Land Rover Novice Hurdle. And it's Stellar Story with Loch Lynn in the striped jacket Well, on the inside is Search for Glory, and they're followed by Answer to Kate, who's trying to make ground for John Chinnick, and they've left Gypsy Moon as they come to the second last. Lachlan lands with half a length of an advantage over Stellar Story. On the far side, Search for Glory tries to box on between those two as Answer to Kate, but at the final fight, Lachlan got in a bit close, but lands a length and a half in front of Search for Glory and Stellar Story, both having another go between those two as Answer to Kate, but it's Lachlan who's out in front and going to maintain his advantage to the line. Lachlan by a length from Stellar Story in second. Third was Answer to Kate, fourth Search for Glory, and they were clear Gypsy Moon and Dreaming's Free continued last of the six.
Really good performance by Lachlan. He's 2 from 2 over hurls, and he did not do everything right through the race. He was too keen in a muddling run race for Sean O'Keefe and never really dropped a bit. He took it up 2 out, and he again jumped out well, got in close to the last, left his rear end behind him, but he's value for the winning margin. Really good performance by a horse who created a really good impression when winning on debut at Punchestown today. Connections understandably in the back of that run, keen to get a lead and get cover. He was always just over racing ever so slightly at times in Sean O'Keefe's hands. He came there full of running and he's won readily, looking like a nice prospect in the making. He's 2 from 2, and this was a really good performance. Stellar Story on near side has kept on to be second, and a really good run by Answer to KF, who finished in third. Back and fourth, Search for Glory, who was on the wrong leg all the way around for Sam Ewing, hanging somewhat to his left. He did not have the speed to go with them here today when they began to quicken at 2.5 miles, but he did keep on to be fourth, not beaten all that far. You just get the impression this winner is only doing enough once he got there, not helped by leaving his rear end behind him at the last. He wins by a little under length.
Certainly make a good each way case for Gavin Cromwell's already been amongst the winners up at Down Royal. Laser Wolf goes for him here. He's been threatening of late, and Attaboy Charlie, another one who I know has got his supporters, Lisa.
Yeah, I agree. I think Attaboy Charlie definitely is one for me. Probably the only negative is he's lacking a little bit of experience. It's his debut in handicap company, so maybe he won't be as streetwise as some of them, but I think he could have a little bit more up his sleeve than his handicap mark suggests. You mentioned Laser Wolf. I think he could run very well off a mark of 112 as well, and there's a couple of others in a black bamboo you mentioned. Sorry, I feel like I'm repeating all yours, Gary. He won probably better than the margin even suggests at Cork the last day, but I think off a mark of 121 he's a lot of weight to give away. Ballycallan King is probably one at a big price. I think could actually run a good race. Obviously he's been highly tried so far, but he's a consistent sort. He's got the hood back on today. He had that on in Limerick the last day when he ran really well, but that was on soft to heavy conditions. But he should be able to run well on these conditions as well. I think he's run well in the past on these, and Sean Cleary Farrell takes £7 off his back as well.
Striking's another one who, if you look at his last run, that 38 start at Punchestown would have a solid each way chance here. 16 to 1 shot, plenty for punters I think to get their teeth into here at decent each way prices. Park of Kings 1-2 before finishing third to me. Wee Bonnie Lass at Gordon Park last time. He'll probably appreciate a better ground today. I think he's a horse who might have had a little bit of a wind issue at some stage. Does wear a tongue strap in his races, but could easily have a bit more to give off a mark of 111. And couple in this as well who potentially could be well in relative to their flat marks, like Derry Lad and Riami, but both of those big prices, 33 to 1 and 20 to 1. Riami only won on Friday at Dundalk.
Yes, he did, and the one you mentioned, Derry Lad, as well, is probably one the softer ground the better for him. One that maybe is lining up to the fore that'll favour drying conditions is My Gaffer for John Ryan. Liam Quinlan on board, taking £5 off as well, off a handicap mark of 116. He's already won twice, but I think he's been waiting for the ground to dry up a little bit. That could suit him. He's a little bit smaller than some of his rivals as he lines up there. Black Bamboo, he's more of a big imposing type on the outside from Michael O'Sullivan, but there'll be a lot of jostling for positions early on in this race because I think it'll be fast and furious.
I think you're right, Lisa, and relatively short run to the first flight of hurdles today as well. Right over on the inside there, the grey horse, that's Rachel Blackmore's made top speed, who was behind Striking in that race, won by Yates, start at Punchestown last time. Showman, another one who's lining up in the front line there. He was down the field in that Cheltenham race, won by Imposed last time, but he had been in good form before that. Won at Roscommon and was second at Cork. Jerry Hannon then waiting to call them home for us in race number 4.
White flag is raised. Away they go. And the careers at dornangroup.com Novice Handicap Hurdle. Relatively short run to the first of 9. McPhee's is in the fighting line with Clonshire River. Top speed Handy over the far side with in between horses Z-Band, followed by Striking and Sideria. Next is Ballycallan King. They're tracked by New Year Honours and My Gaffer and Black Bamboo. Next in mid-division, as they go towards the second flight, is Showman, and then Dollar No Limit and Barometer next with Laser Wolf and Pro Bono and Belgo Prince, chinned in the race 2 years ago, and then Park of Kings and Supplant Pour Moi. Attaboy Charlie next on the outside of Rayami, and then Daddy Lad Timid. There's none behind One Stream Lad. Away they go from the second flight. A mistake at the back by Timid. It is Top Speed, Natalie leading Z-Band to the third, then McPhee's. A couple of lengths to Striking, and then Clonshire River. Out wide is Black Bamboo. More to the end, New Year Honours and Laser Wolf and Sideria and Ballycallan King. Good run to the fourth flight, first of the ones in the back straight, and making the bend in front is Top Speed. Presses ahead now by a length and a half to Z-Band and Striking. McPhee's, Laser Wolf takes closer orders now up into fifth, and then Clonshire River and Sideria. New Year Honours next with Showman and Black Bamboo. On the inside, Dollar No Limit with Barometer and Pro Bono. Starting to struggle is Ballycallan King. Has been shuffled back a position or two outside mid-division, and then Rayami and My Gaffer and Supplant Pour Moi, Belgo Prince and Park of Kings and Daddy Lad and Attaboy Charlie next, and then Woodstream Lad and Timid. 9 furlongs to go as they approach the fourth. And it's Top Speed into it just first from Z-Band, tracked by McPhee's with the noseband. On the inside is Striking. Laser Wolf next up in between horses, followed by New Year Honours. Clonshire River and Sideria and Showman. Over another flight in the back straight as they head past the halfway stage in the careers at dornangroup.com Novice Handicap. On to the next, which is 6.5 furlongs from home. Top Speed and Z-Band 1 and 2, followed by McPhee's and Striking next on the inside. Laser Wolf and Clonshire River and New Year Runners as they approach the third last flight, the end of the back straight. Top Speed and Z-Band over together, followed by McPhee's and then Striking, New Year Honours and Laser Wolf, and then Clonshire River. Sideria and Showman and Dollar No Limit, followed out of the back straight by Black Bamboo, and then that one stable companion Barometer. Pro Bono in between horses, then Park of Kings and Rayami next with Belgo Prince. Heading for the second last flight, half a mile from the finish, and it is Z-Band who now takes up the lead from McPhee's. Dropping back on the inside is Top Speed, who made the bulk of the running. Then Laser Wolf and Striking and Clonshire River next with Showman and New Year Runners and Black Bamboo and Pro Bono and Belgo Prince is starting to close. Attaboy Charlie next, Woodstream Lad and Park of Kings and Dollar No Limit, and then Rayami and Barometer fades. Daddy Lad, My Gaffer, Supplant Pour Moi and Sideria. Rounding the home turn with a good run of the final flight, and it's Z-Band the leader round the bend but has come under pressure, followed by Laser Wolf. Clonshire River makes ground. Then Black Bamboo, Attaboy Charlie makes headway in the centre of the track. The picture is changing with one to jump, and it is Attaboy Charlie, produced by JJ Slevin, to lead on the approach of the final flight from Woodstream Lad, who's come out of the rock with Park of Kings, Black Bamboo, Dollar No Limit and Belgo Prince and Rayami the final flight. Attaboy Charlie strongly pressed by Woodstream Lad as they are in length in front of Park of Kings, gone well clear of the fourth. Attaboy Charlie is giving generously in front from Woodstream Lad and Park of Kings. Attaboy Charlie and JJ Slevin too good for Woodstream Lad and Park of Kings, clear of Dollar No Limit and then Rayami and Black Bamboo.
JJ Slevin strikes for Eddie Coley here, who's had a fine time of things over the last few months as Eddie. Attaboy Charlie, handicap debutant here, had been an eye catcher in a couple of his starts in Maidens and has clicked here off a mark of 111. Ran in that hot race at Ferryhouse, won by Firefox last time, and has got the better of Woodstream Lad, who gave it a good go trying to follow up an easy win at Thurles last time. from a revised mark of 96. Park of Kings in third, and they were nicely clear of the remainder. There's a few of them in behind that certainly might be worth keeping in mind for a similar contest at some stage. But there is our winner, 17-2. And Lisa, you gave him a good shout beforehand. He was well ahead of his mark, as it turned out.
Yeah, I was just worried that maybe he wouldn't have the experience that some of these had. And to be honest, I wrote down halfway round that he wasn't jumping well, Gary. He was at the back. He'd made a couple of mistakes down the back straight as well, but that certainly didn't do him any harm by any means. And I think I'd even mark up this performance. JJ Slevin hit the front about a furlong and a half out just before the last, and he met the last on a good stride, a big leap. He's a big type as well. Landed a little bit flat-footed at the back and nudged the runner up, but when it came down to the business end of things, he looks like he's nearly outstayed some of these as well, Gary. I think he's a really likeable horse who's well above his mark. And
for Gavin Cromwell and Kieran Buckley, courtesy of the other Mozzie in race 2, the second of our maiden hurdles, and also courtesy of Ask Anything, winning the Beginner's Chase, our most recent race on the card. And it could be an even better day at the races for Gavin and Kieran, because they got Evie's Vladimir, who will be among the market leaders here in this contest. But we picked him up in the paddock, and there is number 10 in this handicap chase, Glenmalure Lodge, for Philip Rothwell. Ricky Doyle in the saddle aboard this daughter of Mahler, whose overall record is 1 win from 27 starts. That success came at Ballinrobe in a handicap chase in the middle of September. She was winning there of a mark of 81. She's up to 86 now, and was most recently seen when beaten just 12 lengths behind Reddy's Island, finishing 6th of 9 at Thurles at the end of November. So that is number 10, Glenmalure Lodge, for Philip Rothwell, Ricky Doyle, and owner Anne Dowling, the blue and white silks. So just the last few runners leaving the paddock before making their way down to the 2.5 mile chase start. There's number 1, Lars Lass, for Jim Draper and Barry O'Neill. Lars Lass, a daughter of Okavango. A few mares again in this contest, and Lars Lass, daughter of Okavango, was a winner at Cork back in April. Before finishing second in a couple of hunter chases, and she was pulled up when last seen at a point-to-point at the beginning of November. That was at Lisrona down in County Tipperary. So Lars Lass will hopefully have stripped fit for that first run of the season. So we join the runners as they make their way down to the 2.5 mile start. So Evie's Vladimir will be bidding to give Gavin Cromwell and Kieran Buckley treble on the card. He's number 3 in your race card. Gavin Cromwell did a very good job training this horse to win on his handicap chase debut, because it was his first run on the track for 17 months. It was a really good training performance indeed. He was winning off a mark of 88. He's gone up another 11 pounds for that success. But he made no mistake by winning on handicap chase debut at Clonmel, beating King's Halo by a neck. The margin of victory might have been a little bit more, but for Evie's Vladimir making a slight mistake at the final fence, but he showed a really willing attitude, a good, tough outlook. Did well to get back up to beat King's Halo on that occasion. Carrie Carroll is another one in here who makes plenty of sense as well. Brian Lawless in the saddle for trainer Peter Croke. And she's a daughter of Sean too. Today will be her handicap chasing debut. She's had a bit of experience already over fences, and she was also a winner over hurdles as well. That's number 4, Carrie Carroll. Eagle Terrace is number 5 in the middle of the field there, in the green and white hoops and the orange cap, the colours of the Hurdle All Syndicate. Eagle Terrace bidding to give trainer Noel Kelly a double on the card following his earlier success with Gamigan in the Adair Manor Opportunity Hurdle. Eagle Terrace, a winner. Last success came in a handicap chase at Cartmel during the summer, but it wasn't a typical summer's day when he won on that occasion, because it was very heavy going, and they ended up having to call off racing the following day at Cartmel. It was supposed to be a 2-day meeting back in July, so for all that it was a success in the summer, it was most un-summer-like conditions when Eagle Terrace obliged. And since then he's had 4 runs, beaten anything from up to 20 lengths. Last seen on the 11th of December when beaten 17.5 lengths into 4th behind Ready Steady Bow. That was the same day that his stablemate Gamigan won at Ayr as well. Another horse worthy of mention as well is I Don't Get It for trainer Neil McCluskey. Tom Harney will be in the saddle. I Don't Get It, a multiple winner. Most recent win came over hurdles at Limerick back in May. Most recently seen though about 5 weeks ago when finishing last of 17 in a handicap hurdle at Navan. Well beaten on that occasion as well, beaten 95 lengths behind the eventual winner Harvard Guy. And I Don't Get It making just his second start over fences. The son of Stowaway, a 9-year-old. He's a horse that does like to get into a bit of a rhythm, and does like to lead from the front as well. And there could be a few that will go from the front in this contest. We're just picking up Lars Lass, who's just a little bit behind the others and getting down to the 2.5-mile start for the Jim Draper yard. Barry O'Neill in the saddle, Ireland's champion point-to-point rider, and who will also be seen in action in the next race in the card, the Hunter's Chase, which is a bang up to the mark renewal of the Hunter's Chase here at Down Royal. So a quick check on the market, because we will be seeing this field set sail in a few moments' time. Evie's Vladimir remains a favourite for Gavin Cromwell, and Kieran Buckley looking to give the yard a treble on the afternoon. Carrie Carroll also well supported in the market, second favourite for Peter Croke and Brian Lawless. I Don't Get It for Neil McCluskey and Tom Harney, also well supported in the market, as is Noel Kelly's Eagle Terrace, with Doran McGill in the plate. So they're just coming into line for this, our 5th race on the card. Lars Lass just joining the remainder of the field. So without any further ado, let's hand up to our commentator for the day, James Griffin.
Running for our handicap chase, the Met handicap chase in Killashee, the first to show. Two in second place, Finian's Road, and then comes School Lane and Eagle Terrace and She's Sundal as they make their long run towards the first, which will be in the home straight. Killashee to Finian's Road, Lane, Eagle Terrace and She's Sundal. And then in behind is making a little bit of ground is Carrick Carroll, just ahead of Evie's Vladimir as they swing into the home straight. And then in behind that is Ballydangan. But Killashee to School Lane, Finian's Row and Eagle Terrace, She's Sundal as Killashee inside the wings of the first, and up and over to School Lane, Eagle Terrace, Finian's Row. and then She's Some Doll to Carrick Carroll, and then comes Ballydangan just ahead of Glenmalure Lodge, and then I Don't Get It, Evie's Vladimir. Behind that races Eltico, and then the final pair, Lars Lass and Waiter With, is Aliunde. Down towards fence number 2, the middle of the 3 in the home straight, and Killashee and Mark McDonough by 3 or 4 lengths to School Lane, and then Eagle Terrace and Finian's Row, She's Some Doll. And then behind She's Some Doll is Evie's Vladimir, Ballydangan, I Don't Get It, Lars Lass out to its left, and then comes Glenmalure Lodge, Eltico and Aliunde. The last in a circuit's time, and Killashee clear to in second School Lane, and then Eagle Terrace and Finian's Row, and then Evie's Vladimir, a little bit keen, She's Some Doll, I Don't Get It, and Carrick Carroll, Glenmalure Lodge, Ballydangan, and the final trio, Lars Lass, Eltico and Aliunde. But Killashee has the lead, and Killashee in the colours of the Biffview partnership. 2 in second place, School Lane for Joy Wilson. Then comes Eagle Terrace for the Heard It All Before Syndicate. And then a line of 4, Finian's Row in behind for Anne McCartan and Francis Smith and company with She's Some Doll in the Hagney Bloodstock Silks. And then I Don't Get It for Neil McCluskey. And Evie's Vladimir for the Munster Van Centre and Gavin Cromwell Racing 7+1 Syndicate. At the ditch, Killashee, School Lane, Eagle Terrace, I Don't Get It, Finian's Row, Evie's Vladimir, Glenmalure Lodge for Anne Dowling in behind, then She's Some Doll, Ballydangan with the sheepskin noseband for the Forge 10 Syndicate, and then Morris Sheehy's Carrick Carroll, and then comes the Skelly's Lars Lass with Eltico for Charles Black, and our back markers, they stream out over the last of the 3 fences. Away from the stand is the Tread Softly Syndicate's Aliunde. Down into the back straight and inside the final mile and a half, and Killashee dictating affairs on the front end. 2 in second is School Lane. Then racing in third is I Don't Get It to Eagle Terrace and Finian's Row and Evie's Vladimir. Then comes Glenmalure Lodge and She's Some Doll and Carrick Carroll as they head down towards the wings of the next fence. And still with the lead in clear is Killashee. 2 in second is School Lane. And then I Don't Get It and Eagle Terrace. Finian's Row on the outside of Evie's Vladimir. And then Glenmalure Lodge and She's Some Doll. Carrick Carroll, Ballydangan, Lars Lass, Eltico and Aliunde. So long run before they leave the ground again is Killashee. By a couple of lengths now to School Lane. Then I Don't Get It. Mark McDonough leads Tommy Riley, and then in third is Tom Harney. Eagle Terrace 4 for Darren McGill, the amateur. At the next, and Killashee is still stretching them on. 2 in second is School Lane and I Don't Get It, Eagle Terrace, and Finian's Row and Mick Malloy and Evie's Vladimir. Kieran Buckley looking to extend his good run of fortune today. And Killashee joined by School Lane on his left-hand side. I Don't Get It, then Eagle Terrace, Finian's Row, Evie's Vladimir, then She's Some Doll, Darrow O'Keefe and Glenmalure Lodge, Ricky Doyle, Carrick Carroll, Brian Lawless, Lars Lass and Barry O'Neill to Ballydangan in behind, Finney Maguire, Eltico and Gavin Bruder and Aliunde, Darren Maloney at the next. Killashee 2 in second, School Lane, then in third, I Don't Get It, there's a taxi for Tom Harney, Eagle Terrace, and then Finian's Row in the cheek pieces to She's Some Doll, Lars Lass travels well, Glenmalure Lodge, and taking a right chance at that was School Lane, but he got away with it. School Lane by a head to Killashee on the inside, Eagle Terrace, I Don't Get It. Then comes She's Some Doll and Finian's Row, Glenmalure Lodge, Evie's Vladimir, mid-div to Lars Lass on the inside, Carrick Carroll on the outside, Ballydangan, then Eltico and Aliunde hasn't passed a rival. But Killashee leads the field through their start point to School Lane, and then I Don't Get It. She's Some Doll tracking Killashee, Eagle Terrace, and then comes Finian's Row and Glenmalure Lodge, Lars Lass, and then Carrick Carroll on the inside to Ballydangan, Evie's Vladimir. Aliunde's eventually gone past Eltico. Heading for home, and I Don't Get It ranges up on the outside of Killashee. And then Eagle Terrace, Finian's Row, Glenmalure Lodge, School Lane, She's Some Doll, and it's open like the Red Sea for Darragh O'Keefe on the inside. Killashee, She's Some Doll, I Don't Get It, and stumbling on landing, and a fantastic recovery. Mick Malloy will be going viral, but it's Glenmalure Lodge to She's Some Doll, I Don't Get It. Mick Malloy without stirrups on Finian's Row, Eagle Terrace, Killashee, Lars Lass on the inside, 2 to jump in the Met Collect Handicap Chase, Glenmalure Lodge, She's Some Doll, Eagle Terrace, and then comes I Don't Get It, Lars Lass, Finian's Row, Killashee, Carrick Carroll on the inside, She's Some Doll crashes through it and hands the advantage to Glenmalure Lodge. On the inside is Eagle Terrace, I Don't Get It, Lars Lass, Finian's Row, Evie's Vladimir down to the last, and it's Eagle Terrace on the far side, the near side Glenmalure Lodge, who was not good through that, but Eagle Terrace and Darren McGill. 2 in second place is Glenmalure Lodge, Evie's Vladimir's got a second wind, and She's Some Doll, Lars Lass, but Eagle Terrace for the Heard It All Before Syndicate. Noel Kelly will be celebrating tonight, double on the day for the trainer, Evie's Vladimir, Glenmalure Lodge, She's Some Doll, Aliunde ran on late, Ballydangan, and then Finian's Row and I Don't Get It.
It is indeed going to be a big day, and there'll be plenty of celebrations in the Noel Kelly team because Eagle Terrace has provided the yard.
Really competitive. Mayor's Handicap Hurdle coming here, Limerick. There's Optional Mix, just gone out shot number 1, a previous winner at this track. She probably has more on though here today at the weights, taking on the likes of number 3 in shot, Me Wee Bonnie Lass, trained by Gavin Cromwell. Produced a really good performance to win it down Patrick on debut, and an even better performance in Handicap and second start when staying on strongly to win and win really well at Gorham Park, beating Ringer Roses, who sets a good standard on form on that occasion. And the way this filly stayed on, then you would think stepping back up in trip should suit. She's experiencing 2.5 miles for the first time, but she was a strong finisher down Patrick when she won over 2 miles. 2 furlongs on debut, of course, and the stable are having a great run of things. A winner already, of course, on the Down Royal card, of course, for Gavin Cromwell. Biggest danger in the market is number 4, and that is in shot there going to the start, Miss Garty Yates. Sean O'Keefe bidding for a treble on the card. He's having a really good day. 2 nice rides for William Mullins, Bunting winning in really good style, and Loughlin win the feature Jaguar Land Rover Grade 2 in really good style earlier on the card as well. Sean, good ride here in this filly who he knows well. He rode her to win and win really well at Wexford in good style in late October. Not as good next time behind Dancing Jeremy, but she ran a cracker up in distance at Navan last time, keeping on well to be beaten a long half a length, if you like, behind Darkingcock, who was probably value for the winning margin. The winner just idling somewhat inside the final furlong. That said, Miss Garty Yates is open, you would think, to more improvement, only having had 3 starts to date. Missy, number 6, well supported, trimmed by Owen McCarthy, of course, had a great meeting here at Limerick last year. She won this corresponding race. She is up in the weight, £7 higher than that win, £9 higher, than that win. But the market support is quite significant. She took a 3rd fall though last time over 3 miles at Clonmel when trying to chase Stuzzy Keeney down to the last. Just knuckled on landing, and you just hope that her fall has not left a mark on her. 47 days ago, the market support would be quite significant to my eye. Sarah Barra could be argued the one at the rear shot. Looks like she will be held up by rider Philip Enright, that she got away very well with just a £4 rise in the weights, forgetting grade 3 black type last time behind Search for Glory at Cork. The horse was just behind her is rated in the 130s. On the line through that, maybe he didn't run to the same level what Pat, but given her likely race profile, Sarah Barry should be competitive here today and could well be well handicapped. Numerous potential improvers in here. It'll be interesting to see how they'll cope with testing conditions. We get up to Justin O'Hanlon for the call.
My Mayor's Handicap Hurdle as they make the first bend. It's the top weight Optional Mix who's the first one to show in front of Magdalene. More info on the stripe cap, but on the inside of these is the red and maroon diamonds of Return to Base. The Grey Millstream Lady races on the outside of that trio, and they're for the length and a half back by Lucky Viv, who's on the inside of Miss Agartha Yates. Missy Yee is next, followed on the inner by Me Wee Bonnie Lass. A length then to Phil's Choice and Sarah Bear, and the back marker as they make the entrance to the back straight for the first time is It's All About Eve, who won the bumper on this card a couple of years ago. As they head uphill and head towards flight number 1. And good jump in front by Optional Mix. Lands a length and a half in front of Magdalene in second. Millstream Lady races third on the outside of both More Info and Return to Base as they come to flight number 2 behind those. Races Lucky Viv on the inner of Miss Agartha Yates. Me Wee Bonnie Lass is next, followed by Missy Yee. Next in the field then Phil's Choice and Sarah Berra. And the back markers to jump flight number 3. It's All About Eve. So all jumping safely in the early stages of this contest. And then they continue the uphill run towards flight number 4. And Optional Mix, and Shane O'Callaghan continues to take them along. Jumps out about a length in front of Magdalene, who jumps in second for Niall Moore. Followed half a length back by More Info, who races 3 on the inside for Daniel King, followed by Millstream Lady on the out of that under Conor McNamara. Return to base, and Karen Miller next, followed a length and a half back by Miss Agartha Yates under Sean O'Keefe, looking for a treble on the afternoon. And they're followed by Lucky Viv with Me Wee Bonnie Lass on that one's inner. Missy E next, Sarah Berra, Phil's Choice, and the back marker has continued the downward run towards the straight. Continues to be It's All About Eve. So heading towards the turn in for the first time, and towards the 2 flights in the straight, flights 5 and 6. And coming over towards the centre of the track, optional mix. Millstream Lady on its outside, a length to Magdalene in third. 4 races more info. We'll return to base next on the inside of Miss Agartha Yates, followed then by Lucky Viv and Missy E. Me Wee Bonnie Lass is on the inside of these in the yellow and black quartered cap. And they're followed over that flight by Phil's Choice, the light green sleeves of Sarah Berra, and the back marker, It's All About Eve. Flight number 6, with the last in the circuit's time, as the pace maybe just begins to increase a little bit, with optional mix continuing to take them along. A length and a half in front of More Info, who now moves into second. Millstream Lady is third. A length then to Magdalene, has just lost a place or 2 back at 4. 5 on the inside is returned to base, followed then by Miss Agartha Yates, who travels well ahead of Lucky Viv and Me Wee Bonnie Lass. Behind those, Missy E, with on the inside Phil's Choice, Sarah Berra, and It's All About Eve. So as they race out in the final circuit, only about 6 or 7 lengths covering the 12-strong field in this Mr. Ben Mayor's Handicap Hurdle, as they continue to make the right-handed swing to bring them towards the entrance to the back straight, with 6 flights left to jump and past the halfway point. Inside the final mile, optional mix leads by a length and a half to More Info. Races second on the inside, and Millstream Lady third on the outer, disputing second. A length and a half then to find return to base and Magdalene. They in turn are a length and a half in front of Miss Agartha Yates, Lucky Viv, Me Wee Bonnie Lass, Phil's Choice, and that was inside. And they're followed by the back 3 as they jump the 6th last flight, Sarah Berra, and It's All About Eve both jump past Missy E, who's now the back marker. Continuing the climb towards the flight 5 in the finish. Optional mix, nice fluent jump in front, lands 3 in front of Millstream Lady in second. Third is More Info. 4 on the outside, Magdalene. Phil's Choice makes ground on the inside to almost join issue for second. Behind those, return to base and Me Wee Bonnie Lass. Lucky Viv is next, followed then by Missy E, who's relegated 3 of its rivals, Sarah Berra, It's All About Eve. Miss Agartha Yates has dropped back to the field and is now the back marker, jumping that flight, and is being ridden along and struggling as they continue on the uphill run. Will shortly begin the descent towards the straight in the final 2 flights. Optional mix, Millstream Lady moves up on the outside to almost join issue. They're a length and a half in front of More Info, with Phil's Choice on that one's inside. Magdalene being scrubbed along in 5. Followed then by Me Wee Bonnie Lass, Sarah Berra, It's All About Eve making a forward move towards the outside of these. Followed then by Missy E, and Lucky Viv is under pressure. Return to base has dropped away. Heading towards the turn into the straight, 2 flights left to jump when they swing in. And in the centre, optional mix being ridden along, but still in the front 3. Millstream Lady on the outside, Phil's Choice on the inner. They're being chased now by Me Wee Bonnie Lass, who moves into third. Magdalene tries to stay on again at 4, ahead of Sarah Berra, but down to the second last flight. It's Phil's Choice on the inside of Millstream Lady. Not a lot to choose between the 2. They've gone on by about 3 lengths to Me Wee Bonnie Lass at the second last. Millstream Lady, Phil's Choice on the inside. Not a lot to choose between them. They go on from Me Wee Bonnie Lass and Sarah Berra down to the final flight. Phil's Choice on the far side. For Sam Ewing on the stand side, Millstream Lady and Conor McNamara racing inside the final 150. On the far side, Phil's Choice, the stand side, Millstream Lady. Phil's Choice and Millstream Lady up to the line. Phil's Choice by half a length to Millstream Lady. Third was Sarah Berra. 4, Me Wee Bonnie Lass. Magdalene 5.
Gritty performance and a fine ride by Sam Ewing to keep up the good run of trainer Philip Rothwell. Phil's Choice battles on strongly to fend off the persistent challenge of back in second Millstream Lady, who looked likely going to the second last, like she may give local trainer Eric McNamara winner here at Limerick at Christmas. That was not to be. Phil's Choice gets off the mark on her 15th run under rules, and the first time for her to win after being placed, of course, at Cork during the summer months. Really good performance. She kept on strongly, held up in rear. She made good progress to go and get to the front down on a downhill run to the straight. At this point in time, the eventual second Millstream Lady, who of course was course winner here earlier in the winter season. Ranged down outside for rider Conor McNamara, and just at this point the eventual winner got away quicker, got into his stride for Sam Ewing, and I thought at this point he was doing enough, but the eventual second, De Grey, rally going to the last, both getting really good jumps. Maybe the second got away quicker from the last, but once Sam Ewing drive position got really stuck into this filly, she found more under for pressure, producing a really good performance, gritty performance, a long way clear back to in third place number 5 Sarah Beara, and back in fourth number 3 Me Wee Bonnie Lass, who struggled today up in grade somewhat, had been off the track since November. Tough going for likely race filly. In comparison, the winner gets a nice winning bracket here today and keeps up the fantastic run of form for a stable that's had a fine season to date. Philip Rothwell, he gets his Christmas winner at Limerick. Phil's Choice wins 9-1. Sam Ewing seen again to really good effect on the winner.
So there's another look at Founder 50 on his way down to the start for our feature event here at Leopardstown. Founder 50, he was a smart novice hurdler last season, just touched off by Corbett's Cross in a grade 2 at Nace, and although not at his best on his final start last term behind Facile Vega at Punchestown, I think a lot of people expect him to get a fair bit closer to that rival today. He has had the extra run over fences compared to Facile Vega as well, and as you said earlier on, Lisa, all the other three actually have a bit more chasing experience under their belts. How big an asset could that be potentially today, or not necessarily?
I think it could be a really big asset. If you're going to compare the top two in the market on just their beginner's chase, I think Founder 50 looked the more natural over fences than Facile Vega did. In fairness, not to be too negative about his jumping, Facile Vega, he just wasn't completely fluent in the early part of the race yet. He did get better as the race developed. Look, he's a horse with loads and loads of class, and he had a rating much higher than Founder 50 over Hurls. He was the official rating of 155, but he's a horse that obviously we seen last year that can race with a little bit too much enthusiasm sometimes. So I'm sure that Patrick will be hoping to, I would say, sit in, get a lead and get him nice and settled and get him into a rhythm. He'll want to meet those first couple of fences on a nice stride and get him into a nice rhythm, get him settled, so he's not pulling too hard as well. And I think they'll go pretty hard as well up front. I think Founder 50 he'll like to press on in front with that experience, and the fact that he stays as well, that will play into his hands.
So we are almost at post time there. 9-4 on about Facile Vega, 7-2 for Founder 50, 7-1 for Sharjah, who's not completely neglected in the market, and 14-1 for
It looks like he's going to line up.
Sharjah looks like he's going to bounce out in front.
Surprisingly enough.
Bit of a curveball. We weren't expecting that.
No, we definitely weren't, but it'll be interesting to see what he can do. And he has got loads of experience. He's 2 from 3 over fences so far, but I just probably would favour some of the younger ones in this race. And obviously Facile Vega, sure, he was top drawer last year, wasn't he? I know obviously Dublin Racing Festival was a bit of a miss here for him, but he finished off the season to a really high standard last year.
Better ground today. It's certainly going to be a plus for Sharjah. Let's see how it pans out in our big race of the day.
White flag raised. Tape released, and away they go in the main race of the day, the Grade 1 Racing Post Novice Chase, as they make their way to the first of 11 fences. It is Found of 50, the early leader, out on the left. The warm favourite Facile Vega. More to the far side, stable companion Sharjah. Found of 50, landed across in front of Facile Vega at that first fence. Dropped in as the outsider of the 4 My Mate Mozzie, as they come by the winning post first time. And it's Found of 50 and Facile Vega, followed by Sharjah and a break of 3 lengths to My Mate Mozzie, as they head away to fences 2 and 3. Found of 50 and Jack Kennedy going along in the lead, and has all but ducked out there at that spurt of wing. Found of 50 has established a good 5-length advantage, approaching the second from Facile Vega, who reached for it, and then Sharjah and My Mate Mozzie. On to number 3 in single file, and it is Found of 50 the leader from Facile Vega, Sharjah and My Mate Mozzie as they clear fence number 3. Again, all safely over. Good run of the 4th. First of 5 in the back straight. The leader is Found of 50 and Jack Kennedy from Facile Vega, Patrick Mullins. Sharjah 3rd, Danny Mullins. 4th of the 4 is My Mate Mozzie and Keith Donahue. Turning towards the first of the fences in the back straight, number 4 coming up, and the Racing Post Novice Chase Grade 1. The leader is Found of 50. Not so far in front of Facile Vega, Sharjah and My Mate Mozzie as they tighten up a fraction, going to the next in the back straight, which is number 5. The next plane before their first ditch. Found of 50's lead has been greatly reduced. It's down to 2.5 lengths by the favourite. Facile Vega and 3rd is Sharjah. My Mate Mozzie remains last of the quartet. Found of 50 with Facile Vega jumping up on terms as they head on inside the halfway stage. Their next fence, number 6, the first of 2 ditches. Found of 50 and Facile Vega, followed by Sharjah and My Mate Mozzie. Facile Vega landed in the lead over that one from Found of 50, then Sharjah and My Mate Mozzie. Second last fence in the back straight. This will be 5 from the finish. And it's Facile Vega, headed once more by Found of 50, and then Sharjah and My Mate Mozzie. 4 fences left to jump as they go to the last in the back straight. Found of 50, back of the head from Facile Vega, who has changed sides to the inner. They landed in unison, followed by Sharjah and My Mate Mozzie. Turning out of the back straight with 3 fences left to jump. And matched, Facile Vega and Found of 50, a couple of lengths in front of Sharjah, and My Mate Mozzie remains the back marker. Last ditch coming up, 3 from the finish. Facile Vega over first, but only just to Found of 50. Tracked closely in 3rd by Sharjah, 4 lengths to My Mate Mozzie. They're turning to the second last. Precious little between Facile Vega and Found of 50, 2.5 in front of Sharjah. As they jump to second last, Facile Vega and Found of 50 opening up from Sharjah, who's away from My Mate Mozzie as they return to the point at which they started. 1 fence left to jump in the Racing Post Novice Chase. And Found of 50 on the outside, roused back up on terms with Facile Vega, a couple of lengths in front of Sharjah, who's in with a half a chance. On the run of the final fence, Facile Vega picked off by Founder 50. Sharjah is trying to make a race of it. The final fence, and it's Founder 50 over in front from Facile Vega. My Mate Mozzie from last, over the top on the outside of Sharjah, but it's Founder 50 and Jack Kennedy in the lead as they run up towards the finish. It is Founder 50. Founder 50 returns to winning ways in the Racing Post Novice Chase Grade 1. Jack Kennedy enjoyed that. My Mate Mozzie second, Sharjah third, and last of the four, Facile Vega.
Well, a fascinating race to watch, and it has been won by Founder 50. It's another one for Gordon Elliott and Jack Kennedy. Founder 50 returning at 16-5 has taken advantage of a disappointing run from the favourites. Facile Vega has finished last in the end and gone on to score at the expense of My Mate Mozzie. Sharjah had every chance as well. A lot going on there, Lisa. Just the four runners, but the winner jumped right throughout. Facile Vega went left and then finished rather tamely. And the other two were kind of trying to pick up the pieces, but Founder 50, to his credit. And he, of course, had that early scare in the race as well, and come back to win.
From the time the flags went up, Gary, it did not lack drama by any means. You could see Founder 50, he had a look at maybe the doll that was sticking out, and as they turned around to head down to the back straight past the stands. But you can see them, they were also to the fore. The two of them were nip and tuck down to the last, is what I'm trying to say, as they headed down to the last. And it was Founder 50 who was able to dig really deep. Facile Vega completely bombed out from the back of the last. Sharjah looked as if he was coming with a run. He got a little bit caught for room on the inside, and My Mate Mozzie was the one who was able to pick up the pieces in second place. But Founder 50, he didn't help Jack Kennedy by any means. He jumped right most of the way around. He had a look at the doll on the inside, as we mentioned as well, but when it came down to the business end of things, he's certainly got a big engine in there, there's no doubt about that. But is he compensated by the fact that Facile Vega completely bombed out when the question was asked?
It's difficult to know, isn't it? He set out to make the running, Founder 50. Facile Vega took it off him down the back, and he continued to jump to his right after that, Founder 50. And I must admit, I thought at that stage be very hard to see him winning. I don't know about you, Lisa.
I did. I thought the same. I thought he was doing an awful lot wrong, but he's done an awful lot wrong today, and he's still come out on top. I actually thought Sharjah might have run out of a little bit of room before the last, but I think looking at the head-on, he hasn't really. My Mate Mozzie has finished home best of the rest behind the winner, Founder 50, but I think you have to mark up this performance because he jumped out, he made all, and he done an awful lot wrong.
Yes, indeed. And Founder 50 has still found a way to win it. The 16-5 shot strikes here for Bective Stud. Noel and Valerie Moran there here today, I think. Or Noel is definitely here. I saw him earlier on.
Yeah, Noel and Shay and Bernie, who are big supporters of the Bective Stud team. But you can see the head-on shot as Jack Kennedy just pushes him out. I thought My Mate Mozzie was coming with a little bit of a rattle as well, but very questionable about Facile Vega. He's very disappointing. And we've seen him do this before as well, Gary. I think he bombed out at the Dublin Racing Festival after being much too keen, was it? Or maybe that was a Maiden.
It was Christmas here
last year.
Elaine Tom won that race, yeah.
It's not unusual, but look, I thought he jumped an awful lot better than what he did in Navan, but it's a disappointing effort by the favourite.
Is number 1, Ask the Man, another of the David Christie trained quartet in this race. Dara McGill in the saddle. Dara, of course, already among the winners, courtesy of Eagle Terrace in our previous contest on the card, the Handicap Chase. Ask the Man, a winner of the big novice hunter chase at Stratford-on-Avon at the end of May, getting the better of Go-Go Geronimo by 3 parts of a length on that occasion. He's just had 1 run since. His seasonal reappearance came just over a month ago at Ferryhouse when he was well beaten 27 lengths behind Grange Island in a similar contest there. So questions to be answered by Ask the Man. Dara McGill looking for a second winner of the afternoon. The fielder Dan at the 3-mile start for this, our longest distance race of the day. Met Collect Oil Recycling Hunters Chase, won last year by Vaucelet for Barry O'Neill and David Christie. Rob James takes over in the saddle this afternoon.
So our final 2 horses make their way to the start to join the other 8 for our 6th race, the Met Collect Oil Recycling Hunters Chase.
Vaucelet was, well, certainly, probably still is, but certainly was very well regarded in this sphere. Most recently seen when finishing 3rd, just beaten 3 1/4 lengths behind Special Prep in a point-to-point at the beginning of the month at Linkstown, down in County Wexford. Vaucelet was sent off the favourite for the Fox Hunters at the Cheltenham Festival. Unfortunately for his connections, he was well beaten behind Premier Magic, beaten 10 lengths into 7th, and since then has been racking up a bit of a losing streak, and has been abandoned by his normal rider, his usual partner Barry O'Neill, who has opted for the stable first string in this race, Ferns Lock. So it's David Christie trained runners Ferns Lock and Vaucelet who are the first and second favourites in the market at the moment. It's on the line in the black and white colours, represents Emmett Mullins and his cousin Charlie Mullins in the saddle. It's on the line, winner of the big Hunters Chase at the Punchestown Festival back in April, beating Vaucelet by a length on that occasion. He's had 2 runs in point-to-point since then, most recently at Dromahan when he was an easy winner over Jeremy Pass. On the 5th of November, Maxine O'Sullivan was in the saddle on that occasion. Charlie Mullins takes over this afternoon. Shantou Show represents Oran McGill and Noel Kelly here. Shantou Show will be bidding to give Noel Kelly his 3rd winner of the afternoon. Dara McGill's brother Oran takes over in the saddle. Ramillies is another interesting new horse to Hunter Chasing. He's the grey and the blue and white colours, lining up towards the rear of the field. So to call them home in this, our second last race of the day, Ferns Lock the favourite, it's time to hand up to the commentary box and rejoin the man with the microphone up there, James Griffin, for the second last race of the day.
Oscar and Ferns Lock. as they race through the start, and making a forward move is Love and Wishes to the Boss's Oscar. And then on the inside is It's the Line, in the change of colours from your race card, black and red instead of black and white. Love and Wishes to the Boss's Oscar, Ferns Lock. And then sitting on the outside is Wowsham. And then comes It's on the Line with Remillies. Then Vaucelet with Astaman, Domdolo and Shantou Show. Over the first, and they stream out over that. Shantou Show was the slowest through the air, as Love and Wishes has the lead. Love and Wishes to Ferns Lock in second. And then a line of 4 on the inside, the Boss's Oscar to It's on the Line. Then Wowsham and Vaucelet with Astaman and Remillies, Domdolo and Shantou Show. At the fence number 2. And these Hunter Chasers up and over. Love and Wishes leads the field. 2 in second place is Ferns Lock. In third on the inside is the Boss's Oscar. And then behind the Boss's Oscar is Wowsham. It's on the Line. Vaucelet in company with Astaman. And then Remillies, Shantou Show in company with Domdolo. So 3 jumps behind them. On to the next steeplechase. And it's Love and Wishes by a little over a length to Ferns Lock. And then on the inside is the Boss's Oscar to It's on the Line and Wowsham. Just in behind is Vaucelet with Astaman and Remillies. And then Shantou Show, Domdolo. But Love and Wishes in the lead for the Taylors, 2 in second place. Ferns Lock for Ray Nicholas. And then on the inside, the Boss's Oscar and the Bective Stud Silks. And then Wowsham for Dr. J Syndicate. Just in front of It's on the Line for the CCR Racing Syndicate. And then Vaucelet for Sam Hegarty and Jennifer O'Kane. Doubly represented with Astaman in the yellow distinguishing cap. And then comes the grey Remillies in the white and blue for the Remillies and Christie's Family Syndicate. And then comes Domdolo in the colours of Barry Connell, which will be adorned aboard Marine Nationale this week. And then comes Shantou Show for Conor Moe. And downhill they race, down towards the middle of 3. And our leader continues to be, our leader is Love and Wishes in the hands of Brian Dunleavy. 2 in second place is Barry O'Neill and Ferns Lock. Then Georgie Benson, the Boss's Oscar, to It's on the Line. And Charlie Mullins with Wowsham just outside it and Stephen Connor. And then Vaucelet racing a little bit wide, Rob James. Back on the inside, Astaman, Darren McGill, who rode our previous winner in Eagle Terrace and was runner-up in our opener. Then Remillies and Bertie Finn. And then comes behind that is Shantou Show and Oren McGill in company with Finney Maguire and Domdolo. So passing the crowd with a circuit to race in the Met Collect Oil Recycling Hunters Chase. And our leader continues to be Jamie Sloan trained. Love and Wishes to in second place is Ferns Lock, one of 3 David Christie representatives. And then comes the Gordon Elliott trained, the Boss's Oscar, in company with Emmett Mullins as It's on the Line. Then Stuart Crawford's Wowsham just in front of another David Christie, Vaucelet, and on the inside Astaman Stable Companions. And then the 4th David Christie runner is Remillies. And then comes Barry Connell's Domdolo, and our back marker is Noel Kelly's Shantou Show. Noel's had a double so far in the card. The regulation fence is behind them, and Love and Wishes continues to show the way in the yellow with the royal blue seams. 2 in second place, the Tangerine and Green of Ferns Lock, and then the black with the red chevrons on the sleeves is It's on the Line. The black with the red cross of Lorraine on the body is Wowsham, and then the grey in the white and blue hoops of Remills. And then behind Remillies on the outside, the purple, yellow, red and yellow with the red cap is Vaucelet getting slaps down the shoulder through their starting point of the race. And then the same colours but a yellow cap of Astaman, the beige and the green sleeves Shantou Show, and the yellow with the dark blue sash is Domdolo. Ferns Lock takes over to Love and Wishes. Ferns Lock, Love and Wishes put in a short one to It's on the Line, and then Wowsham. Vaucelet, the Boss's Oscars, lost a couple of places and has just been passed by Remillies. And then in behind Remillies is Astaman and Shantou Show and Domdolo. And the field of 10 covered by less than 8 lengths. But it's Ferns Lock, Love and Wishes, It's on the Line, and then Wowsham. The Boss's Oscar, Remillies and Vaucelet. And then the next line of 3, Astaman, Shantou Show, Domdolo. But Ferns Lock goes on by over a length. 2 in second place, Remills. And then comes It's on the Line and Wowsham. And Love and Wishes dropping back. And then Vaucelet, Domdolo, Astaman, Shantou Show. The Boss's Oscars drop to the rear. Ferns Lock in tight to that one. It's on the Line, Remillies, Wowsham. And they're 2 lengths to the good over Astaman, Domdolo, Vaucelet, Love and Wishes. Shantou Show and the Boss's Oscars, they swing right-handed. And it's Ferns Lock and Barry O'Neill. 2 in second place is Remillies. And then It's on the Line and Wowsham. Vaucelet, Domdolo. Then Astaman, Shantou Show, the Boss's Oscar, Love and Wishes, our long-time leaders, drop to the rear of the field as they leave that fence behind them and quickly on to the next. Ferns Lock, Remillies, It's on the Line. Then Wowsham. And then Astaman, Vaucelet, Domdolo. And a big jump asked for by Barry O'Neill, and he got it from Ferns Lock. Slow through the air was Dom Dolo. And then Ramillies in second, but it's on the line third. Wowsham 4, 5 Ask the Man. And then comes Vaucelet, Chantou Show, Dom Dolo, and the boss's Oscar. Love and Wish has been pulled up as they swing right-handed, and they have about 3/4 of a mile to run, and it's Ferns Lock, Ramillies, and it's on the line. A little over 2 lengths splits the trio to Wowsham, then Vaucelet and Ask the Man, Dom Dolo, and Chantou Show, the boss's Oscar, as they swing for home. And Ferns Lock lobbing away in the front end too. In second place is Ramillies. It's on the line, but Ferns Lock, David Christie has 1-2 at the moment. Ferns Lock to Ramillies, then it's on the line on Wowsham, and then David Christie in behind 5 and 6 with Vaucelet and Ask the Man. Ferns Lock brushed through the top of that. Ramillies switched roadside. Ferns Lock, Ramillies, then it's on the line. Wowsham will keep galloping. Vaucelet, Dom Dolo, Chantou Show, and Ask the Man. Little over 2 furlongs to run in the Met Collect Oil Recycling Hunters Chase, and the grey is Ramillies, the orange colours of Ferns Lock, and then the far side with the chevrons on the sleeves, it's on the line. The cross of Lorraine on the body is Wowsham. They're clear of Vaucelet, 2 out. Ferns Lock a little to split the pair with Ramillies, who's drifting left. It's on the line of Wowsham, and then down towards the final fences, pulling up is Dom Dolo at the last. Ferns Lock up and over 1.5 lengths clear to It's on the Line, who's beginning to run on. Wowsham in fourth. Ferns Lock needs the line to It's on the Line in second. Ramillies, Wowsham. Ferns Lock only a length ahead, half a length a neck. It's on the line. It's on the line. Ferns Lock and at the line. It's on the line to Ferns Lock. Then Wowsham, Ramillies, Voss, Ask the Man. Everything else pulled
in October time, where he was well ridden by Paddy O'Hanlon on the front end, stealing a race on one occasion, beating the one we dream of. He's up in trip of furlong here on Chasing debut.
Short run to the first of 11 fences in this 2 mile 1 furlong contest. On the inside, Hensey jumps it well in front, better than his nearest pursuer at this early stage, El Champo, as they continue to make the uphill run towards fence number 2. And it's Hensey and Sean O'Keefe taking them along by about 2 to 3 lengths. El Champo racing in second, with Irish Blaze in third as they jump fence number 2, the regulation. Karuma Gray is next on the outside of Deployed, and just the back marker of the sextet as they begin to race downhill is the King of PRS. So Sean O'Keefe just steadying it on Hensey out in front, leads by about 1.5 lengths to El Champo, with Irish Blaze on that one's outside, followed length back in 4 by Karuma Gray, and they're half a length in front of Deployed, and the back marker continues to be the King of PRS. So continue to run downhill towards the straight. 2 fences await them when they straighten up, fences 3 and 4, and a steady pace now being set by Hensey, with Irish Blaze on its outside within half a length. 2 to 3 lengths then to find El Champo, who races in third. 4 on the outside, the grey Karuma Gray, followed by Deployed and the King of PRS. At the third fence, Hensey sees a good stride into it and lands a length in front of Irish Blaze as they race between fences 3 and 4. This will be the last one in a circuit's time. Hensey has jumped well so far. Stood off that one, landed a length in front of Irish Blaze in second. Another length to El Champo, who races third on the inside of Karuma Gray. Deployed between them, and the back mark of the 6 as they pass the winning post with a circuit to go is the King of PRS. So Shorty to make the right-handed swing to bring them towards the entrance to the back straight. And it's Hensey and Sean O'Keefe bidding to bring up a treble for him and Willie Mullins on the afternoon. Lead by a length to Irish Blaze and Carl Miller in second. Third on the inside is El Champo and Paddy O'Hanlon, with 4 on the outer. Races Karuma Gray and Hugh Morgan. On that one's inside Deployed and Sam Ewing, who's looking for a double. The back marker is another rider seeking a double, the King of PRS under Sean Flanagan. So straightening up and to bring them towards the first of the 5 fences in the back straight, 7 in all to jump. And as they come to it, Hensey may have just increased the tempo slightly, but jumps that one well again. Has jumped really well throughout so far. The top weight leads by about 2 to 3 lengths over Irish Blaze in second. Third on the inside, El Champo, better jump by that one, takes it into second. The King of PRS is 4 now on the inside of Karuma Gray and Deployed is between horses, just the back marker of the 6th. They jumped the middle fence in the back straight. Deployed hit that one slightly and is back is last of the 6 as they continue the uphill run towards the 4th of the fences in the back straight, 3 from the finish, 4 from the finish rather. And the leader is Hennessy from El Champo. Clayking closer order in 2nd, Irish Blaze is in 3rd, Karuma Gray 4 on the outside, the King of PRS and Deployed being pushed along at the back of the field. At the fence at the top of the hill, the regulation 3 from the finish. Good jump in front by Hennessy, maybe slightly out to its left, but was fluent at it. El Champo in 2nd, Irish Blaze being ridden up on the outside now to try to move into 2nd spot. The King of PRS is a close 4, Karuma Gray being ridden along in 5, and they've left Deployed at the back of the field. Heading inside the final half mile, and the front 5 begin to bunch up. Hennessy on the inside with the advantage, Irish Blaze on the outer. Between them is El Champo, half a length to Karuma Gray, being pushed along and forward, but responding at this stage and moved up to almost join issue as they begin the race towards the home straight. The King of PRS tracks them in 5. Anyone's race as they swing in. Hennessy on the inside, possibly with the overall advantage. Karuma Gray is on the outer, Irish Blaze and El Champo between them, and the King of PRS is looking for room just in behind. Heading down towards the second last, the far side, Hennessy, Irish Blaze. Hennessy just moves off the rail, the King of PRS almost a gap there for that one on the inside, but there's not a lot to choose between the quintet as they jump the second last. Hennessy, Irish Blaze, Karuma Gray right over on the stand side. The King of PRS now has a clear passage at the last. Irish Blaze lands in the lead from the King of PRS over on the far side. Karuma Gray and El Champo. Irish Blaze, the King of PRS on the far side. It's the King of PRS and Sean Flanagan go on top zone. And a double for Sean Flanagan as the King of PRS wins by 2 lengths in the end from Irish Blaze in 2nd, Karuma Gray 3rd, El Champo 4, and Hennessy dropped out to be last of the 5.
The King of PRS was weak in the marker, but like he did when he won at Wexford, beating Hennessy, he stays strong. He doesn't know when he's beat. He got up in the last half a furlong then at Wexford. He's done the same today, and Sean Flanagan deserves all applaud. It's going down the inside all the way. Got a good run down the inner of Hennessy after the second last, and despite the eventual 2nd Irish Blaze ran a cracker on stable debut for King Collins. This horse, once he got to running red, was never going to be denied. He's a tough Dara Stair, very likely race, and has a great will to win. Just at this point in time, he's looking for a gap. Sean Flanagan, he doesn't have a lot with El Champo and Hennessy, who flattered as he often can do to deceive. Sean O'Keefe looking for a stride at this point down the inside. The eventual winner at this point, with the eventual winner getting tight into last, getting no real cover. Irish Blaze got the momentum up, and the winner had to switch between a horse, eventually going to last. Got a good jump at the last, but Irish Blaze had a length at this stage. However, like Wexford, he finds plenty for pressure, and it's really, really strong to line, keeping on really well to win over 2 miles 1 furlong. Whatever he's doing at this trip to King of PRS, surely when he steps up to 2.5 miles up in grade, he will get better. As a likely raced individual, there's definitely more improvement to come. He's now 2 from 2 over fences, following on as well from that success at Listowel over hurdles at the harvest meeting, of course, and he's produced another gritty display to bring up a double, of course, for Sean Flanagan on a day. Another winner for Gavin Cromwell. He's had at least 1 winner in Down Royal on my last count, and he gets a nice success here down in Limerick today. Ask Anything, of course, winning under Kieran Buckley at Down Royal earlier today. And Sean Flanagan also rides a lot for the stable. It's a good relationship with this horse. Knows him well. He got him to relax today with cover. He did have to bide his time for a gap, but once getting there, he stayed on strongly. Irish Blaze, cracking run on stable debut, just unlucky to run into a gritty, improving horse like the winner. And a well supported back in 3rd, Karuma Gray, probably running to a level of his previous run at Punchestown. 2 starts go to winner, and a second 2 go to Smiling Sean Flanagan. Comes back in after a Stephen's Day double at Limerick.
So they are leaving the parade ring now for our penultimate event of the day here at Leopardstown. It is the new Smart View race cards by Racing Post Handicap Chase. And the reminder number 3, the Greek is an absentee. Danny Gilligan has switched to Fire Attack in this one. There he is. Danny, who had that big graded win earlier on in the afternoon. Jack Kennedy just feeling a little bit off colour after winning the Racing Post Novice Chase on Founder 50. In fairness, Founder 50 did give him a few anxious moments on the way around, to say the least. So Danny Gilligan has been allowed to substitute for him on Fire Attack. 4-1 joint favourites currently Chavez and Path de Rouge. Chavez, interesting horse, very lightly raced. He won a beginner's chase at Fairyhouse when we saw him last in January. He had unseated his rider prior to that on this very day last year in a beginner's chase at Down Royal. I think he unseated at the first fence that day. So he's had a bit of a checkered career, but he's obviously got a bit of talent, and off a mark of 1.32, he seems to be quite well fancied here. Who would be your preference, Lisa, between himself and the other joint favourite, Pat de Rouge?
I would go with Pat de Rouge, to be perfectly honest. Nothing against Chavez. I just feel that maybe he doesn't have some of the experience that the likes of Pat de Rouge brings to the table. I thought he was going back to January when he did win his beginner's chase in Fairyhouse. I thought he was a little bit sketchy at the first couple, and he did warm up to the task, but I don't think he can afford to be any way novice in a handicap here today, up against some handicap battled hardened types as well. Obviously with the rating that he has as well, he's rated £16 higher over fences than what he is over hurls, but he comes back off a little bit of a layoff as well. There's plenty of gaps in his CV. His, as you mentioned, lightly raced, considering he's 7 rising 8. Albeit he's probably an unknown quantity in this division as well, but for me, I think I'd rather sit and watch today and see how he fares out.
I think that's fair comments. And Pat de Rouge, obviously round about this time last year, he was, as a novice hurdler, running at a very, very high level, and things just unravelled for him after he ran in the Royal Bond Novice Hurdle at Fairyhouse last year. But he is a talented sort on his day. He's been a slow burner, I think it's fair to say, Lisa, over fences so far, but the other side of that is, could he have a nice mark here of 1.32?
Yeah, I think I have a sneaky suspicion that he could be off a mark that is certainly workable for him. His jumping hasn't been his forte, so he's going to have to improve from what we've seen of him so far, considering he had a run against in a handicap the last day at Fairyhouse. I'm hoping he's going to learn from that and he'll be better for that experience under his belt. He's obviously a previous point-to-point winner, and he's a dual bumper winner over hurls, as well as a bumper winner and a dual winner over hurls, and he's actually rated £7 lower over fences. But Tongue Strap is back on today. I don't think the ground should be a problem either, and I feel, albeit maybe he was a little bit disappointing, I feel Connections had high expectations for him over hurls. I think he could be capable of this mark over fences.
I don't know about you, Lisa. I thought the most interesting of the rest was Snake Oil, and there is market support for him as well. He was an eye catcher in that beginner's chase won by Grange Clare West at Naas last time, and Barry Collins obviously got Marine Nationale coming up here tomorrow. He usually puts a couple aside for the Leopardstown Christmas meeting. He's got a long association with this fixture. He's from this part of the world originally, and wouldn't be shocked if he was well in here, even though the handicapper doesn't look to have taken any chances.
It wouldn't surprise me by any means, and I totally agree, because Barry Connell definitely targets this meeting. It's about 44 days since we seen him last, and when he was behind Grange Clare West, he was beaten 30 lengths altogether. But the fact that he's stepping into handicap company for the first time, Michael O'Sullivan on board, he lack nothing from the saddle. He's by Westerner as well, and we already seen a Westerner on the mark here today so far, and I do agree with you. He could be one maybe to keep an eye on, because he could shape well. He's lining up good in prominence there with Michael O'Sullivan in the yellow colours with the blue sash.
Here they come around the turn towards the tape then. 100 to 30 the field. Chavez looks like going off clear favourite.
Forming a line. And that off in race 6. The new Smart View race cards by Racing Post Handicap Chase. 2 miles, 1 furlong the trip, 11 fences to jump, and it's the top weight Fat Attack who leads. the nose banded Typical Thomas. In the centre of the fence, last year's runner-up, the Folks Tiara. Mistake by Snake Oil. Marvellous sit by Michael O'Sullivan as he retrieves his left arm. Fat Attack and Typical Thomas together, two in front of the Folks Tiara, then Snake Oil. Drum Bear the rail, and then the Big Chap, and Chavez next with Pat Dodo and Skipping Court, and held up as Cade Boy. Heading away to fences 2 and 3, and it's Fat Attack and Typical Thomas matching strides. 2 lengths in front of the next couple, Drum Bear and the Folks Tiara, and then Snake Oil, Chavez, Pat Dodo, the Big Chap, Skipping Court, and adrift is Cade Boy. Going to fence number 3, Typical Thomas and Fat Attack 1 and 2, followed by the Folks Tiara, and then Drum Bear, Snake Oil, Chavez, as they clear fence number 3. Chavez wasn't great there in the check colours. Continuing on to the 4th, and it's Typical Thomas and Fat Attack making the bend, followed by Drum Bear and the Folks Tiara. The Big Chap has picked up ground on the outside of Pat Dodo, and then Snake Oil. Chavez next, and then Skipping Court, 3 lengths to Cade Boy. Heading to fence number 4 with 10 furlongs to go. And it's Typical Thomas just in front from Fat Attack. Landing in 3rd place, the Folks Tiara, and then Drum Bear and the Big Chap. Pat Dodo next, and Chavez. Snake Oil now near to the back is 2 behind, Skipping Court, and a detached Cade Boy. Soon at the halfway stage as they go to fence number 5. Typical Thomas and Fat Attack continuing the first pairing, followed by Drum Bear and the Folks Tiara. They jump this 5th fence. After the Folks Tiara is Chavez, and then Pat Dodo and the Big Chap and Snake Oil. The final couple are Skipping Court, and Cade Boy is struggling. On now to their first ditch. This is fence number 6, taking them well inside halfway. And it's Typical Thomas and Fat Attack, separated now by a length with the Folks Tiara, jumping up to be a companion to Typical Thomas as they go to the 5th last fence with just over 3/4 of a mile to go. And landing in the lead over that one, the Folks Tiara has headed Typical Thomas. Fat Attack retreats on the inside of the Big Chap, and Snake Oil working back up to the leaders, and then Drum Bear, and Pat Dodo and Skipping Court and Chavez out in front of Cade Boy, as they've just completed their jumping in the back straight. And it's the Folks Tiara, Natalie in front from Typical Thomas. The Big Chap moves up into 3rd, and Snake Oil, Fat Attack, and Skipping Court creeping into contention on the inside of Drum Bear, and touches Pat Dodo. 3 lengths to Chavez. At the final ditch, there's fence 3 out, and it's the Folks Tiara and Rachel Blackmore going on a length in front of Typical Thomas, Aidan Kelly. The Big Chap up to dispute 2nd now for Shane Fitzgerald, and then Snake Oil. Skipping Court and Pat Dodo and Fat Attack is continuing to drift back, and then Chavez and Drum Bear. A mistake by Typical Thomas there at the 2nd last. And it's the Folks Tiara heading for home with a lead of 2 to 3 lengths over the Big Chap. Pat Dodo closes on the inside, then Snake Oil, Typical Thomas, Skipping Court, Chavez, Drum Bear weakens, and then Fat Attack. Straightening on up for the final fence, the Folks Tiara from the Big Chap making ground on the outside. Going for the inner is Pat Dodo. These 3 break away from Snake Oil, Typical Thomas, Chavez, and Skipping Court. The final fence, the Folks Tiara backed over, and his inconvenience and taking a fall was Pat Dodo, and it is the Folks Tiara in the lead from the Big Chap, who's grinding it out on the outside. Up towards the finish, it is the Folks Tiara holding the Big Chap. The Folks Tiara goes a spot better than last year, fending off the Big Chap. Snake Oil in 3rd. 4th was Skipping Court. The final fence faller was Pat Dodo, who had his ground taken by the winner.
Yeah, really dramatic finish here. The victory goes to the Folks Tiara. Path to row coming down at the final fence, and a disconsolate Keith Donoghue, because this horse seemed to be going really well at the time, but he went for, well, it looked an ambitious gap up the inner, Lisa, and he seemed to be getting there, and then Rachel Blackmore seemed to spy him and went to close the door. They came together, and I'm afraid for Path to Row supporters, he was the one that lost out and hit the deck.
He was. It seemed like he ran out of racing room on the landing side of the fence as well. Maybe Rachel Blackmore just actually noticed on the last stride that he was actually coming up her inside. They seem to be actually side by side jumping the last, almost a little bit head down, but it'll be interesting when we do see the head on. You can see Keith, it looks as if he's got the gap there. He goes and jumps the fence. He nearly jumps a little bit to his right actually, and Rachel Blackmore obviously lands maybe just in Keith's pathway. Obviously Keith was going for maybe what was looked an ambitious route up the inside. He was stuck in a pocket. He probably had no other option to go. Maybe on reflection he'll be wondering had he made a decision earlier.
Carrying the colours of Simon Munir and Isaac Swed. This mare has had just 2 starts in public. She was third on debut in a point-to-point at Oldcastle back in February, and Connections thought plenty of her because they dropped her into listed company on her racecourse debut proper, where she ran an excellent second behind Only by Night at Navan. That was in a listed bumper over the 2 miles there. She was beaten only 2 1/4 lengths on that occasion under today's rider. She is a daughter of Authorised, and his progeny generally do tend to progress for racing and progress with age as well. This mare is only a 5-year-old, and quite tellingly, the owner's racing manager Anthony Bromley is also on site as well. Another one who is well found in the market is Mark Malloy's Quint Major, son of Isavosky, another 5-year-old in this race. Tom Harney will take the mount, and Quint Major was a very good second behind Firefox on his debut in a bumper here at Down Royal, over a furlong shorter. Mark Malloy, who's based at Crossogan in County Tipperary and near Thurles, he doesn't have that many runners, but is a very, very able performer with the few runners that he does have. And then he had a horse who ran well at Dundalk just before the Christmas break as well. So that's Quint Major, just about to be mounted by Tom Harney before heading out onto the track. His second visit to Down Royal in the space of 5 or 6 weeks. Just behind Quint Major was Fast Felix for Owen McCarthy. Johnny Barry will take the mount, and there is number 6, Sporting Glory for Pat Fahey. Charlie Mullins in the play. Charlie Mullins just has the 2 rides here this afternoon, and he was quite brilliant aboard It's On the Line, getting up in the shadows of the post to win our preceding Hunter's Chase. Charlie looking to make it 2 wins from as many rides on the card, teaming up with Sporting Glory, who makes his racecourse debut this afternoon. Another one we pick up now, heading down to the start, is Dermot McLaughlin's Helicon. Finian Maguire's in the saddle. This fella's just had the 1 run so far. He was well beaten on debut at Punchestown, beaten 44 lengths behind The Passing Wife, finishing 5th of 8 on that occasion. Helicon actually made a fair chunk of the running in the early stages of that bumper at Punchestown. He took the field along at a pretty sedate gallop, and once headed, he really had nothing more to offer. But he was well supported on debut at Punchestown, and is probably a little bit better than he showed on that occasion. In front of Helicon is number 3, Marl Park. Rob James takes the ride aboard the son of Caliphate, who's trained by John Ryan from Tipperary. Marl Park has had just the 1 run so far. That was finishing 25 lengths behind Intense Approach on his debut at Listowel back in February. There we see then the familiar Munir and Swed silks of Mongabello. Stephen Connor in the saddle. Mongabello, the market leader in this concluding bumper. Also coming into shot there and just about to leave shot again is Lazy Bones, a homebred for Bective stud, Noel and Valerie Moran, who've enjoyed a really fine day down the road at Leopardstown with Founder 50 winning the big Racing Post Novices Chase. And Lazy Bones, trained of course by Gordon Elliott, is making her racecourse debut here. She's closely related as well to the high-class Cedar Row, and is Lazy Bones is one of the homebreds from Bective stud, Nolan Valerie Moore, and of course amassing quite a good broodmare band down at their stud farm in County Meath, including Apple's Jade. So they're nearly all down at the finishing line, or down at the start, I should say. Sporting Glory for Pat Fahey and Charlie Mullins. Just getting to the tail of the field now. Sporting Glory, a 7-year-old by fame and glory, making his belated racecourse debut. He's quite well related. The dam has already bred the likes of the Caddy Rose and the Flyer Begley. So we're just getting a shot there of number 10, I'm Just Me, who's a little bit behind the others. I'm Just Me for Harry Smith. Mikey Malloy will be taking the mount aboard this daughter of a Caliphate. She's a half-sister to Battle of Ridgeway. Mikey Malloy, of course, who performed something of a miracle in our handicap chase when keeping the partnership intact aboard Finian's Row. Mikey having to work hard now to get this daughter of Caliphate down to the start, opting to lead her down in hand. She's really almost at the 2 mile 1 furlong start, where she will join her other 9 rivals. And so a quick check on the market. Mongabello, a daughter of Authorized, remains the favourite for owners Simon Munir and Isaac Swed. Owners who have a lot of horses in training. I think it's something like approaching 75 of their horses are in training in Ireland, spread mainly between Willie Mullins and the Crawford Yard in Larne. Mongabella, one of the more experienced runners in this field as well, courtesy of a decent run in a point-to-point and an excellent run on her debut in a listed bumper at Navan 5 weeks ago. Quint Major for Mark Malloy is also well found in the market here. Tom Harney takes the ride for the first time. Quint Major ran a huge race on debut here at Down Royal 6 weeks ago, beaten 5 lengths behind Firefox into 2nd place. Firefox, of course, very highly regarded runner from the Gordon Elliott yard. Lazy Bones for Gordon Elliott and Bective Stud is also well found in the market. So they're coming into line. And I'm Just Me and Mick Malloy have been united at the start. I'm Just Me looks like she's beginning to plant herself at the start. So Mick Malloy is back on his feet once again. It'll be interesting to see how many more chances the starter gives I'm Just Me on her racecourse start. Mick just trying to take advantage of the momentum of the other 9 rivals as they come past him. But he's got a less than willing partner in the shape of I'm Just Me. So without any further ado, we'll hand up for the final time today to our commentator, James Griffin, to call them home in the finale.
Runners taking their turn. Horse has been called forward. Yellow flag is raised. Off and running. Going without number 10, I'm Just Me, who planted itself at the start. Slightly missing the kick was Lazy Bones, as Moral Park is away and gone down the home straight for the finale, the Met Collect Metal Recycling. Thank you very much, Tracy O'Mara from Down Royal. The best of luck in Foss Lass bumper. And the leader is Moral Park. 2 in second, Fast Felix. In third is Quint Major, and then Helicon disputing third place with Mongibello, and then comes Tolly Moore and company with Sporting Glory, and then a break back to Pay the Tab, and our back marker is Lazy Bones with I'm Just Me withdrawn before the start. Moral Park by a couple to Fast Felix and Helicon in third. 2 in fourth place on the inside is Quint Major, and then Mongibello getting up on the inside of Tolly Moore. Outside of it is Sporting Glory 3 wide with Pay the Tab and Lazy Bones, as Moral Park by a couple of lengths in the hands of Rob James. 2 in second place, Johnny Barry and Fast Felix. In third, Finney Maguire on board Helicon, who races on the outside of Quint Major in the hands of conditional Tom Harney. And then comes Mongibello on the inside and Stephen Connor with Tollymore upsides it. And then comes outside of it is Sporting Glory, Pay the Tab and Lazy Bones, as Moral Park leads the field down the back straight, and Moral Park in the colours of trainer John Ryan. 2 in second place, Fast Felix, and then in third is Helicon and Quint Major, and then comes Tollymore, who sits in the centre between Mongibello and Sporting Glory with a break back to Pay the Tab and Lazy Bones. But Moral Park setting decent fractions in the bumper. Moral Park in the sheepskin noseband. 2 in second place, Fast Felix. In third is Quint Major and Helicon. Then comes Tollymore, Mongibello and Sporting Glory with Pay the Tab and Lazy Bones, as they're halfway down the back straight are Moral Park. The son of Caliphate, who's raced once, finishing 6th. 2 in second place, Fast Felix, bidding to improve upon a couple of podium finishes. In third is Quint Major, a recent runner-up. Second 6 weeks ago. Then comes Helicon, who ran a month ago, finished 5th on debut. To Tollymore in behind, who's making his debut on the racetrack under rules, to Mongibello, who's finished 2nd in Navan. And outside of that races Sporting Glory, the debutant. And they're clear of Pay the Tab, and have placed once, and then comes Lazy Bones, seeing the track for the first time. But Moral Park not as far clear, has a length advantage over Fast Felix to Quint Major and Helicon, the imposing Helicon, son of Okavango. Back on the inside is Mongibello, and then comes Sporting Glory, Tollymore, Pay the Tabs and Lazy Bones. But Moral Park is relentless on the front end. 2 in second is Fast Felix, and then comes Quint Major, and Helicon moves closer. Sporting Glory, Tollymore, Mongibello going the shortest route, and then Pay the Tabs and Lazy Bones inside the final mile. Moral Park by a length to Fast Felix. Moral Park in the maroon body with the pink sleeves. 2 in second, the orange jacket of Fast Felix. And then comes the pink with the white hoop, the royal blue cap, adorned by Harcon in those days. The chestnut horses, Helicon. And then comes Quint Major, Sporting Glory, Tollymore and Mongibello, Pay the Tab and Lazy Bones. But Moral Park is keeping the gallop up. Fast Felix now eyeballing the long-time leader, Quint Major and Helicon. Then comes Sporting Glory around the field of Mongibello as they swing for home. Fast Felix takes over. 2 in second, Quint Major looks the danger. Sporting Glory, and then comes Mongibello, and then Moral Park. Reminders for Helicon and Lazy Bones beginning to run on. Pay the Tabs and then Tollymore. Downhill they race. 3 furlongs to run in the Met Collect Metal Recycling bumper, and Sporting Glory with the stripe cap. The inside the orange, it's Fast Felix. The grey is Mongibello. Then off the bridle the white face Quint Major. Inside the final 2.5, Sporting Glory to Mongibello, held together by Stephen Connor. Then comes Fast Felix and Quint Major. Lazy Bones and Helicon, Pay the Tab and Moral Park. Stephen Connor looks over his shoulder. His main danger's on his right hand side, Sporting Glory, but Mongibello given the office to go. The grey daughter of Authorised opens up to Sporting Glory. Then comes in third place Quint Major, Fast Felix, but inside the final furlongs and extending impressively is Mongibello. It's a day for the Northern trainers. It's a good win here for Stuart Crawford. Trained Mongibello in the hands of Stephen Connor, owned by Munir and Swade. Mongibello scores hands and heels. Second, Sporting Glory. Then comes Quint Major. Lazy Bones ran a cracker. Fast Felix, Pay the Tabs, Helicon, Moral Park and Tollymore.
Wide of those. On the inside is the Blazing Queen. So good clip on early as Roly Bully Boy and Chain of Consequence lead them on the downhill run towards the turn of the straight for the first time. About 6 lengths in front. of Tees Components Yes, who races in third. Mahler's Cove is in 4, a length in front of MacIver 5, followed then by Cool Arcade. Mehall is next in the field in the light blue jacket, when that one's outside is Sunny Villa. The Blazing Queen is next, followed down the hill by Freddie Robdal, who's on the outside of both Elmount and Natural Ability, and the back marker is the grey Our Bobby. So as they make the swing in towards fences 3 and 4, and on the inside it's Roly Boly Boy and Owen Walsh disputing the lead with Chain of Consequence upsides that one in the hands of Adam Ryan. Chasing group are a little bit closer, Mahler's Cove and Sean Flanagan in third. 4 on the inside is Tees Components Yes, followed over that fence by Mehall, who's made a couple of placings ahead of MacIver, with Cool Arcade in the white starred sleeves is wide of those as they jump fence number 4. Not on landing there by Mehall, who drops it back to mid-division. They're followed by Sunny Villa on the outside of the Blazing Queen and Natural Ability towards the far side. Freddie Robdal. Our Bobby is relegated Elmount to just be the back marker of the 13 runners as they race out with a complete circuit left to race. And heading towards the 9 furlong point. The lead is now with Chain of Consequence, who goes on by a length or so to in second place. The top weight Roly Boly Boy, much tighter bunch field than when they swing into the straight. They're only a length in front of Mahler's Cove in third. Tees Components Yes races 4 on the inside. Mehall and Cool Arcade next, with MacIver in the orange jacket on that one's inside, followed then by the Blazing Queen, Freddie Robdal in the maroon jacket with on that one's outside the white and red of Sunny Villa. There in front of Natural Ability, Elmount and Our Bobby, the back marker, as they complete the right-handed swing, bring them into the back straight with 7 fences left to jump in all. And the lead is held by Chain of Consequence, and Adam Ryan leads by 2 lengths. Second place is the top weight Roly Boly Boy. A length then to Mahler's Cove, who jumps that well in third. Tees Components, a slight mistake on the inside, relegates that one to 5th with upsides at Mehall. They're followed by MacIver. The Blazing Queen, Cool Arcade is next in the field on the outside of those, followed then by Sunny Villa. Freddie Robdal. Our Bobby's made up a place or 2 ahead of Natural Ability and Elmount. At the middle fence in the back straight. And Chain of Consequence has opened up and gone on now by some half a dozen more lengths or more to in second place is Roly Boly Boy. Similar break now down to Mahler's Cove is in third as they jump the 4th last. Good jump by Mahler's Cove in third, a length in front of Tees Components Yes 4. They're followed by Sunny Villa, who's trying to make ground on both on the outside of both Freddie Robdal and Mehall, with the Blazing Queen next as they come to the fence at the top of the hill, 3 from the finish and over it. Chain of Consequence lands in the lead by about 6 to 8 lengths. Over in second place is Roly Boly Boy. Mahler's Cove tries to get closer in third, but still has half a dozen lengths to make up on the one chasing the leader. Tees Components Yes moves up on that one's inside, and they're followed 4 or 5 lengths back by the Blazing Queen and Sunny Villa ahead of Our Bobby and MacIver. On the downhill run, taking them towards the turn into the straight. And Chain of Consequence still travelling well enough out in front, about 6 to 8 lengths of a lead. Over in second place is Roly Boly Boy. Tees Components Yes makes ground now to almost join issue for a second as they continue the downhill run towards the straight. They're followed back in 4 by Mahler's Cove, who's ahead of the Blazing Queen and Our Bobby, and then Sunny Villa and MacIver. Swinging in, 2 fences left to jump, and Chain of Consequence out clear under Adam Ryan. Tees Components Yes gives chase in second. Third on the inside is Roly Boly Boy, and they're clear of Our Bobby staying on ahead of Mahler's Cove. Down to the second last. Chain of Consequence only by some 2 to 3 lengths now, jumps it 3 to 4 lengths in front indeed of Tees Components Yes, now asked in second. In third is Roly Boly Boy, and they're clear of Our Bobby. Down to the final fence, it's Chain of Consequence out in front, jumps it well, lands 3 in front of Tees Components Yes, making ground in second as the race inside the final 150. It's Chain of Consequences out in front by 3 lengths. Tees Components Yes and Roly Boly Boy making no impression in second and third. Chain of Consequence wins it by 4. Close call for second between Tees Components Yes and Roly Boly Boy. Clear of Our Bobby, MacIver and a tired Mahler's Cove in 6th.
Chain of Consequence gets another success at Limerick. This time over fences under a very, very positive ride by Adam Ryan. He got a break on the field with a circuit to go and asked his horse a lot of questions at his fences, but every time he asked him, Chain of Consequence was there to deliver. He got away quickly from every fence, had a big break in the field going to second last. It looked momentarily like the horse and shot Tees Capone, yes, who did keep on to be second alongside Roly Poly Boy. We're going to pick him up maybe at this point in the race, but the winner, once he got over second last, he was going to take a lot of catching, and he gains a first success over fence here today to back up that win over hurdles here in the past. Got in a little bit tight to the second last. Adam Ryan, though, had a long rein on him on landing, slipped his reins, and he's full of running at this point on tough going with the headgear on. Gets in and away he goes, and he stays on strongly. Tees Capone, yes, ran a cracker back in second. Roly Boly Boy, top weight, just vulnerable to an improver like the winner, who had shown slips of form over fences, trying to give a stone and a half to the eventual winner. A lot to ask for the eventual third, and it was a stone for Tees Components, yes, giving to the eventual winner. Really good performance, really cheery ride by Adam Ryan. He was very positive, he had a very willing partner. And Chain of Consequence gets another win here at Limerick on Stephen's Day to round off the chasing action for the day in really good style. Nice performance, nice success.
And number 10 is the other one we want to show you, just coming towards us now. This is My Way of Thinking. Gavin Cromwell has had a good day. He's had winners at Limerick and Down Royal, 2 winners up there, I think. And this is a rangy individual by Flemonsford, from a family he knows very well indeed. He's done well with it, the likes of I Know the Way You're Thinking, I Like the Way You're Thinking. And another mare whose name just escapes my mind now at a slightly lower level. Plenty to talk about this one though as well, Lisa.
Yeah, there is, and he's an eye catcher in the parade ring too. You have to like what you see. He's very professional for his debut. He's walking around nice and calm and relaxed and just having a little look about things. But he's obviously got Derek O'Connor on board. He's only 4-year-old, like the rest of his rivals here today. But Gavin Cromwell is another yard that's been in flying form of late. But I think it'd be a watching brief for me today for this guy. Albeit he's got in the pedigree, I think, by Flemons first and by a family that does well up in trip as well. I think we could see the best of him, maybe with a jump in front of him, but I don't want to speak too soon.
Okay, we'll see how he gets on, but I can definitely see where you're coming from with that one, Lisa. Jockey's about to get legged up for the bumper. So they are down at the start for the finale. Been a really interesting day and potentially high-class bumper to wrap things up here as well. Time will tell, but quite a few of these seem to be very well fancied. The favourite, just a shade of odds against now, Cantico at 5-4, and just racking our brains. It'd be unheard of almost for Willie Mullins not to have a winner on one of the days of this fixture, wouldn't it?
Madness, isn't it? It actually is.
I'd say
madness.
we're going back a long time before that last happened.
Yeah, you'd have to go back through the history books that were made well before me, I'd say. But yes, it would be very much unheard of. And look, this guy Cantico, he's by Diamond Boy. He looked well in the parade ring beforehand. Patrick Mullins on board. Look, they're a team to side with in these bumpers, especially at the Christmas period as well. But he's a nice looking type down at the start as well. He's a previous point-to-point winner who won on heavy ground as well, but he's encountering a little bit drier conditions today. Out of a mare that was a 4-time winner for Alan Fleming, but carrying the colours of Gallopin de Champs, you'd have to respect it.
Absolutely. 6-4 now, though. He's edging out. Looks as though he's going to line up towards the outside of the field. The McManus colours there to the 4, together with Prongarda Trois, My Way of Thinking, and Prongarda Trois. And on the inside of My Way of Thinking is Gold in the Mountains, who had that good run at the Punchestown Festival. So they're coming out onto the race course proper, and it won't be too much longer before we're underway here. 6-4 then for Cantico. Can he salvage something here at Leopardstown for Willie Mullins, who has had a decent day down at Limerick, lest we forget he won the big one down there with Loch Lynn, and also took the first with an impressive new recruit from France. Patrick Mullins had that disappointing result on Facile Vega earlier on. He'll want to finish on a high here as well. Jerry Hannam will describe the action for us.
2 miles distance of the final race. Flags are up. And that off. The race and stay bumper over 2 miles. First to show is our soldier with Cantico in the quartered colours prominent. They're attended by both Prongarde Trois and My Way of Thinking, tracked by Gold in the Mountains. Up the inside, he's gorgeous with Skylord in between horses. Then comes Tommy's Call. I Am a Getaway, Brave Kroger next, and then he's Nibs. The early back marker is Dairy Fourth. Well organised now, heading up to the final mile and a half or so, and it's My Way of Thinking, taken to the front by Derek O'Connor. Heads Cantico, Patrick Mullins. In third place is Prongarde Trois and Harry Swan. And then Gold in the Mountains, our soldier, shuffled back on the inside. And then Tommy's Call was followed by Skylord. Continuing along the side of the track. And the leader is My Way of Thinking. Derek O'Connor from Cantico and Patrick Mullins. Then Prongarde Trois. Harry Swan with Gold in the Mountains. Pa King. Tommy's Call on the outside with the noseband being followed by our soldier. As they swing a left to head into the back straight. Soon to complete this turn. My Way of Thinking, followed by Cantico, Prongarde Trois, Gold in the Mountains, our soldier. Skylord next, then Tommy's Call and I Am a Getaway. Racing together, he's Gorgeous and Brave Kroger. With the final couple, he's Nibs and Dairy Fourth. Less than a mile and a quarter to go. And it's My Way of Thinking gone on by little more than a length to Cantico, Prongarde Trois, Gold in the Mountains in between those two, and then our soldier. Just 1 furlong outside halfway. My Way of Thinking in the lead from Prongarde Trois Joining Cantico for the second, then Gold in the Mountains. Tommy's Call next. On the inside is Our Soldier, with a rush up from last place. Deadly Force has now quickened things up, reaching the halfway stage. And from last to first, it's Deadly Force and Pat Taff, who have taken them all in a handful of strides, followed by My Way of Thinking, Cantico next, and then Prungarde de Troyes, Our Soldier and Gold in the Mountains, Skylord and Tommy's Call and I'm a Getaway, and then he's Nibs, he's Gorgeous, and Brave Kroger. Tightly grouped with just over 5 furlongs to go, and the concluding race and stay bumper. It's Deadly Force, the leader. Hasn't been that long in front. It's followed by My Way of Thinking, Cantico, Gold in the Mountains, Prungarde de Troyes, Soldier and Skylord and Tommy's Call and I'm a Getaway as they reach the final half mile. And it's Deadly Force in front from My Way of Thinking, Cantico just third on the inside, but now been nudged, and then Prungarde de Troyes, Gold in the Mountains, 2 lengths to Skylord. Our Soldier is next. Pumping away is Tommy's Call, and then I'm a Getaway, and he's Gorgeous, he's Nibs and Brave Kroger. Inside the final 3 furlongs, heading for the approach to the straight, and it's Deadly Force, the leader from My Way of Thinking. On the inside, bumped along is Cantico, followed by Gold in the Mountains. Skylord and I'm a Getaway as they straighten that up for the final quarter of a mile. My Way of Thinking just back in front from Gold in the Mountains. Cantico up the inside. Deadly Force's run has petered out. Then I'm a Getaway and Our Soldier and Skylord racing to the final furlong. And it's Gold in the Mountains and Pa King coming to the front from My Way of Thinking and Derek O'Connor. Going on from in third place, Cantico and Patrick Mullins. It's Gold in the Mountains from My Way of Thinking. In third place is Cantico. That's the way they're going to finish. It is a win for Gold in the Mountains. Second is My Way of Thinking. Cantico in third.
Gold in the Mountains then is the 7th and final winner of the day here at Leopardstown. It's Pat King for Martin Brazel in the Mulryan colours. Of course, faster, slow. The star performer for that combination. Going to take his chance in potentially epic edition of the Savills Chase here on day 3. But it looked a strong race before, and this fella's gone off at 10-1, Lisa, for all that he had a good run at the Punchestown Festival. Fascinating race to watch, wasn't it, with Pat Taff making that mid-race move on Dairy Force. He's about to give way. Overall, do you still think it'll turn out to be a strong race?
I think there was a lot of talking horses in it. I'd say that's why Gold in the Mountains has returned at 10-1. I think maybe some of the talking horses didn't really factor today. I think the favourite Cantico has been a little bit disappointing. Look, maybe he's still a little bit raw and a little bit green, but I didn't feel like he found much off the bridle. Gordon's horse Pertemps Grand Etoile never factored at all, and obviously the second horse as well, My Way of Thinking, under Derek O'Connor, was always sat in a nice prominent position, made most of the way until Pat Taff took it over and looked as if he was travelling best of all coming down the home straight. But Gold in the Mountains, in credit to him, he has dug deep and found loads off the bridle, and he's a real big type, Gary, but he's a really big athletic horse, and I think it's a nice performance. He's had that experience under his belt and he's built on that as well. Very
much so. Lots to like about it. Second looks a lovely prospect as well. We were taken by him in the preliminaries, and Cantico, while he's come up a little bit short today, would you expect him to win a bumper? He's pulled well clear of the rest, in fairness to him, Lisa.
He has pulled well clear of the rest. I think, look, it could turn out to be quite a hot race, but I think he's going to have to, maybe if he lowers his sights and has a less competitive bumper, he could very well win one, but I think he might improve with this run under his belt. Obviously, he's a previous point-to-point winner. Maybe that was the fact that he won it on heavy ground. Maybe he'd prefer softer ground conditions than what he's encountered today, but I think the front two are pretty good, Gary, and the horse with Derek O'Connor in the JP colours, My Way of Thinking, surely looks capable of winning a bumper in the future. There's no doubt about that.
Definitely, and there was, in the end, no show from the big early springer Skylord. He was a bit keen in the run, Lisa. You picked that out, didn't you? And didn't really produce much of the business end of the race, did he?
No, he didn't. He was disappointing overall. Look, he looked very well in the prelims beforehand, and he was a little bit keen in the mid part of the race, but he never really factored, Gary. Very disappointing overall, and it'll be back to the drawing board with him, but hopefully there'll be better days to be had with him, because he was certainly a no-show today. So
there is our winner, 10-1. Gold in the Mountains, Pat King, who rode a Cheltenham Festival winner earlier on this year, of course, on Angel's Stone.
He's a really big, rangy type, isn't he? He's a good-looking horse.
Just about to come past.
It's going to be a really interesting favourite on show. It is, of course, a full sister to the 2021 King George winner Tornado Flyer, trained by, of course, Willie Mullins, who trained Tornado Flyer, runs in the colours of Kenny Alexander. It is, of course, Magic McColgan, a full sister by Flemingsford. She makes her debut here today and is hovering around an even money 5-4 chance on her track debut, and on pedigree alone she's obviously of definite interest. Trainer at Limerick in recent years, as you'd expect in bumpers, has a very strong record. Number 5 with the red saddle coming through is Mrs. Biddle, trained by William Delahunty, well up against the biggest danger maybe behind with the red hood on. It is, of course, trained by Gordon Elliott to the favourite. That's Sancha Bill, who was a good winner of a point-to-point today, winning by 9.5 lengths last year in good style with the red hood on, and is one that should improve for its initial outing on the track in a maiden hurl. Number 7 there, just going through shot. Number 9 is next up behind, and this is Working on a Dream, trained by John McConnell. Has a good level of experience, got a pace at a vital stage here on the inner track last time behind Mabella Twal, and before staying on well to grab second. A stiffer test should suit, and she's got a good level of experience. There's her favourite going through shot. It is, of course, Magic McColgan. And number 5 is going to come through. We'll pan back down here to our left and we'll take a walk and get a look at a few of these. And number 2, the grey down the end here, is the one we pick up, Pascal, and it's French Hill, trained by Dennis Hogan. Rider Adam Ryan seen to really good effect in her previous race riding Chain of Consequence, and this filly by Kingston Hill has shown mild promise to date. Looks more of a type to go jumping than with a bumper, but is a nice scopy type who may well improve here today on her 3rd outing on the track. And number 3 is next one up, Harry Zani, trained by Terence Bryan. Stable are having a decent run of things at present, and this one was second in 2 point-to-points back last April and May, beat a length on that occasion. Is currently a 20-1 chance, and we'll just get a better look coming into shot. Finally, number 7, Santa Bell, trained by Gordon Elliott's team, are having a fantastic day at Leopardstown, of course, and with the benefit of that run in a maiden hurl on back into bumpers here, has to hold on, which will come off on the way to start. She could be really interesting for rider Josh Williamson, who picks up a good ride. The one we haven't picked up actually is number 6 we'll try and pick up, and that is trained by Declan Quealy, and it is, of course, number 6, Rachel's Secret, who is yet to enter the parade ring. We'll try and pick her up on the way to the start. Rachel's Secret, a big player in the race for Declan Quealy, has a good level of experience, yet to enter the parade ring. We'll get a good look at her when she gets to the start.
Not your best friend.
No.
Yeah, the tiredness, yeah. Second national cup, you know.
Yeah. final race of what has been a really good day here at Limerick for the opening day of the 4-day festival, and a really good turnout, huge crowd and some good scenes, and the music is going in the marquee. I'm sure it will keep rocking long into the night, of course. Back here tomorrow, another 7-race card on show as well, and we've got another good mix of action to get through on day 2. First though, we got this bumper, and we have a well-bred sort in Magic McColgan. This one, trained of course by Willie Mullins, is a full sister to the 2021 King George winner in Tornado Flyer, of course, trained also by Willie Mullins. This filly runs in a honeysuckle colours of Kenny Alexander, and it is an obvious starting point on debut here for a trainer who tends to, as you'd expect in bumper company, have a decent strike rate at Limerick over the Christmas months. Jody Town, stable amateur, when Patrick Mullins not around, takes the ride on this filly. And there she is in shot, making her way to the start. Her market rival is there beside her. This one ridden by Declan Queally, of course, and Rachel's Secret has progressed with racing. It's hard to know the form of her second to Bonprensa, of course, at Tremor. Bonprensa, unfortunately, went wrong halfway down the back, lost her action in her feature grade 2 hurl early on today. Thankfully, she's reported to be okay after that mishap, and Rachel's Secret did keep on in tough conditions to be second. Back down in trip here, there was no hurls for the last 2 circuits in the straight on that occasion, and Rachel's Secret has tongue tie on today, and trainer and rider Declan Queally is on board. Number 7, Sancho Whale, is trained by Gordon Elliott. Gordon, of course, having a really good day at the office. He'd found a 50 win in really good style, and looks like he could be the real deal over fence this season. He did it really well. And Calaconte winning in really good style also in the Juvenile Hurdle at Leopardstown. And Sancho Whale was quite toy in the ring, had a red hood on to get to the start, and obviously is of interest given she was an impressive winner of a point-to-point back in January 2023. Not as good, or not much, hard to know what to make of what she did on debut. She was quite prominent throughout before fading for the third last home, beaten 9 lengths. She did finish 6th of 19 runners on that occasion. And back into bumper company here with Josh Williamson, son, of course, of Gold Cup winning jockey Norman Williamson, takes the ride, and he's creating a good impression on his rides on the track as a young amateur, getting going, claiming £7 so far in his career. Number 1, Barna Hash Primrose. There's been a little bit of support for this one on debut. She's by Malinas, German sire, who would be a likeable type. Ray Barron takes the ride. Ray was out of luck at Leopardstown, of course. He rode Old Port at Leopardstown, who are unseated. He ran, of course, in the second race of the day at Leopardstown, and Ray has made his way down here to take the ride on Barn Hash Primrose. He will jump off mid-division as likely pace angle. Rachel's Secrets makes her way forward. We get up to Justin Hannon for the call for the final race of the day. Fascinating to see how Magic McColgan performs on debut. Looks like Jody Townend, as to take a turn, will elect to take a lead, sit 4th or 5th at this point in time. Thought number 3, Harry Zani, there to ride a shot, looked quite well going around the parade ring. 2 point-to-point places, came up short by length on one occasion. Just looked a nice type in the ring, and of course she is by Walk in the Park, one of the sires of the moment, as to make their way into the start. Hopefully to get underway shortly. We'll get up to Justin for the call.
Racing towards the top of the hill, and the one to showing the lead first is Mrs. Biddle, in the hands of Harry Sexton. Leads early on. From his second place is Rachel's Secret on the inside, with Working on a Dream moving up on the outside of this duo. They're followed in the early stages by Harry Zani, who's in front of Saint Boyle, Barna Hash Promise, and the back 2 in the early stages are French Hill, and the overall back marker is the market leader Magic McColgan under Jody Townend. So as they begin the descent to bring them towards the straight for the first time, and the lead is held by Mrs. Biddle by about a length under Harry Sexton to Working on a Dream and Alex Harvey in second. Third on the inside is Rachel's Secret under Declan Queally, with on the outside of these the green jacket of Harry Zani in the hands of Dara Allen. St. Boyle is next under Josh Williamson, a length and a half in front of Barnahash Primrose, and Ray Barron, the back two, Magic McColgan and Jody Townend, French Hill and Adam Ryan. So as they continue up the straight towards the furlong point to bring them up past the winning post, Mrs. Biddle with Rachel Secret on the far side, not a lot to choose between those two, and on the stand side of these Working on a Dream. They're followed in 4 by Harry's Annie with St. Boyle next, Barnahash Primrose, Magic McColgan and French Hill. As the race up past the winning post, complete circuit of the track left to race in this concluding CJ Sheeran Mares Flat Race, and about 8 to 10 lengths first to last as they begin the right-handed swing to bring them towards the turn into the back straight, and they pass the 9 furlong point. The lead is held by Mrs. Biddle, leads by a length, Rachel Secret in second. Close third, Working on a Dream on the outside of St. Boyle, followed then by Barnahash Primrose, who's a bit closer on the inside for Ray Barron, with on that one's outer races Harry's Annie. They're a length in front of Magic McColgan, and a gap opening up of about half a dozen lengths back to French Hill, the back marker of the 8 runners. So into the back straight and heading up inside the final 7 furlongs, and the lead is now with Rachel Secret, who's leads by half a length. From in second place, Mrs. Biddle, Working on a Dream on the outside of this duo, so about a head or neck separating the 3. Close 4 behind those is St. Boyle, with Barnahash Primrose races next on the inner, followed then by Harry's Annie, Magic McColgan and French Hill, who was in danger of getting detached as they enter the back straight, has closed up a little bit to leave no more than about 8 to 10 lengths separating the 8 runners as they continue the uphill run inside the final 5 furlongs. And the lead is, as they head towards the top of the hill, it's Rachel Secret with the lead from Working on a Dream in second. St. Boyle now moves up to go third on the outside of Barnahash Primrose, as the early leader Mrs. Biddle has dropped right back and is now well at the back of that leading group, but only about 4 to 5 lengths separating the first 6 as they head shortly to begin the downhill run towards the turn into the straight. Rachel Secret from a hard-ridden Working on a Dream in second. St. Boyle has now moved up to go third on the outside for Josh Williamson, ahead of Barnahash Primrose, who travels well. Also travelling well just in behind the leaders and making ground on the outside is Magic McColgan, and they're being chased into the straight by Harry's Annie. Into the straight inside the final 3 furlongs, and on the far side Rachel Secret, the stand side is Magic McColgan. Between them travelling strongly is Barnahash Primrose, with in 4th place Harry's Annie, and racing down now inside the final furlong and a half, and it's Barnahash Primrose on the far side who leads. From in 2nd place Magic McColgan, between them is Harry's Annie, with in 4th place Rachel Secret, but racing well inside the final furlong, it's Barnahash Primrose who's out in front for Ray Barron, and stretching clear by some 4 to 5 lengths, 6 to 8 lengths in the end in fact, as Barnahash Primrose wins the finale in style from Harry's Annie in second. Third was Rachel Secret, 4 Magic McColgan, and they were clear of St. Boyle and Working on a Dream. Good night, safe home.
Really nice scenes here around the big screen as trainer Jonathan Sweeney, well back debutant Barnahash Primrose, gallops on strongly under rider Ray Barron, who indeed made the trek from Leopardstown down here today, having been unseated on Old Port at an early hurl at Leopardstown when well fancied for Charles Burns. Ray gets his winner though for the day in the bumper here on a filly that produced a really good performance. She's by Malene, it's a 5-year-old mare of course, and she travelled well down towards the inside to go and win in really good style. Back in second, a good run by Harry's Annie, who did travel well and looked a nice type in the ring pre-race. She looks a work in progress for Connections after being second in 2 points. Disappointing one, Magic McColgan held up in rear, more or less a length or 2 behind the winner all the way. Jody Townend came wide, Ray Barron went in. Very short-lived response under pressure. Now maybe better grounded soup, but nonetheless it's a bit disappointing that she didn't keep on to be second at least, and the winner, for all that she was too good, Magic McColgan, faded quite tamely under pressure. Maybe better ground would bring out more improvement in her. Annie, a very good run back in second. The form standard is set back in third, Rachel Secret, who has place form in Maiden company. The winner though, very smart, creates a really good impression debut. Nice win for Jonathan Sweeney and his family are all present here today, and he got a really good kick out with rider Ray Barron, winner for him also here at Limerick in the finale on day one of the Christmas Festival. Huge crowd here for day one of Limerick's Christmas Festival. They're all beginning to make their way out. And in the winner's enclosure, we've seen a really good performance by Barna Hash Primrose, winning for Jonathan Sweeney on debut, producing a really, really good performance, travelling extremely well down towards the inside. She picked up to win readily, going away to win by 7.5 lengths. Nice type, she's by Molinas. Be interesting to see what Connections elect to do. Willie Mullins looked to have a strong hand here today, and he kicked off the opening Juvenile Hurdle with a nice success for Bunting, who won in really good style under rider Sean O'Keefe, previously a winner at Fontainebleau back in March in the flat. He won readily here, extending well despite showing signs of greenness and inexperience going to last hurl. He was a ready winner at the death. That was the first leg of a double here for Willie Mullins. He, of course, won the featured third race today, the Lions of Limerick Jaguar Land Rover Novice Hurl, a Grade 2 contest with a rich history of horse going on to better things on the back of this success of this track. And Loch Lynn made it 2 from 2 over hurls, winning in really good style under Sean O'Keefe. Despite an awkward jump at the last where he lost his hind legs, he picked up to go away and was value for the winning margin of a length. He did race quite keenly all the way Loch Lynn, and given that and the jump at the last, can definitely upgrade that performance. He looks a really nice type and would surely make up into Cheltenham Novice contender on the back of this. So I'd imagine Dublin Racing Festival may well be on the agenda. That 2 mile 6 Grade 1 hurl in early February would look an ideal stepping point to the festival for that horse. But Loch Lynn, very impressive despite doing a couple of things wrong through the run. Elsewhere, Paul Nolan and Sean Flanagan combined to win the second race today with Joyo Dete, who produced a really battling performance to win and good style, bring up the first leg of a double for rider Sean Flanagan, the king of PRS, winning for Gavin Cromwell in the rated Novice Chase. Again, like his his win at Wexford, producing a really good performance. And rider Sam Ewing was seen to really good effect, winning on Phil's choice in the mares handicap hurl. Very, very strong as always, Sam, to finish. He kept his filly going to keep up the good run of trainer Philip Rothwell. And elsewhere, the second last race today, seen a fine ride on Chain of Consequence by Adam Ryan, who asked a lot of this horse down the back, went clear and got some great jumps out of him to record his second success here, Limerick, following a win over hurls in the past. Been a really enjoyable day for day one, a huge crowd. Hope you enjoyed the action. Look forward to seeing you all back here for day two tomorrow.